Check 1, 2, 3. Good morning, good evening. Friends, Romy, countrymen, let me know when we're on. We're on? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Don Bain, and of course, I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you 100% live and in living color from CES 2024. We have an amazing show here this year, probably one of the best shows I've seen in years, actually. And why do I say that? Well, for one, when I just walked in here, all the booths are really upscaled. Frequently when you walk into the Venetian, you'll see little small, I hate to call them mom and pop booths, but they're small booths with like one person and like a little desktop to show off what they got. None of that this year. Wow, it's pretty impressive. There is a lot of stuff here, and what we're going to do today is every 10 minutes-ish, we are going to review a new product. We're going to talk to a new person and see what they have to deliver. Without question, this year, artificial intelligence has been the giant super buzzword. So let's see if that continues, and I believe we're ready for our first guest, and the company's going to be Safe Living, and it looks like it's Sandro Salurzo. I got it right. That is amazing unto itself. So we will interview Sandro and see what Safe Living is all about. Nancy is miking him now and getting him ready for his big event. And let's let the festivities begin. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How's it with you? You had a good start yesterday.
We had an excellent start, really.
Amazing.
A very energetic start, and I like all that. So tell us, Sandro, what does Safe Living do?
So, Safe Living is delivering peace of mind to family caregivers of seniors.
Oh boy, I want to hear about this.
So it's all about that seniors can stay as long as possible within their beloved home, right?
Right.
And for that, we have developed this piece of device. It's a radar-based technology. So we can sense human motion to detect situation of helplessness and call for help automatically.
Okay, so is this mounted on the ceiling?
No, it's a plug-and-play installation. That's why you see it. You can just really plug it on the furniture, put it in, plug it in, connect to your Wi-Fi.
Okay, so here we go. This is the unit. It's all self-enclosed. Here is where you would put the power cord, and it just basically sits on the table, and now what happens?
So you can see here, there's like this white panel, right? Yeah, behind there is where the magic happening. Perfect.
Okay, behind this white door, all the magic happens.
Exactly. There's where our sensor sits, and we are leveraging like radio waves to sense up to 1/10 of a millimeter of a movement within the room.
Okay.
And this movement, the human motion, will then be analyzed by our AI models to determine human motion patterns.
Let me guess, the artificial intelligence monitors, if you will, are always on this particular or whatever account that you may have, noticing certain changes, and when a change comes out of that variance, wherever that normal should be, whatever that is,
so it's
kick off an alarm.
Exactly. So we really can understand motion patterns. So it can determine if somebody's just like sitting there. We even can sense, for example, vital signs. So we have human presence information. If you're within your living room and just watching TV, not moving, the system still knows you are there.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we can detect like situations of immobilities. So if somebody is not capable to move around voluntarily, for example, after a fall, it calls automatically for help. Or if you have like an irregularity within your daily habits, you're not leaving the bedroom in the morning, you're not checking into your sleeping area, then we can call for help.
Does this have sound capability?
No.
Okay, so I got a lot of questions for you.
Yes, please.
Okay. So if I'm laying in bed and I usually get up at 7 in the morning and this will at some point in time understand what my methodology is, right? There's a learning curve, I would imagine, with this.
It's no learning curve. That's one of the specialties. So we're commercially available in Switzerland, and it's like a pre-learned system. So it adapts to your personal preferences, of course.
So what happens all of a sudden I decide to sleep in late on Tuesday?
Yes. So if you're just sleeping, you think about how you move is completely different. Like you are still there. You have tiniest movements, like natural movements occur during the sleep. So this can be differentiated. So if you're just lying there, this is okay. But if it's getting into a range of uncertainty, like if you start to getting up and you're not able to get out of your bed, then it starts to monitor and observe and then call for help if it's
So is this
unsure.
going to call for help automatically?
Yes.
Okay, what if I don't really need help and it's
Perfect.
misdiagnosed?
Yes. So let's say there's an alert.
You were waiting for that question,
Yes,
right?
I was waiting for that. There's a corresponding smartphone application. You have you have full control over your system. You get first alarm on your smartphone.
Okay.
You can cancel it. There's like 15 minutes grace period. If you're not confirm within 15 minutes that you're doing okay, then your configured alerting contact will be informed about the situation.
Okay.
So that's how we have this control that if you don't want to have help, you can cancel it by yourself.
Okay, so what happens in a case like my grandmother who doesn't know what a smartphone is?
It works everything without a smartphone as well. So for that, what is happening, for example, in Switzerland, there is a service included where then there's a phone call on the landline to check in if everything is doing okay. So you have a lot of flexibility how you want to configure the alerting.
Okay.
And that's how we can
okay, here's
ensure it.
My next question. What happens where you would live in the typical house configuration where you have the kitchen, the dining room, the bathroom, a study, blah, 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 blah. Do you need one in each room?
No.
So this is going to detect from one end of the house to the other end of the house?
No, as well not. So based on the experience, it's like following. You have one device where you have spent most of your daytime. That's what we recommend. Then you have one device where you spend most of your nighttime, right? And those two devices are communicating with each other.
So you need X amount of devices based on if you're in the kitchen a lot, the bedroom a lot, and the TV room a lot.
If this would be the case, you would take 3 devices, yes. Then we recommend 3. But based on experience, 2 to 3 devices at max, and they are communicating and build like a mesh to understand how you are moving around.
They talk to each other.
Exactly.
Okay. What's the minimum amount that you would recommend?
We have clients who have just one because they have a single bedroom apartment.
Single bedroom apartment.
Exactly.
I could figure that one out.
Yeah, but we have as well, I would say majority takes 2. One in the bedroom, where they spend most of the nighttime, and one in the living area.
And your model is set up so that it understands what danger is and what danger isn't, per se?
Yes. It is detecting different situations which could be concerning, which are an indicator of helplessness. It's all about ensuring the well-being of the senior.
So this is going to broadcast out a net, and then when you see variances in that scan, if you will, that net, it's going to understand that. And that's generated by an artificial intelligence bot, if you will.
Yes. So sensor measures with the radio waves. It's a custom radar. We can sense those tiniest movement up to a tenth of a millimeter.
So it's radar, is that what it is?
Yes, it's a custom radar we have built for that.
Okay.
Optimized for the AI.
So it's sending out a signal like a bat. It's sending it out and receiving
exactly.
back.
Yes, exactly. This is how it works. And then within the response, there's a lot of information about how we move. It's really understanding human motion. It can differentiate motion from pets. It's completely different than motion from people.
Sure, of course. So is this available now?
Yeah, so it's we have been last year here first showcasing that in a ceiling installation. Now it's a plug-and-play, do-it-yourself installation.
Okay.
It will be available in the US in this spring for private consumers. We have already done...
Well, what's a private consumer?
For all the consumers. You can just order them online. It's really just get a box, install it.
Consumers?
Yes, just consumers, yes.
Okay.
And we are located in San Francisco and in Switzerland. So we are in Switzerland headquartered, and it's manufactured in Switzerland, the device. So this piece of hardware has been manufactured in Switzerland.
Let me check that out. No, it doesn't say. All right. Question for you. How much does a device cost? And then how much would the plan cost, the subscription?
Yes, one device is $249 one time.
So this is the subscription or the device?
The device is $249 and the subscription
$250.
$250 for the device, $12 a month for the subscription.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yes, we want to have. it should be a solution for everyone, right? And
pretty
we want
reasonable.
That's what we are aiming for.
Now, would you sell these in a 3-pack or a 2-pack? So it's
Single
discount-
device. You can single device, and there will be. We will think about like for example, to bundle something. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I get 2 of these, 3 of these, whatever it is. I plug it in the wall. I put it down, and it's gonna. I don't do anything else. There's no configuration.
No configuration.
I don't have to configure. I have to load it on my app.
Yes.
And my app will talk to it.
Yes.
What kind of functionality does the app provide to you?
Many functionalities.
Okay.
So the app, for example, for the family members, that's the most loved features. They have, you can invite the whole family. There's like unlimited users, right? Me as a son, my parents are living 2.5 hours away from me. So my dad is retired. I can open my app. I can see they are at home. They are capable of moving. I get peace of mind at my fingertips through the app as a family member. And besides that, my parents, they use the app for something else as well. There's a burglary alarm included, so if they go to holidays, they can they can just turn it on.
That's smart. That's
There's
very
a
smart
night
because it's
motion. We have all the
blasting
information.
out radar as it is. It's going. It's
Yes.
giving you the electronic scan, and obviously it's detecting motion. And now it's going to use a second functionality.
Yes.
Now that's pretty smart.
And there's an additional functionality. There's even LED components in the device, which is like an intelligent night light. So if my parents get up at night, it's dark. A majority of the falls are happening in the nighttime if they go to the bathroom because it's dark. That's based on our evidence from our clients. So the device will light up, help you to orientate. So you can. There are like components. It's really like shiny on the outside from the outside.
Come through these vents.
Yes.
How bright is that?
It's bright enough, like if maybe you remember from the hotels, those night lights we have seen somewhere, it's like in this direction. So it's really really helpful to orientate in the dark. And,
That's pretty good.
And last but not least, within the app you have like as well a digital SOS button, like where you can trigger an alert
like
on the go.
I can't get up.
Yeah, like let's say you're on the go, walking outside, you don't feel well, you can click on the screen and we send an alert to the family members with the real-time cheapest location of the person. So you have something to actively call for help with the app and something which is passively just there in your apartment.
Where is the network located? Where are the live bodies located that say, oh, Mr. Jones has fallen, he needs help, or is that all automated?
This is all automated, yes.
All automated?
Yes, all automated, yes.
Interesting. What type of security is on this system, and also what kind of second fail-safe do you have
if the system would not work, you mean? So we are monitoring, that's part of the subscription, we are monitoring the whole fleet 24/7. And we are detecting immediately interruptions. So let's say you have a Wi-Fi problem for 5 minutes, no problem, there's no data loss happening. Everything is locally stored and then transmitted. So it's really about the service that we can guarantee to the family and show like the system is working properly.
Okay, so it's critical then obviously that you have Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Don't you have to hook this up to the Wi-Fi and marry it to the network in your house?
Yes, you just connect to your Wi-Fi, like plug it in.
Okay, so it's not just plug it in and you walk away. You have to plug it in
and connect to Wi-Fi. You need to connect to the Wi-Fi. Yes, to the local Wi-Fi.
And that's through the app?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So you're going to plug this in. The app's going to recognize it.
Yes.
And then you're going to
and it will ask
marry
you
the two.
Yes. It will ask you one time for the SSID and the password, and then it will configure on the devices. But we have clients which are running that on even a SIM card-based router. It's really bandwidth optimized. It doesn't need to have like Netflix-style streaming. It's super optimized. So if you don't have a Wi-Fi, we recommended some clients, they just ordered SIM card-based LTE routers and they connect it to them. That's an option as well.
That's very, very, very clever. I'm starting to like this. Now, where would someone go to order this?
So on our website, they should definitely get on our website. It's on helpany.com. That's the brand in the US.
Okay.
For the US, we have a specific brand, and there they can sign up on the waiting list, and they will get information as soon as it's available to order.
Well, this is a remarkable device. You have to keep me informed on this and up to date. And I think you're going to come on. How would you like to come on the Gadget Professor show after CES is over? And we'll talk about this because I'm all for products that help senior citizens.
Yeah.
It's a brutal job taking care of someone. It's very, very, very difficult. So anything that helps with that endeavor, I'm all for.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you so much for your time.
Card with Enzo, then
we'll do that.
We'll contact you and we'll bring you back after CES.
That's great to hear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I applaud you for a great product.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. We're looking forward to make it available all over the US.
You're going to do very well with it.
All right, thanks.
I really do. Great.
Take care.
I want to see colors next year.
Yeah.
Blue, black, green.
For that.
Designer. Okay.
That's good.
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck to you today. Well, that was a fascinating product. I am all for anything that helps the elderly or the people who are sick or ill. You know, I have had family situations. My dad had Alzheimer's really bad. My grandmother did, and I've had a variety of, as everybody does, illnesses throughout my family. And my own wife at one point was quite ill with cancer. She unfortunately passed away about 10 years ago. But I was the caregiver. I'm not complaining, but boy, it's a 24/7 job, and it's pretty tough, emotionally, mentally, physically. It's tough. So any device like that will ease the burden somewhat. I shouldn't say burden, but ease the process a little bit is very helpful. I like this device. At first, I thought this is never going to work, but as we talked about it, it seems like they have all the bases covered. So it's basically a device that's going to, it works on radar, so it's going to throw out, for lack of a better description, a beam everywhere that it can reach within X amount of square feet. So let's just say it's by room, as Sandro said. So you'd have one in, I don't know, the bathroom area, one in the bedroom, and let's say one in the kitchen or the TV room, whatever. So it's going to throw out this beam, and the beam is going to reflect back a certain amount of, if you will, voltage, or an indication of it throws out 10, it should come back 10. If something moves and breaks the beam, then instead of coming back at a rating of 10 for illustration purposes, it's actually going to come back at 9.2. If it's a human actually walking, it might come back at 6, whatever. But that variance is going to be, again, picked up by what else? An AI database, and it's going to compare it to what is normal for that particular individual, and based on that information, it's going to send out an alert or alerts and call a loved one and or help. It's pretty nice. And then to couple that with the alarm system at night, I mean, it's a perfect alarm. In fact, that alarm is probably better than your motion sensor alarms that they have, you know, in the corners of your walls and your cameras and your glass breaking devices, because that radar, that signal fills the area, it just fills it right up. And any variance within that, you know, instantaneously. Whereas with the motion sensors, it's not as instant or as fine-tuned. The motion sensors today, unfortunately, there are certain ways around that. If you have one high in the ceiling, I'm just making this up, when you were to crawl on your hands and knees or just crawl on the floor underneath that span of the or the scan of the motion detector, you can literally bypass it. No question, if you go into that spanning range, it's going to go off. With this device, though, there are no dark spots, if you will. Everything is covered because it floods that room with that radar. So it's a pretty clever device. I would love to know how they get the statistics or the data analysis of what, quote, is normal for one person. You know, if they're sitting up watching TV, I guess that's a certain motion that they can map out and detect. Thing is, today with artificial intelligence, you really don't think about how, quote, intelligent it is. There are no holes in the artificial intelligence. Of course, it's garbage in and garbage out. But if you do the proper job in programming it and telling it every single thing possible to watch out for, then in certain cases it probably is better than, you know, what you could do yourself. It's quicker, it's faster, and it's a bigger throughput. Instead of one person to every 15 people to monitor those things, you can have 1 million people all on this server, and it will monitor everything. So pretty cool device. Once again, everybody that I've interviewed, they all had products that in some way, shape, or form used artificial intelligence. Now, what's very interesting to me is this just came out maybe 2 years ago-ish, and man, these companies are already producing models and selling it already. It's so fast. You know, I'm still wrapping my head around ChatGPT. These people already have products, and it didn't happen overnight, but smart people. I mean, they got on this technology the second it came out, and they just pounced on it, learned everything there was to learn about it, made the connections, and boom, there we are with the product. Pretty amazing to me, literally, how fast these things turn around. Last year I saw almost nothing with AI, maybe one or two. Today, everything is AI, and that's kind of sort of what I expected. All right, a little bit about CES. It's obviously a big show. Everywhere in Vegas, anywhere that there is a hotel, a bar, I'm only kidding, any type of convention center, convention hall, meeting room, suite, totally solidly booked. There are tons and tons of events that happen that aren't, quote, associated with CES, but they live off the coattails of CES. So everybody knows that CES is here, so a lot of companies will come and rent rooms out in various facilities, various hotels and resorts around Vegas, and send out private invites for parties or private showings or things like that. So, you know, you can't forget about that part, if you will, of the coattails. People want to hang on to CES. It's pretty interesting. So what they do every day is they print out a book. It's called CES Daily. And in this magazine, if you will, and they're everywhere, they're free, you kind of see what's been highlighted that day prior. And also there's tons of advertisements in here for whatever. Anybody can put an ad in. You're going to pay a pretty penny for it. But you just go through some of the more interesting things that are happening at CES. And I kind of like that. I get these books all the time now. Typically, this is the first year they didn't print what I call the telephone book. And that's a book, I call it the telephone book because it's like that. It weighs about 3 pounds. And that had a listing, just like the Yellow Pages would, of every single trade show booth that was here, and all kinds of information about where the company's from, the phone number, contact people, so on and so forth. And I would grab that book and lug it with me for 4 days because it's just a terrific reference manual of one, who's here, and if you want to see if a certain company is here, it's all alphabetical. You would just go in there and find the company that you were interested in, and you know where they were located. This year they stopped that, which is kind of unfortunate. I can't imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it cost to print that phone book up. I mean, literally, it was 2-3 pounds. Now they've gone total electronic. So you download the CES app, which is available, I believe, to the public. Do you know anything about that, Kirk?
It's not available to the public.
It's not available to the public.
App, no. The app is for exhibitors.
Okay. Trade show people only, and attendees.
Correct. And attendees and media, et cetera.
Okay. All right. Well, it's not available to the public. In any event, you download the app, and everything that you could do and more, of course, that you would find in that telephone book is available on the app. And I understand it. I get it. You're saving thousands of dollars printing. I mean, I can't imagine. It wouldn't surprise me if it was $1 million to print. I mean, everybody here would grab a copy of it. So it was pretty expensive. So that's gone. Definitely a money savings there. But they still are printing the CES Daily, and when you walk into the hall, these are all over the place. But I had a laugh to myself. There's printing magazines, and there's printing magazines. What they did is the quality of this printed magazine, the quality of the paper, and the way it's printed is pretty high end. I got to tell you, they changed the paper. It's like a satin finish. So I wish I had this printing contract because they're already printing tomorrow's CES Daily right now. But someone's making some serious cashola on this, and I laughed that they stopped the big book, the phone book, and now they're printing this, but they've upscaled it. It's quite nice. So I just thought I'd give you a little, look at the back channel here at what goes on at CES. A lot of crazy things. Now, in terms of getting into CES, it's not an easy thing to do. I am here on a media pass, a press pass, which looks like this. And about 6-7 months before CES starts, I have to fill out an application, as does everyone here, name, rank, serial number, the whole bit, and you've got to upload a picture, which they have to approve. I've had a couple people reject it because their picture wasn't right, and they'll reject you for anything that's not filled in. You will get rejected. And then you've got to fill in the missing data. If you say you're with the press, they've got to see articles that you've written, that you've published. They want to see a website. They want to see a blog, a vlog, some hosting capability that where your work is posted, who you work for, who's sponsoring you. It's very involved to fill out the application, and then you've got to wait and be approved. Now, I've been here for 20-some years, and every year I go through the same thing. I have to fill out the application and wait to be approved, and the same thing with the staff that I bring, and certainly the staff here at the Tech Podcast Network. So there's different classifications. So there's media, press, there would be producers, there would be production companies, and then you're going to get into the exhibit staff, people who have booths and have paid booths here. They all have to be vetted. They have to fill out the same type of application. They have to have a photograph, they have to be vetted, and they have to be approved. Otherwise, you do not get in. And then, of course, you have the people who are here to view what the exhibitors are showing us. They also have to be, quote, vetted and approved. So it's quite a process to get approved. It could take, if you do it early, which I always do, you can get it done in a day or two. The longer you wait, the longer it's going to take to get approved. There's no way around that. I had a situation a couple times where I kept applying and I kept rejecting it for like the stupidest things, but you have to fill it out. I've had people approved the day before the event, which is tough because you got to plan your airplane fare. You got to figure out where you're going to stay, and rooms, if you don't book early, they're pretty expensive. And there's, at some point in time, there have been situations where there are no rooms. I know it sounds crazy, but there are no rooms. It's just totally booked. It's packed here. All the restaurants, all the cabs, all the Uber drivers, they're very busy. Now, yesterday I had to be here at 10 o'clock. I'm here an hour early, which is 9 o'clock. I stayed at the Golden Nugget, which is downtown. It took us almost an hour in traffic to get from the Golden Nugget to here, which is 7.1 miles. It was brutal. I thought the red lights were long in Arizona. Wrong. I got to tell you, the lights here are forever in Vegas. 2, 3, 4 minutes. I could get a shave and a haircut while I'm waiting for that light to change. I mean, it is unbelievable. So we got up extra early today and out the door, I think at 7:45, I called an Uber. Boom, 1 minute, Uber's there. We were here in 6 minutes. Like, what? So, no traffic this morning. So, don't ask me. I don't know. But getting around in Vegas right now is a challenge. And then when they shut down here at 6 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, you're going to see a stream of people starting to leave this building. And every building, the convention center, this is probably, I don't know, maybe an eighth of the size of the convention center. But if you don't get out of here, I would say right around 4 is the absolute latest, I think, because after 4, people start heading out because you could wait an hour, 2 hours easily to get an Uber or a cab. The lines are mile long, and I try to avoid that because I'm getting old. And now I need to, excuse me 1 second, I need a drink here. Nancy takes good care of me. She keeps me provided with drink. I'm good. No, I got another sip. I'm good. So we are waiting for our next guest to arrive. I'm not sure who that is going to be. I have a little monitor here in front of me, and it pops up. Obviously, the time is always there, but it tells me who's next and what company they're from, and hopefully their name. And most of the time, I don't know anything about the particular company that comes here. it's always interesting to me to try to find out, and it's a little challenging because there's so much technology here. Sometimes you don't even know what questions you have to ask. But I always think of something, and it's to me, I enjoy this because I never know who's coming on and what it is we're going to actually be discussing. So what I'm going to do now is, it is 9:33 here in Las Vegas, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kirk if he can throw on the camera. We're up like on a second floor build out, if you will. Actually, maybe he can do a 360 or a 300. But we'll take a look about what's behind me, and we'll take a look. I'm going to turn around now and see if I can. We on there, Kirk? Yeah, I'm going to turn around myself here. And actually, it's not crowded at all for 9 o'clock. It's almost empty, which is shocking. Don't forget, people were partying last night and eating. Can you get a little scenario here of what's going on? Can you show the equipment? Is that possible?
The camera's not on for it, so unfortunately, no.
That's okay. I'm just asking.
That's okay.
Just asking. Thank you, Kirk.
All right, you got it.
Kirk is our man of the hour. He's manning the fort here, and thank God for him. There's a lot of technology that goes in bringing this event to you from the Tech Podcast Network. Right now, I'm upstairs, as I said, and I got a beautiful view high up of the whole conference, of the whole expo here right now. And again, it's just starting to fill up. There's no one in sight, but as I said, people were partying last night and might be a little late getting up and moving. Up here where I am, I would say it's, 12 by 12, 12 by 15-ish booth space, all open. And thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm just at a little table here. You could probably see behind me a little bit what's going on. And in front of me, I have 3 or 4 cameras just to give you a little feel for what I look at. And I got a couple lights on me. And right here, you can't see it, but right here I have a little arrow and X spot. And that's where we put the product. So when someone comes up and they have a product, instead of holding it like that, this is all pre-mapped out. So I put the product right there, and then we have a specific camera that will pick this up and give you a perfect shot. So kind of X marks the spot. That's how we know how to position things. So that's important. The other thing is, when the guest sits down, they're going to get a headset like this, earphones and a microphone, and they will hear both me and I will hear them, so there's a back and forth exchange. That volume and your video is all controlled to my left, where Kirk is sitting, and he has a variety of equipment there. He has a mixer, which is really for sound and adding sound effects if he wanted to. I had asked for applause to be pumped in when I'm here, but it's still being considered. They wanted to put laughing sounds on the board instead, but that's okay. That's still being considered too. But they have a board that's over there, and they have control over each microphone, as well as a video switcher, which will allow them, through software, to click from camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, whatever it is. And then over here to my left, we have an Osbot PTZ camera. And that camera will actually pan, tilt, and zoom. PTZ, pan, tilt, and zoom. And that camera is a loose camera per se, and that's for getting background shots and doing spinning stuff and crazy things like that. So we're pretty well hooked up here to do almost whatever we want. So the video was brought in. They are using the Mevo cameras, I believe, to do the video. And there's 4 Mevos here, and I got that one behind me. So all that's pretty cool. And after they have the video signal in, Kurt is in front of 2 monitors. One displays the switching, in other words, what's on camera 1, what's on camera 2. He's also monitoring the audio board, who's loud, who's low, who's too loud, who can't hear. So all this is going on continually. So it's a lot of work. It's kind of stressful because it's live, so you got to know what's going on. So after that signal comes in, both the video and the audio, and goes through the switching, processing computers, if you will. We then live stream it, which is how you are actually seeing this signal. What happens is we have the various endpoints that we're going to stream to. So I'm not sure this year we're streaming to Twitch, Kurt?
Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Facebook, pretty much every streaming platform.
And where are we on YouTube? How would they find us?
It'll be on, well, it's the main live can be found techpodcast.com. There's the live feed there. Excuse me.
Okay. So if you went to techpodcast.com, you would see it streamed on that. Also, all the shows that are broadcasting, with Todd Cochran and his network, all the shows on their webpage right now are producing this show live. So you'll see it on, I don't know how you're watching it, maybe YouTube, maybe you're on thegadgetprofessor.com, I don't know. But it gets disseminated instantaneously live all over. And that's very, very cool. The other thing is we're on every kind of social media that you could possibly imagine. And we get fairly good coverage on this. They actually have a tally somewhere where they can see how many people are watching, who's live, who's not, all those types of things. So right now I just see my monitor lit up, and it looks like we're going to have chat3d.ai. I wonder what that stands for. And we have Felix Balmanet. And it will be interesting to see. Felix, are you ready for this? Felix is smiling. So Nancy is hooking him up right now. She's doing the wire, and we'll get his headset on. And I got some ideas of what Chat 3D is about, but again, we'll ask him about how he did this AI so quickly. I'm so curious how they got this out of the chute when this stuff hasn't been around for more than a year or two, and they already got all these companies, big companies, using this artificial intelligence stuff. Well, good morning, sir. How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm good, and you?
I'm good. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and I saw you here early this morning, so
yeah,
you must be excited to
I am.
to do this.
I am.
Okay, I got a lot of questions for you.
Great.
Did you are you rested last night? You got rest?
Well, more or less, let's say.
Were you out partying?
No, we were sleeping.
Okay, just checking. Okay, tell me all about Chat 3D. I got an idea, but I don't know.
So, well, basically, I guess like generative AI, such as like Midjourney,
yes.
AI turning like prompt description to image. Well, basically, we are doing the same thing, but we are doing 3D models at the end. So our first clients are like the gaming industries, the virtual reality, all that, and as well as e-commerce or engineering as well.
Now, did you bring us any video, any audio, anything to see this?
I did not.
Felix, this is a big thing here.
Yeah,
you don't have any video?
I guess people could just go check it out on our website, which is chat3d.ai.
Okay.
And there's plenty of videos.
Chat3d.ai. Okay.
Yeah, we just also released a closed beta tests. So people can just go try and check it out on our website.
Who is this geared for? Who's your product geared for?
Currently, we have a lot of clients in the gaming industry. It's more or less like tailor-made for them because they're really into searching for being more and more efficient, and generative AI is a good answer for them. Because it's a great solution, because instead of spending hours using a complicated software, you just have to prompt the software, and the AI is just turning creating a 3D models for you in like 20 seconds to 2 minutes. So
now, how long has this company been around?
We just funded in France. We incorporated in France, and we've been created in the end of the summer, and we just launched the product at the CES.
So not even a year.
Yeah, not even a year. Yeah.
And you're already at CES.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I got some tough technical questions for you.
Sure.
How did you start this company using AI when AI hasn't been out for more than, I don't know, a year or two-ish?
Yeah.
How do you?
So-
How did this happen?
Basically, like we're in school, in an engineering school in France, and we are working on another startup, which was about creating machine tools. And we really saw that the market was broken on in terms of like 3D modeling. So we thought that it could be a great thing to use generative AI, which was just an emerging thing at this moment. And we found that it could be used to create 3D models from that. So it was just an idea at first, and we like worked with a research lab, all that, and now it's like we are applying a lot of research paper to create Chat3D actually.
And how long did that take?
A lot. It's
Yeah.
just, it's really time consuming. So we worked on that for like maybe 5 months
Okay.
before getting like a first MVP.
Right.
And yeah, today it's
Did
like
you finish school?
I did not actually, but I'm currently like in school in Canada, so exploring the US and the Canadian market actually.
So
for,
you're
for
in
gaming.
Canada now?
Yeah, in Montreal. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. French.
Yeah. Sure.
At least
Sure.
you can understand the language. there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So, what's the pricing on your model?
So currently it's just about the server's fee, so it's really affordable for the customers. And depending on like consumption, we just give you some credits, and you go on the website and spend the credits according to what you're doing on the website. Yeah.
Okay. Now tell me, what would the we have lots of people watching this live. Some of them aren't catching on to what it is. So what would they do with your product? Would they have to be gamers necessarily to
No,
appreciate this? So
Not at all.
Let's try to clarify that
so,
for them.
so to be clear, like anyone could use Chat3D. It's like you do not have to get any knowledges in 3D modeling at first. So it could be like your kid, like your grandma, anyone in your family. And what we want is user to like express their creativity through the software. So we have a lot of clients in gaming, but we have also some customers who are just using it for 3D printing, for instance, because they get a
for 3D printing.
Yeah.
So okay, go ahead.
Because like they get a 3D printer at home, but they are not really expert at 3D modeling. So Chat3D is a good solution for them, because like in like matter of seconds they can.
Would they
3D
scan in?
model.
Would they scan in?
No, they do not. They just describe what they want.
Oh, so it's based on word description.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a word description, and they can also drop an image. Like for example, they take this table with the phone, and then they just send the image to the software, and the software is turning it into 3D.
So
yeah.
can you fine tune that when you say this needs to be a little bit larger, a little bit smaller?
For now, you can't, but it's going to be an improvement in the future that we're gonna just drop it a few.
Okay,
few months,
and when
yeah.
it's done, you're going to get the 3D printout or data of those coordinates,
Yeah.
so that it could be fed into.
Yeah.
You get the numbers, if you will,
Yeah.
the mathematics that are going to go into the printer.
More or less currently. Yeah, currently it's like really early stage.
Right.
So it's more like about the geometry is not completely implemented, but in a few months it will be. Yeah.
So is printing one of the primary outputs of this?
Currently it's not. It's more about being used virtually. Like a lot of people using like a VR headset and all that are using Chat3D because 3D modeling is really time consuming.
Oh yeah.
So now they can just in few seconds create a whole scene or
So
whole
you
ecosystem.
could design games with this essentially,
Yeah.
with the 3D modeling.
Yeah, completely. Like usually, like creating a game, like usually creating all the 3D assets is taking like 60 to 70% of the time to market, and so we reduce that
Oh yeah.
a lot. It could be like 95% quicker for this part. So it's a game changing.
That's
yeah,
very
for them.
exciting, and I can't wait to see how the product develops.
Well, yeah. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot.
Well, leave your card with Enza, and then where could people find out more information?
So they can check our website, which is chat3d.ai.
Okay, so it's
And-
chat, CHAT 3, the number 3D at AI.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent. Good luck to you. I hope everything works out. I'll be following your product to see how it evolves.
Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Good luck to you. I'm a little wrapped up here in the cord. All right, we're unwrapped. I believe we have our next interview coming up. Brian Chip Incorporated. Okay, Rob Pelson is with us. He's the Vice President of Ecosystem and Partnerships, and we'll find out a little bit more as soon as they get the microphone on him. It is 9:48 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Someone just told me that it's going to rain and snow tomorrow. Okay.
There we go.
Is that good?
I'm game. Rob, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
It's too early to tell, but I'm doing okay. I'm Don Bain, known as the Gadget Professor here and there. So tell us, what does a Brian Chip do? I have no clue.
Well, hey, first of all, Brain Chip, basically what we do is we develop...
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Brian.
That's okay.
It shows you how much I got to sleep last night. I'm sorry.
It is Vegas, right? So, Brain Chip develops an AI neural network accelerator.
No kidding.
So what that means is intelligence, right? So when you look out at the floor here and you think of all these great devices that are being built, my favorite are the smart brisket machine and the home brewer machine and smart toothbrushes and all this intelligence that these guys are offering in their products. Brain Chip develops a neural network accelerator that allows you to actually embed AI into these devices for the future. And what makes it unique compared to the, let's say, the NVIDIAs of the world that do AI is that our architecture is developed very similar to the human brain based off the neuromorphic principles.
Okay. What would the consumer end result be of this product?
It would be, I don't have to plug in a device for 6 months. I think very similar to a human brain, which means that I'm actually multitasking. Right now, you're looking at me. Your engine is looking at me, but you're listening to me. You want to hear what I'm having to say. Your hands are touching each other. These are all different senses. And in the traditional AI world of today, the AI engine only can do one processing event at a time. But with the neuromorphic architecture, it processes multiple events at a time. And it does it consuming very little energy. And that's what Brain Chip does. So what makes us even more unique is we develop this as IP, which means you embed it into the chips of today. So all your traditional silicon manufacturers are going to take the AI that we develop and put it into their engines at some point.
So what are you saying? It's like a multi-thread AI?
Yeah. For the purpose of this discussion, Don. So basically what you're looking at is you're looking at the ability to do multiple functions at a time. So let's talk about the cabin of a vehicle. And, you've seen companies like Mercedes announce that now you can sit in their vehicle. It's going to recognize the driver. It's going to recognize gesture. It's going to recognize voice. Brain Chip's been touting that technology for a couple years now.
For a couple years?
Yes.
How many years?
So about 2. We started doing it when we launched our first chip, and we talked about the fact that you could sit in a smart cabin of a vehicle, and with Brain Chip's technology, you can not only recognize that there's a driver in the driver's seat, but you can recognize them by name. So let's say you had 3 or 4 people in your family, you had a really nice car, but your youngest child, you only wanted them to be able to drive that car 50 miles an hour. So you'd know that you could label it Junior. Junior sits in the car.
This stuff is almost scary. I mean, it really is.
And kind of go from there, right? And then you could recognize it by voice, and you can recognize it by gesture, and so on.
Is this technology being utilized right now?
It's still in the process of being adopted, right? So part of AI is the fact that it takes a while for these technologies to not only be developed, but then you have to get them to a level of accuracy that we as consumers are going to be able to use on an everyday basis.
So it's a combination of inputting the correct data.
Yep.
And then also understanding that and then applying applications based on...
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what I get excited about when I'm at CES is I see all of the great products that are being announced and all the products that are released. Intelligence. All of them, as consumers, we're going to demand more.
I have to tell you, not to interrupt you, but every single interview that I've had, and this is the first time I've been at CES for 24 years, every single interview, and I've done quite a few, every one is AI.
Yeah.
There's not one person who's come up here.
Yeah. Not surprising. Not surprising, because the thing about AI is the message is extremely broad. And so a lot of us in the space of delivering solutions that highlight intelligent devices are going to sit and say, well, I provide it from a software standpoint, I provide it from a hardware standpoint. BrainChip's going to provide it from the initial embedded intelligence into the device.
It's kind of like on steroids almost.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty fascinating. All right, now I have an interesting question for you.
Okay.
And this has been bugging me, and I haven't found the right person to ask, but you are.
Oh, boy.
1 second here. 1 second. Getting some headphone interference there. That wasn't you. That's better, folks. Here's my question, and it's been driving me crazy. AI in my head has been only around for 3 years at max, at least that I'm, quote, technically aware of it. And only in the last, again, year-ish, year and a half-ish, ChatGPT is relatively new, blah, blah, blah. How on earth can you put together a company at this high level using AI when it's ultra brand new? I can't understand it.
So the great
Is that
thing,
a fair question?
It's a fair question. BrainChip's been around for a while now, and we're actually on our second generation of our device.
Really?
We're have launched our second generation of our architecture. When you look at when truly intelligent devices will be integrated into consumer-based products, we're still 3 to 7 years out to see really, really intelligent devices that have the level of accuracy that the devices are thinking ahead of us or thinking at the same level that a human does.
Can they think ahead of us?
Yeah, we're seeing it right now with stuff like ChatGPT and the large language models and some of the stuff that's happening. It's moving at a very fast rate.
So do you think AI is going to be smarter than the human brain?
No, absolutely not. Just
Why not?
because it can't think at the same level that the human brain does. If we play this game right, though, there's going to be a lot of good that comes out of AI. It's going to be used correctly. But AI is still, and you can see it with ChatGPT, it's still making decisions that still aren't in line with how the human brain would function.
But it seems to me that that's only a little bit away. A little bit more tinkering here and there. It's going to get to that point. Do you think?
We'll still raise the game, and there's still a long ways for it to go.
Right.
But at the end of the day, nothing can overrun. I shouldn't say nothing, but from our experiences, what we've seen and the way we've mapped things out is that the human brain is still the most efficient, most rational, logical, functioning system that there is.
And you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay. You're at CES. What kind of person? Who's your client that's going to be here? What are you looking to accomplish at CES?
Yeah, so we're approaching this from a variety of different avenues. So we have the traditional device manufacturers. These are guys that are going to be building their own silicon. They want to embed our technology into their silicon for their next generation intelligent devices. Then we have the systems manufacturers. These are guys that build boxes like we see on the floor here, right? And those systems manufacturers are saying, how do we get to intelligence? Right.
So there's some synergies there that you're looking for companies that will have, similar goals, and you're going to team up.
Absolutely.
Partnerships.
And then we have the software guys that are doing a lot of great stuff that want to take their software, embed it into our systems and devices and work together. So we approach this from 3 different phases.
Right.
And we've had a lot of success, a lot of good discussions at CES, so it's a good year for BrainChip.
Great. Well, Rob, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to let you go now. But before we do, Kurt, can you make a note? I screwed up in the beginning. I called it BrianChip because my brain wasn't working right. Can I just redo the opening for this gentleman? I'll edit it myself.
Okay.
It's my mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to...
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. It's Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming to you live at CES 2024. We have BrainChip Inc. with us and Robert Telson with us, and this guy is absolutely amazing. So let us begin with the interview.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay. Have a great day. Thank you.
I can't wait to see where this goes in a year.
It's going.
Huh? It's unbelievable. It really is. I just wanted to get that right, Okay, we have our next guest up here, Trilogy Technologies, PTE Ltd. How are you, sir? Good morning, good morning. They're going to mic him up now. Nancy's doing a great job with that. The microphone and the headset have to be on before we can begin. I think the gentleman's name is Jibu Sain. So that's an easy one for me to pronounce. And he's the Research and Development Director of Trilogy's PTE. And again, I have no clue what Trilogy Technologies do, but we're going to find out real quick right now. Yeo?
Yeah, could be born then.
Okay. How are you, sir?
Very good.
I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Welcome on our show. Tell me all about Trilogy Technologies.
Good morning to you and good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to be on your show.
My pleasure.
Trilogy Technology is an MPI specialist. We've
Okay.
been doing OEM and ODM for other customers, but we started to venture into medical space during the COVID time. And today we actually developed what we call a non-invasive blood glucose monitoring device.
Oh, no, I'm interested in this.
Yeah.
Now, let me show the device here. That's what the device looks like. Actually, if you hold it here, the camera could see it.
Yeah. So this is a little device that we have. It actually detects not only blood glucose, it can detect uric acid as well as total cholesterol, which is a game changer in the market space.
Tell me about
We
it.
had done a preclinical trial, and that has an accuracy of 93.49% as compared to the golden standard, which is drawing the blood valves and then tested against the certified labs.
I do it every day. Go ahead.
My goodness, all right. So, imagine needleless, easy to use, and painless.
Is this up and running, or is this prototype?
It's almost closed, but we need to do the clinical trial so that we can actually get the FDA approval.
That's not an easy thing to do these days.
No, there's no 510K, there's no prior art to this thing that we can do the 510K.
What do I have to do? Saliva? How does it know my blood glucose?
So basically, you just press it in, and then you just hold, lightly
Okay, I
press
got to
on
hold it over here.
Yeah, so you just lightly hold it, and then you can see the values coming up, and after 40 seconds.
Okay. So again, there's no pins, no needles going in you, no jabs, if they say, and you're just going to put your finger there and push the button, and it's going to read
Yes.
it. I liken that already.
Right.
And it's 93% efficient.
At the moment, the preclinical trial has shown that it's 93.49% accuracy
Do you-
against the golden standard.
So do you expect to increase that
Of
percentage
course,
of
we are
accuracy?
looking at tweaking the thing to improve that further.
But
Yeah, so that the
93%,
values, you can see the values are coming out.
let me see.
It's very fast. You go off. You got all these
You
values.
need metformin.
Yeah, we can actually stream it to Android phones or iPhone. Yeah.
That's an interesting device for sure. And when will this be ready for the consumer?
We are looking at Q3, Q4 towards the end of this year.
So that's pretty soon.
Yes, it is. It did.
What's the cost going to be on that? Do you have any idea?
Since it's non-invasive, so we don't expect it to be, very extensively.
Okay, so I buy the device, I do the readings. They don't go to a cloud or anything
No,
like that.
no,
All the analysis is done
Yes.
here. Now, do you use AI at all in the analysis of that?
Yeah, there'll be AI inside there to actually do predictive algorithms inside, but there's privacy issues if you go to the cloud, everything. So we are going to keep it to yourself.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can do glucose,
Uric acid
uric acid,
and total cholesterol.
and total cholesterol. Well, I'm going to be one of your first customers because I got to reduce all of those, I guess.
I guess many of us are being very health conscious nowadays. And then, even healthy people are checking their blood glucose level consistently. So, instead of having to prick yourself or having put a patch on it, which is costly, you just buy one device and can use it for quite a
Now,
while.
what happens how does it read my blood glucose from my fingerprint? What is it reading on my finger?
It's using the light sensors that beams into your the blood
The
stream.
light.
Yes.
So that's a laser. It's putting light through my fingertip.
Yeah,
Get
the way
out
it's
of here, really?
Yes.
And then it's analyzing the light spectrum.
Yes. Precisely.
Wow.
It's exactly like SpO2, how it's being done.
Wow. I had no idea. I learned something. See, that's why I like coming to the show. So that's obviously extremely accurate.
It is.
It's got to be more accurate than a test strip.
Potentially, we hope to be. That's the reason why the 93.49% is against the golden standard, whereby they draw the blood valves and test it against certified labs.
Wow. So where could people find out more information on this?
You can find out more information from Trilogy Technologies, or can PM us, on our website as well.
And how long has this company been around?
14 years.
A few years.
Yes.
What's your next product coming out?
We are going to expand that because from this, we actually realized that a lot of your vital signs can be actually detected through your blood spectrums.
So there's no subscription.
No.
I just buy the device, one time buy the device.
Yes.
Is it rechargeable battery?
Rechargeable.
So I just charge it up,
Yes.
and then it's going to give me the data analysis.
Yes.
Wow. Is there an app that goes with that?
Yes.
Oh, come on. What's the app do? Keep track of everything that you've...
Well, it gives you a kind of a sense of responsibility towards your own health.
That's an impressive device.
Thank you.
You're going to go far with that.
We hope so.
I'm telling you so. I know so. You know how many millions of people millions of people.
The number of people having chronic diseases is getting younger and younger,
Yeah.
and the number of people having diabetes is on the rise.
Diabetes is just out of control.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I commend you on coming up with a great product like that. Good for you. Is there
Thank you.
anything else you'd like to tell our audience?
Well, I hope we get full support of this, and then of course when we roll out, the aim of the company is really to improve mankind and to improve their responsibility to their own health.
Well, that will definitely do that. So 2003 end of year-ish, or 2024 end of year-ish?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we are targeting.
Well, I wish you the absolute best of luck with that. By all means, keep in touch with us. Let me know how the product's going because I'm going to be one of your first customers.
Will do. Many thanks indeed.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thank you
coming on.
indeed. Really.
Great use of that. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank you.
Nice
Okay.
product.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're having some real winners here. I got to tell you that's a game changer. Given the accuracy of that, you don't have to have the sticks and the it's a real mess taking blood glucose these days. And a lot of people don't want to get those implants. It's easier, but you got to get jabbed and have the unit there. It's been a pain in the neck, no pun intended, for a long time. This seems to be, in my opinion, a definite game changer. And they'll start off with analyzing, your blood glucose, uric acid, whatever, and then you'll see in a year or two, every year, they're going to probably add 3 or 4 more items that it will check. But I never thought about using a laser, shining it through your skin, and reading the results in a light spectrum that's going to give you the analysis of your blood. Wow, that's really cool. That's... And of course, built into the chip, there was AI, but it didn't harp on that. I think everybody at this point has to say it's AI because if you're not, you're not in the groove per se. That's the thing. Now, getting back to the prior interview with the 3D modeling, I personally had a hard time getting my head around it. I understand what it does, but you set up an interview and you're showing something that's highly technical and extremely highly visual. I mean, the whole product is visual. You got to come, prepared, in my opinion, and have some kind of a video which we're totally capable of running, or a photograph, or photographs, or a 3D model, something that shows what your product does. And it baffles me why they don't think of that when they're preparation. You got to come prepared with that 3D model. Certainly if the 3D model is going to put out numbers that you're going to stick into the 3D printer so it prints whatever it is you want to print, to come and talk about it is very difficult to understand and to get a grasp of. So that's really where you needed a video. Would have been great. It sounds like a really cool product with a lot of potential. In fact, most every product that I've seen today and yesterday has extreme upscaling available. These things right now, folks, are really in their embryonic stages. I mean, they're just beginning to begin, and it's only going to be getting better. Now, interestingly enough, that Rob Tolson, I really tried to nail him down. Is artificial intelligence going to be smarter than the human brain? And he was absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, certainly he knows way more about it than I do. There's no question about that. But I don't know. Some of the things I'm seeing, he's talking about a multi-thread AI. AI typically, quote, does one thing and does it well. Now he's going to do kind of a multi-thread and run multiple AI analyses on the data all at once. And I don't know. I just don't know. That's why I try to nail them down as to, who's going to win the battle at the end of the day. My fear is that this AI is going to get so sophisticated that it's going to end up in the quote wrong hands, and everybody's not out to do good in this world. So I am very concerned that this stuff is growing almost too fast. It's taking a life of itself on, and I'm a little concerned. Actually, I am concerned about where we're going to end up with this AI. It's when I was a kid, I used to read comic books. That's all I could read, by the way. I used to read comic books about, super beings and super intelligence things. And, all the science fiction movies are all based on, something out of this world that's, quote, smarter than us. Star Trek, right? All the other civilizations that they went to. Again, we're in its embryonic stages, but I got to tell you, I'm a little concerned about this stuff. It's growing so fast. If you look at the total CES, I don't know, there's 2,000, maybe 3,000 exhibitors here, maybe more, and 99% of those are going to involve artificial intelligence in some way, shape, or form. Every day, every second, it's getting smarter and smarter and smarter. And the utilizations of this are in everything that we use today. Everything. I mean, I've discussed medical products. I've discussed 3D robotic products today, medical products, analysis of products. We had the first interview I did yesterday was a sensor that you drop some saliva in a little pod. You plug it into a reader, it goes up to a database, and it's going to tell you everything that you need to know about your body. Today, again, we saw this device that instead of pricking yourself and squeezing out some blood and using a test strip to analyze the diabetes, you don't have to do that anymore. Boom, it comes out, and AI is going to instantly, in seconds, analyze it, and 93, 94% accuracy. The guy's aiming for 99.9 accuracy. He's not too far away from that. It's scary. It's amazing. It's wonderful, all the products that are going to be coming around. But on the other hand, if it's not managed correctly, I could see this used for all kinds of, I hate to say war games, but all kinds of nasty stuff. I don't even want to let my mind go to think about where this AI could end up. And I honestly don't know. Everyone that I've spoken to so far seems to believe that it's never going to get smarter than us. So I don't know. I have my doubts. Be interesting to watch this video 50 years from now and see where we actually ended up. I don't know. All right, it's 10:11 here. We are patiently waiting our next arrival of our guest. I guess no one's in sight. I'm going to ask Kirk, how you doing over there? Okay.
Doing well. Doing well.
Can we do our spin camera? I'm going to turn around. I want to see how we're doing here.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Let me take a look here. It's picking up, but not a whole heck of a lot for where I'm sitting. Usually I'll see the aisles actually filled. So we had some interesting, I have seen some interesting products as I've walked around today. I have not gotten over to the main convention center yet because I'm here broadcasting, but there is a ton of stuff just here at the Venetian that there is to look at. It's quite fascinating. Hold on, we're going to have a little cough. Okay, I'm all better. A booth directly behind me is called Live Tab. I'm giving them a free plug, but it's kind of interesting. They make these desks that are prefabbed, I guess you would call them. But they'll make any kind of desk you want. So if you're a podcaster or an architect or draftsman, they will create this desk, and they're quite nice. All the ones over there, there's some black and white ones, but these things are actually made on a computer, And you can have your microphone stand built in here and come out with the mic, your keyboard embedded into the actual table itself. Everything is like embedded and super ergonomically cool. And I'm looking over here. They look really nice. Everything looks like it was made to be there. Unlike my desk, where everything looks like it shouldn't be there. My desk back at home now is it's in bad shape, folks. My studio is probably the worst it's ever been. However, I could find everything. I know where everything is. Now, what happened, you talk about technology and the internet and things of that nature. I could see, and I've always known this, that the internet is going to be a vital necessity for every person on this planet. Just like the telephone was, and, your TV. Everybody has a TV. You know anybody that doesn't have a TV? But the internet is going to be as needed as everything else. In fact, it is as needed, especially now with these new types of technological advances that we're seeing in the medical business. Also, that gentleman who brought the device to keep eyes on the elderly or the people who are infirmed, that all works off the internet. So it's a must-have. Now, interestingly enough, I have a studio in Scottsdale, and Wildman Mike, my son, has a monster studio, a professional studio, also in Scottsdale. And in his building, he has a full-blown studio, and he does streaming and production and stuff like that. So he only can get cable modem. And this is in a big industrial building. At my house, in my studio, I have fiber optic. So it amazes me that he can't get fiber optic in a professional building. They don't have it yet. Hard to believe. So in any event, he has recently had to move into my space because he has a client for the next couple of weeks that needs round-the-clock live streaming, and we can't depend upon the cable. So he is also in my studio space, and oh my God. In any event, I think I see our next interviewee coming up. They're holding a very cool gadget. I hope that's what we're going to be interviewing about. This is called Securum, S-E-C-U-R-A-M, Securum Systems Incorporated, Steve Davidson, and we shall see what he has. He has a bunch of stuff there, all kinds of, looks like switches and whatever. I would assume it's some type of an alarm company, if you will, and should be pretty cool. We'll see what they got. I wonder if there's going to be AI involved in their product. We're gonna find out. He's got his hands full of stuff. All right, while we're waiting for him. So in any event, Wildman Mike had to come into my studio and bring tons of equipment because I don't have that level of need. And he has this bonding unit, which is kind of neat. So he takes my fiber optic cable. He also brought in to my studio a cable, regular cable. In case one fails, he has the other, and he has a bonding box that both these systems feed into, and if one goes down, it instantaneously picks up and switches over to the other internet capability. So that was pretty interesting to see that, and the way he tested it as he went live, pulled the plug right out on the wireless, boom, instantaneously the cable came in, and vice versa. He pulled the cable out, and instantly, boom, the the fiber optic came in. Amazing stuff. All right, our next guest is getting his headset on. We have all kinds of crazy things here, and we're shining them up so we don't have glare. No, that's important. That's important. Pretty. We want pretty. So Securum. They're putting the headset on right now. It's 10:17 here at the Venetian Expo, CES 2024. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, coming at you live and 100% in living color. And now we are here with Securum. Is that how we're pronouncing it?
Securum, yeah.
Securum, yeah. And we're here with Steve Davidson, the Director of Marketing. Steve, welcome. How are you today?
Thank you. Doing great.
Good.
Doing
I
great.
am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and
thank you, Don.
Thank you so much for coming on and tell us all about the stuff that you got here. It looks pretty cool, and if you don't mind, I'm gonna.
It is. Yeah.
I'm gonna put this. Let me see it first. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna. Which we talking about one at a time?
Let's cover the switch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The switch I am putting right here on our X marks the spot point so our cameras can see it. Here we go. You got a good picture of that? Okay, Steve,
awesome.
It's all yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're really excited. We're announcing 3 switches as a suite of smart switch products.
Okay.
One of the cool things that we're really proud of is the switch is a security switch, right? It's focused not just on home automation. It's not focused on on and off specifically. It's focused on security. Yeah. So.
Okay. So what does the switch do?
Yeah. So if you look on the front of them, you can see there's a little black window on the bottom there.
Yep, that would be down here.
Yeah. So that's kind of the marquee kind of standout feature there. And what's in there is a laser sensor.
Okay.
It shoots across the room.
Yep.
You cannot see it, but it is there, I assure you. And the focus there is to be able to detect motion, and it'll do it in a dark setting or a bright setting.
Now, is it doing a stream, like an angle, like an inch, 2 inch, 3 inches, whatever it is?
Yeah, it's actually really thin. It's not more than a few. I think it's 3 millimeters at most. Yeah.
Okay.
It shoots up to 15 feet, right? And you can actually shorten it based on yaw or pit. You can't control it that way. It just goes straight across.
Right.
But the focus there is you want to be able to trigger either an alarm or trigger the lights to turn on. And what we thought was really unique about the place that the switch exists in the homes or in the office, right, is it's at that height where dogs aren't going to set it off. Kids aren't necessarily little kids aren't going to walk by it every 5 seconds and set it off. If somebody's crossing that beam, it's with intention, right? And you'll be able to detect motion or the alarms can be triggered, especially at nighttime, and if it's out your front door, no one's expecting it. That's the really cool thing that is unique about this.
So I'm assuming I would need more than one switch.
Well, not necessarily, but we recommend grouping them. We have 3 switches. We've got a regular switch that does not have the IR, the sensor in it, the laser sensor. And then we've got, so it's our standard Wi-Fi on and off, and it groups with these, right? And then we've got a dimmer and a programmable version of the security switches.
Okay, so in the typical house, I have a front door and I have a back door. If I was a robber or an intruder, there's 2 ways I would want to get into my house. One would definitely be the back door.
Yep.
And the other one would be through probably the patio door.
Could be. Okay.
So, because that's the easiest way, that front door. You ain't going to get through that too easy. So, how is this going to work for me in that configuration? Would I have to have one in the where the patio doors are, and one where the back door is?
Yeah.
And then potentially one in the front door. Is that making sense to you?
It does, no, for sure. Like at my house, I've got on my back door, the sliding door, we've got a dimmer like on the wall and a couple of on and off switches.
But there's no beam coming out of those switches. It's just there's one in the 3-pack. There's only one switch that has the beam.
Well, no, so they're sold singly. So what we recommend is build it as you need it, ad hoc. Right. We'll have packages on Amazon later on this year that'll have 1 of each or 3 of each or something. I just think it's really about what you need in your home. Some of them may need them upstairs. Like I may want, I have a 1-year-old, or if I have my kids walking around, my younger kids, and I want to know if there's motion in their room at night, but I don't want cameras in their room. A lot of people are sensitive with that. But I don't blame them.
I don't blame you either.
So there's different applications. So I would say it really depends on your home and on your apartment.
Okay, so the first thing this does, it's going to put out a beam. If you cross that beam, boom.
Bingo.
Okay.
Yep.
What happens? Is that controlled by an app?
It is. We have the Secure Am Guard app.
Okay.
And you can group all your switches in there in one place. We don't have enough time to go through it. There are so many different scenes, automations, triggers you can set.
Call the police if I wanted to, or call my brother if I wanted to?
Yes, it can be set right now to do a phone call.
Okay.
So you can technically, you could technically do that to do emergency services. Generally, what we recommend is it's up to you. Like right now, I have mine. If I do not respond to the notification, it can call your phone.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's different ways to do it.
Okay. Is it a subscription-based service?
We don't have anything to announce on that right now, but we're talking about some different options there.
That means yes. So it's not ready.
Right.
Been at this so long.
Yeah,
folks. I know what's happening. What else does the switch do other than?
Yeah. So that one's the programmable. So the up and down buttons can be programmed to, if you have it grouped with another switch upstairs, you can have them both turn on and off.
Right.
Another fun thing about these is they have their own broadcasting, right? So if your internet, right, you have your router still active, but your internet has no data piping in, these things are still on and working and doing their automations and doing their scenes. So they're not dependent on actual web, the actual data from your modem.
So this doesn't have to be on the internet?
Correct.
How does it do that?
They talk to each other within the house.
How does it send? How does it talk to the app if it's not on Wi-Fi?
Well, there's certain things that it won't do, right? But as far as the automations and scenes,
okay, so,
manually you can do it. Yeah.
So it's basically non-binary. It's on/off when it's not on the internet.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
You didn't think I knew that, did you?
I believe you.
Okay.
You've been at this a while, so.
Yeah. So do they make three-way switches, two-way switches?
Yeah. So you've got a three-way. We have a single, and then we have a dimmer.
Are these available now?
They are on Amazon and on our website on Secure
What's the price point
MSys.
on this?
So you have $24.95 for the.
That's very reasonable.
Well, that's for the straight regular switch, right? But
just for the on and off switch.
Right.
No, I want to know how much this one is.
That one's going to be $49.95.
Okay, that's still not bad.
Yeah.
One-time shot, you're done.
Yeah. $59 for the dimmer, I think. Yeah.
And then when you move, you unscrew it and you take it with you.
Easy peasy. Yeah, they're easy to install. We have on the back. They're they're not complicated. It just pinches the wire. Done deal.
Yeah. If you can install a switch, you can. These are very simple.
I mean, we always say be careful because you got to turn the breaker off and all that. But we got a good installation video there for you on Amazon.
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so we have a dimmer switch.
Got a dimmer.
We have, what are we going to call this? The alarm switch.
So it's the Wi-Fi security. That one's the Wi-Fi security switch, the Wi-Fi security dimmer, and then the Wi-Fi smart switch.
Okay, let's talk about this next device.
Yeah, this is our EOS lock. So what's interesting is, number one, this is kind of our marquee product.
This over here.
That we've had out for some time. So this is biometric, right? It's a biometric door lock. So, yeah, you've got fingerprint. Got a reader on there. It's got really high quality aluminum metal housing, and it does. You have your normal passcode. You can do, a few basic ways to get in the house. And this one's a Wi-Fi model, but we also have a standalone model that does not connect to Wi-Fi. Doesn't need any, like data.
Right, it's mechanical, open, close.
Yeah, it'll do your fingerprint. It'll do your passcode.
Okay.
Again, there's some people that just do not want their door connected to the internet, right?
Now,
so
this obviously will connect up to an app.
That one does to the Guard app.
Do I have the ability to remotely open and close my door?
Absolutely.
That is I have one of these. It's the handiest thing in the world.
It is.
I cannot tell you how many times I've used that.
Yeah, and if you have a guest, but you're not home and they need to get in your house, one-time code, expiration. There's a lot of features that it can do. It's got your history. You can see when the door was open and closed. If it's left open, it'll alert you. There's a lot of things that are really helpful.
Okay, there's a lot of competitors out there with a similar product. What makes yours so special? I had to ask. I'm sorry.
Of course,
I had to ask.
You got it. Yeah. No, there are, and they're all doing a great job in my opinion. There's all companies have different things that they're good at.
I highly recommend these.
They're really good. Yeah. I think what sets us apart is, we've been in the lock industry, in the safe locks industry is where we started for over 30 years.
That's big.
So it's going to be hard for somebody to mess with our technology and really, we have a high standard of quality with our deadbolt, with our materials, and so I think that's where we really pride ourselves. That first point of protection is really important at that front door. We think doorbells and video is important as well, but those are more deterrents. This is going to stop people from opening.
What's the price point on this?
So those are MSRP at $269. But they're on sale, often. So.
Do they come in colors?
Silver and black, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Folks, I haven't used this obviously, but they're pretty high quality from what I can see. They're very nicely done. The letters are nice. It's solid. That's as solid as you're going to get. They work. Some of them are you got to fight with to
Yeah.
turn. Believe me, I know.
Yeah.
This one seems on the upper
The action's
end.
good on it, yeah.
Yeah, it's on the upper end of the quality scale. In my quick observation, this looks like it's a really nice smart lock, and I really think, a quick observation that these products they're very cool and.
Plus, you can disarm your security beams with your thumbprint on that lock.
That's awesome.
So if they're grouped together, yeah, we got it all
these
going.
things are really well thought out. We're out of time now, but what I'd like to do is bring you back on the Gadget Professor show at some point when we're over with CES.
That would be great.
And,
We'd love to
spend a full 45 minutes on all your products.
Thank you.
All right?
We're so
do that.
happy to be here. Thank you so
Well,
much.
I'm happy you're here. These things look great, so they're available already on
Yeah.
Amazon.
Yes, sir. And on our website, securemsys.com.
Okay.
Go check it out.
There you go. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
And this is heavy too. That's awesome stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to have you back on our show.
Hey, I'd love to be on there.
All right. Great.
We good, Jess?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, I appreciate it. That looks really cool. I got to tell you, that lock was really solid. I like that.
We'll send you something.
Okay, no worries. The lock was very heavy, really secure. I have two of those on my house, one on the front door, one on the back door. And I got to tell you, the feature of letting someone in your house when you're not there, it's unbelievable. I've had situations where I've had a water heater break, and I wasn't there. One of my sensors went off. The camera showed me the water like pouring out of the water heater in the garage. I'm like, So I literally called a plumber and let him in the house and fixed it, and that was the end of that. And that was years ago when these things first came out. Since then, I have upgraded. Fortunately or unfortunately, I had a property where I was not there. The property was in the state of Rhode Island. And apparently what happened is, we think, a squirrel or some facsimile thereof ate through the flashing on the chimney, and there's a big tall house, and created a hole in the roof near the chimney. And what happened is it got cold in the attic, and what we think happened is the pipe froze solid, which I have a hard time believing, but in any event, when it went to thaw, the pressure blew through the pipe and created a leak in the attic. I was in Arizona. That house was in Rhode Island. No one was there, and we believe that the water ran for at least 2 weeks. The house was destroyed. It's just gone. Ceilings caved in. Everything in the house was destroyed. It was a mess, a long mess, pain in the neck beyond comprehension. It took about really 2 years to get back to where we were, to have the house literally rebuilt. I could write a book about the insurance dealings, but we'll save that for another day, another time. And anyway, in any event, the house was put back together, nice, and end of story. What I did do is I was so determined to get something in there that would detect the leak, but that wasn't good enough because in properties that I own, family, relatives, whatever, I beg them to put in those sensors that will detect water leak. But detecting it and stopping it is two different things. So last year when I was here, I saw a company that made a device that hooks on the main, between your main water supply and the house water supply, about that big. And you hook it up, pretty simple to hook up. You need a plumber to do it, or if you know what you're doing, you could do it yourself. You plug it in, and the control is a valve. And it's controlled through an app, hooks up to the internet, and you can literally turn your water on or off in the whole house. No big deal. How many times are you going to turn the water on and off in your house? You really don't need that function. However, what it does do in its main functionality is that it will detect any odd water flow in the house. So if you're there and you take a shower, it knows that you take a shower. And there's a learning curve for like a week. It just learns. Actually, it's always learning how many showers are taken, how many times the toilet's flushed, when you turn the water on in the sink. It knows all that. And the more it learns, the smarter it gets and the more accurate it gets. So after a week or so, it knows your routine. Now I leave that property. I fly away. No one's in that house. It will detect the slightest possible leak, even a toilet leak, even if the flapper kind of isn't holding the water in the toilet tank itself. This detects that, and it will, depending upon how you program it, it will notify you that there's a leak. It will tell you where the leak is, and it will also shut off the water for you. Off. If there's a leak, it knows it, and you program it, leak off. And I got to tell you, if I had that device, it's about $350-ish. There's all kinds of makes of them. But mine happened to be a Moen, M-O-E-N. Any kind of a leak, it will instantly shut the water off. And if I had that device, my damage might have been a couple $100 instead of hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage. So just a pointer. And again, I saw that right here at CES last year, and I ended up buying 2 of them. I have installed them, and it's actually peace of mind for me, and it's money well spent. I will never have a house or a property anywhere without one of those shut-off valves. I can't tell you how valuable they are to me, and they work. I've tested them out. I've had the hose on and off. I've let the water drip out of the faucet, and boom. It tells me instantly that something's going down. And the way I have them programmed, if there's a leak, the water's off. So that's the way I like it. All right, our next interviewee is coming up. Anand Verma, the CEO of Provoskia Solar AG. So we will see what they have to offer. I have no clue. And they're getting microphone now. And what I am going to do is I'm going to get a drink of water here while we're getting mic'd up. All right, folks, it's Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live from CES 2024. We are here at the Venetian Expo, and we are about to interview Provoskia Solar AG, and we have Anand Verma here, the CEO.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming in. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, and what have you brought us today?
So what I have got is a solar cell that works indoors.
A photo cell that works indoor.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we have, what you can say invented is a solar cell that we can make into any shape, size, and design.
Okay.
And that works very good outdoors.
Okay.
But as we know, most of our electronic devices are indoors.
Yes.
So it needs to work indoors. So that's what we have devised. That with our technology, you can power everyday devices with an indoor solar cell that can be made into any shape, size, and design.
Okay, let me see this.
Yes, it works with any light.
This works with any light.
Yes.
And light is light. Obviously, sunlight is more powerful than your daylight, but this has to be an extremely powerful sensor. I'm going to put this here so we can kind of sort of see it.
Yes.
And this is taking natural light in my house, and now it's going to generate electricity for me.
Yes, it can.
Is it 9 volts, 3.5 volts?
Anything you want.
110 volts?
Whatever you want, we can make it.
Keep going.
I can make it from 1 volt to 20, 25 volts, whatever you need. And the wattage will depend on the area that you want. What we are focusing is on the consumer electronic devices and IoT sensors, which is mostly incorporated into your, what you can say, in your homes and offices, smart homes and offices. Imagine if you have a smartwatch, right?
Yes.
And if you have a solar cell from us, it can be integrated on a watch, and it can keep it charging, so you never have to charge.
How's the connectivity?
So we are a B2B company. This means we will sell it to Apples and the Samsungs and the smartwatch makers, and they will integrate it.
So it will be integrated right into the quote watch.
Yes. So you will get a solar-powered watch. You will get a solar-powered keyboard. You will get a solar-powered camera or IoT.
Well,
sensor.
it's not solar-powered. It's light.
Light power. You can say energy harvested.
What allows that device to charge and store that kind of power from daylight?
So actually, it's not daylight. Actually, it's any light. It can be fluorescent light, LED light, tube lights, anything you think about of which produces visible light. Our solar cell works on that.
But it has to be at a much higher sensitivity than being in the sun. If I have something in the sun,
that's right. If we talk about the traditional solar cells, which is very good outdoors, our solar cell have 3 times more power compared to the crystalline.
And what is it that makes it 3 times more power?
Because what we have developed is a new kind of material. It's called perovskite based. So what we have developed is fully printed technology. This means you can simply print the solar cell in the shape and size.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah. You can simply print in any shape, size, design you want. That's why we say at Perovskite we make solar sexy. You know how beautiful they look. It's one of the best designed solar cell out there on the market that you can buy. Last year, one of our customer, Barracuda Group, won the CES Innovation Award. They demonstrated the world's first self-sustainable wristband that was running fully using our solar cell.
How long? What's the lifespan of that cell?
Outlast your electronic device life.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Where are these being used now? Are they in corporate what?
So this one is for a US customer from the Valley, and that one is a global player. They have a revenue of more than 100 billion. Can't reveal the name yet. We are working on 3 devices with them. And we have in total 17 customers with whom we are working from Japan, Europe, Asia. Yeah.
What about power backup for a whole house? Is that possible?
Not yet. Not yet. Not with this technology, at least, because...
do you see that coming?
We are working on it, but it might take some time. But at the moment, our tech is fully ready. For example, for consumer electronic devices and IoT sensors.
So your products are actually integrated within the device itself, per se.
Yes.
So if I had a device like an internet radio or even a TV or whatever, and I didn't want to power, or there's a power failure, this would work as the power source.
Actually, it's for 2 device categories. One, imagine this is one of the products from our customer. It's a UV sensor. So when you go out in the sun or on a beach, you get exposed to UV radiation, and that can cause you skin cancer.
Yes.
This is world's first fully powered by a perovskite solar cell that is no battery involved. It's just powered by our solar cell, and it's out there in the market. You can buy it. And this is
available right now?
Yes. It's powered by a perovskite solar cell from us, a custom design. That's what we provide, highly customizable design solar cell. And this measures your UV radiation and sends a signal to your phone every second.
It sends a signal to the phone?
Yes, by BLE, and every second by Bluetooth to your phone, so that you know how much of exposure you're getting. And it will tell you an alert that please go out of the sun because you might get skin cancer.
That is fabulous.
Yeah, we power devices like that. So powering television is not actually possible at this stage.
I get it.
The power input is so low.
Right.
But electronic
devices. So it's for low voltage devices at this point in time.
Low power, mid power. If you have like a earbuds, that's a great use case. Get a solar from us, stick it on the case, listen to music. The case is on your table while you're having a Zoom meeting or whatever. It will keep it charging, and every day you're gonna get 1 to 2 hours of music for free. You never have to charge it.
But it has to be integrated into the charger itself.
Oh yeah, yes.
Okay.
We have to give it to.
It's not like you're going to take the device, put it on, and then it
not
does voodoo and
No, it needs
to be integrated. Are there any
yes.
companies right now that are using that process for earbuds?
Yes, as I said, all these products are for companies. It's a watchmaker. It's an IoT device maker. That's a medtech device. The one you saw is a gas sensor.
Fascinating. Yeah. And it doesn't use AI.
To make it smarter, you can, but it's a hardware, so it's a nanotech. We provide these solar as a component to every device. Yeah.
Are there, you mentioned earbuds, are there cases now that actually employ your device in it?
Yes. One won the CES Innovation Award, as I told you. It's a wristband that measures your heart rate, movement, and it was powered by our solar cell. That one won the CES Innovation Award last year, 2023. That one is a medtech device. That's an IoT sensor. 3 categories. We are working with a big player from US. They have a revenue of more than 100 billion.
A fascinating product. I love this. I mean, what a great idea.
That's what it said. We make solar sexy. Just have a look at it. Just have a look at it. How beautiful it is.
Yeah.
You know where is the solar?
We got to show the audience.
Yes, of course. You know where is the solar cell? The black part on the border. Yeah. That's the only solar part. Yeah.
That's just ingenious.
You shouldn't. It should just blend into the device. That you don't have. It should not be
It's
what you can say.
ergonomically designed into
it's-
it. You don't even know
it
it's
should
there.
not be invasive, like your watch,
Yes.
the black part here.
Yes,
It can be a solar, and you never have to charge or change battery.
I would love that.
Yeah, we are in Switzerland, so we are working with watchmakers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. That's very cool.
Yeah. So that's the vision at Perovskia, to enable a solar on every device and make everyday device energy self-sufficient.
That's unbelievable. What is it that generates the power? Is it what generates the electricity? Is it
Yeah.
a reaction between
Yes, so it's a new kind of material called perovskite. Like people know about silicon, right?
yes,
Silicon absorbs light, gives you electricity. Here is a perovskite crystal that absorbs light, and the magic of the material that is absorbs quite a lot of visible light.
now
That's
does that exist in nature, or is that something you
Yes.
have to create?
why. It do exist in nature, but the one that absorbs the light, you have to make it in the labs, and that's
You
what
have
we
to
do.
enhance it.
Yes,
I see.
that's what we do.
That's a unbelievable product. That's really something. I got to tell you, this getting back to this for the the UV light and the sun. I know from personal experience. I had relatives that sat in the sun endlessly, and they're paying
yeah.
for it today, boy.
Yeah, they need to have that.
If they had this device, that would have literally saved
Yes.
their life.
And
I
do
mean,
remember-
look at that.
The full thickness of the solar cell is 10 times thinner than your hair.
It's just fascinating. That's what I love about CES. You see things that you just didn't even know exist. Now, what is this actually called?
This one is one of our customer called Sun Aware
Sun Aware?
from Switzerland. Yeah, you can buy it.
Can they
for-
buy this now
Yes, you can buy. I think for $70 or $80.
on Amazon or?
Yes, you might.
Okay.
I didn't check it,
Okay.
but you can stick it on your coat,
Oh,
or
yeah.
it comes as a wristband, or on your backpack, or when you are taking your kid or the
Sun
dog on a-
Aware.
Sun Aware. Yes.
Okay,
One of our customers. Yeah.
Okay, I've never tried this out. I don't know, but I believe him. 70 or 80 bucks, this will save your life. This will tell you when
My
you
f-
have too much sun. And again, I haven't personally tested it out, but boy, I'll tell you, this is a lifesaver device. It
Yes,
really
and
is.
I can show you. It comes with the interface.
Okay.
The Sun Aware.
Yeah, I
You
got
see
it.
the guy there?
Yeah, I gotta.
It gets it's
Can we pick this up?
it gets
So,
connected
great.
with this.
So this device integrates with the app on the phone, so it's going to tell you cumulatively how long you've been in the sun,
Oh yeah.
when it's time to get out, when you're at the danger zone, all those things.
It takes care. Did you apply the sunscreen? What's your skin color? I'm brown.
Wow.
Are you white?
So-
Are you black? Any color? And you're willing full sleeve, half sleeve. It takes consideration
well
of it.
thought out.
Yes.
Congratulations on that.
And
That's,
that's what
well
it's-
thought out.
This is one of the product using our solar technology. We are working with 15 to 20 customers using different
Right.
ideas to power using
Absolutely
our technology. Yeah,
fantastic.
This is what
I
we
love
do.
it. I love it. It's really great. I'm so
Yeah.
glad you came in.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
mean, these things save people's lives.
Yes, and,
You know, and they enhance your life.
just to give an idea why why I'm passionate about this
Yeah.
technology. So I'm working. I used to be a scientist. So you're a professor. I
Yes.
used to be a scientist. I worked for more than, you can say, 5 years as a research center at a research center, and we read a paper report from the EU that there would be 78 million batteries discarded every single day.
Look what that does to the environment.
Yes, and I was like, it cannot be normal that we waste so many batteries every day.
Yeah.
So we came up with a perfect solution by which we can simply print the solar cell, integrate into devices. It will last forever, and it will save billions and billions
God.
of batteries every single year.
You're helping
and
the environment,
Yes,
you're
and
helping
imagine
people.
you just what you can say. You just harness the energy from the ambient that is existing,
Yeah.
which is anyhow available.
See, this is what's so cool about CES. I mean, I meet scientists who know what they're doing, but they're so passionate about the product. And you know, this gentleman invented this. They brought it to market, and these are just outstanding products that help civilization. They help your planet. You're going to have less batteries to throw away. And you know what? This little device absolutely going to save your life. You know, you don't want to get skin cancer. You don't want to get that. Believe me. And he's got the app. You can buy it. It's fabulous.
Yeah, that's what we say. We make solar sexy at Perovskia.
That's fabulous. Well, thank you so much for
thank
coming
you.
on. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure.
Really a pleasure talking to you.
Pleasure's all mine. And I wish you well. Keep in touch with us. We'll have to bring you back on the Gadget Professor show after CES is
For
over,
sure.
okay?
I will be there.
And we'd
No
love to
problem.
have you on there.
Yes.
And we can do that remotely. Where are you based out of?
We are based in Switzerland.
Oh, in Switzerland. Okay.
Yes, we are a Swiss
I was
startup.
close to Switzerland last year. I was in the Netherlands. I'd never been there before.
Now we are setting up a factory because we got a lot of interest from our customer.
Okay.
So this year, Perovskaya will be able to provide 1 million pieces of
Oh
this
my
if
God.
you want.
Well, definitely keep in touch with us.
That would
I'm
be
very
awesome.
impressed. I congratulate you on a beautiful job. Really.
Yeah,
Good
thank
for
you.
you.
Pleasure.
Pleasure's
Have a nice
all
day.
mine. Thank
Bye.
you. Wow, that's great stuff. He prints these things up. I mean, you print your solar cell up, and it's going on daylight. Unbelievable. I mean, that stuff to me, is something that I hate to use the word game-changing because everything's game-changing, but economically, they make a lot of sense because you're manufacturing it. You want this size or that size. They're printing these solar cells up. They got to think of a different name because it's not solar cell. It's something. Yeah. Hold on here. We got to give. Hold on. Put my phone number on them because it's a different phone. You can get that. All right, folks, we're exchanging business cards here because I'm going to bring a lot of these folks back on the Gadget Professor show. By the way, speaking of the Gadget Professor, I do a podcast every Thursday, sometimes Friday, but usually Thursday. It's thegadgetprofessor.com. And I talk about all kinds of consumer crazy gadgets. We have a section where we do new apps, both for the Android operating system and for the iOS. And then I talk about cool things in technology. Very relaxed show, runs 20 minutes usually. And I think you'll enjoy it. It's entertaining. And right now we're bringing up VO, Jishen, and they're getting a microphone right now. And we will see what these folks do. But, tune into the Gadget Professor, thegadgetprofessor.com. And we'd love to have you on board. Also, you can follow me at Gadget Professor. I'm on all the Instagrams and Facebook and all that stuff. And I try to keep it interesting and fun and upbeat and change it up every week, so I think you might enjoy that. All right, this is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We are coming to you live from CES 2024 at the Venetian Expo, and right now we're going to talk to the folks at VO Incorporated, and it's Jishen.
Yes, it's Jishen.
Did I get it right?
You got it perfectly right.
Whoa, first time. How are you, sir?
Great. How are you doing?
We're good. Welcome. What can you tell me about V?
So VO is a display product company.
Okay.
We focus on enabling the eye-to-eye contact for online meetings. You know, when we have face-to-face.
Remote online meetings.
Remote online meetings,
okay.
Yeah. So when we try to have a business meeting, trust is very important. When you look at each other in the eye, it builds that rapport, that trust.
Yes.
What we're trying to do is to replicate that visceral experience online. When you have two computers in between us and internet in between us, it's hard to see each other eye to eye.
Right.
So what we did is that we take a transparent OLED display and then put a camera behind it. And the camera gets to see through this not so perfectly clear display, and then to basically achieve the effect that it's almost like a clear glass. And that makes us all be kind of aligned along the center axis.
So you're actually viewing it through the screen?
Yes. And when you look at
the screen functional? Am I seeing the other side of the... Okay, so I'm seeing the folks that I'm talking to on the screen, and behind the screen, which doesn't affect me, is the camera.
Exactly. The camera sees through the digital content on the display. It does not see that.
Right.
So there's no interference in that. And then, because everybody is kind of looking at the content instead of the camera being above, the camera is at the center, so you're not looking down.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, it's all about the position of the camera.
Yeah, it is. It is. Because it's behind the display, which is the challenge.
It's at eye level.
It's the eye level.
Is that adjustable or no? Is
Not
it
really.
predetermined? So essentially,
you can adjust the height of the display.
Okay, but the center point of the screen is where that camera is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And how large is the screen?
So we have a 30-inch and a 55-inch.
Okay. And is that available now?
It's a prototype right now. We demoed it. We demoed last night at Showstoppers. It's a media event, and we'll be shipping in the summer. We'll be doing more eval units and soon.
When I'm actually using this, how many people angle-wide spread was the camera going to bring in? Do we all have to be sitting at a conference table looking straight forward? Sometimes how many people are at the meeting typically? Well,
it like any camera, you have a field of view. I mean, it's about like probably 80 degrees. So, it's reasonable. Like right now, you can't expect like 180
that's
degree
why I'm
everybody's
asking.
in. Yeah, it's about,
So, what's special about the camera? 1080p, 2K, 4K?
We can achieve 1080p right now.
Okay.
We can do 4K, but it's not really necessary, and it requires a lot of computing.
Yeah.
The specialty about the camera is that when you see through this glass, this transparent display, there's a lot of distortion. There's a lot of reflection and interference. So it requires hardware and firmware and the application software all work together to see through it and get rid of the distortion.
Okay, and the monitor itself, what am I seeing, 1080p color?
Right now, the 30-inch is about 720p.
Okay.
It has to do with the pixel density, because when it's transparent, you have to leave some part of it that is some real estate is transparent.
Right.
And the pixels itself is light emitting in itself. So they are the pixel itself is not transparent. So there are transparent part and non-transparent part. That's why it's about 40% transparency.
What's the price point on these? Do you know that yet?
Yeah, it's the 30-inch. We have a fully enclosed version, so you don't see through. That is $2,500.
Okay.
And for the see-through version, it's just a little more cool, and then it's for the environment, like in the office environment, it's kind of open. Everybody sees everybody. That's about $3,000.
Okay.
But for a 55-inch, our primary target is for like a conference room.
Sure.
And then you have collaborative software work to enable both sides to work together, seeing the common digital content in the middle. But the orientation is correct for every participant.
So are there added, does it come with software?
Yes, it comes with software. And it works with Zoom right now. And works with every online video meeting
Are there
software.
things like chalkboard and whiteboard and things like that on it?
Yeah, that's our special software. It's actually not only chalkboard, whiteboard, it's transparent, shared whiteboard.
Okay.
So it's as if both you and I have a sheet of glass in between us. You have one for yourself, I have one for myself, but the text orientation is correct for each of us.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What about if I had video files or things I wanted to share off my computer?
You can do that. You can just basically import.
Now, how does that go through? Does that go through your hardware that's built into this set?
We will have a cloud server, and then that content is distributed to both sides.
So that's kind of, I don't want to say offline, but it's not direct. In other words, if I had 3 videos and a PowerPoint or whatever I had, I'd upload that to the cloud.
It will be done dynamically. You don't have to explicitly download to the upload to the cloud drive.
So it's
drag
live.
into the view.
It's live interactive.
Yeah, it's live. It's interactive.
So I'm here and I say, let's take a look at the next video. That's queued up kind of like in our video switcher, if you will.
Exactly.
And I would push whatever control is and it would run that video. Then I'd say, let's take a look at the PowerPoint. And hopefully everybody's awake. And
yeah, exactly. And you can choose whether you want to share that PowerPoint, to share that video, or you want to just keep it for yourself, use it as a teleprompter.
Now, is there a subscription with this?
We haven't really make a decision on that yet.
Don't do it.
It's mostly we're focusing on the technology, the experience right now, but we'll announce pricing soon. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have to have a subscription.
Okay, no,
but,
I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Okay.
So when do you expect these to be ready?
We're shipping in the summer.
In the summer.
Yeah.
What other products are you looking at?
We also have kind of a lower cost version of it.
Oh, okay.
That is mostly based on a glass itself, and we have some more like a teleprompter setup.
Okay.
So both type of thinking is really for creating that eye-to-eye contact and also online collaborative.
What about sound? Where's that coming from? The sound.
The sound. It has built-in speakers.
So it's coming out of the TV.
It's coming out of the TV, yes.
Okay, and what is that enhanced, or is that just regular speakers built into the system, or is there some?
Right now, it's just regular
enhancement?
speakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I wanted to do headsets, I wanted everybody to have a headset.
You can have that.
I can jack that in and.
Yes.
Configure
So they can
that.
be used in broadcasting.
Okay.
And we can, we can put in more technology in have a microphone array. So
I was just going to ask you that. What about the microphones?
Yeah, the microphone array can be just right on the front, and then.
So it's not incorporated and built into the system.
It is right now.
Oh, it is.
It is. It is a simple microphone, but we could make it a microphone array so that is beamforming.
Are there input jacks to add that stuff?
Right now. No, but we can add that in.
Okay, you understand why I'm asking, because I might want a certain microphone.
Yes. Yeah, you can have a different, higher quality microphone. Yes. You can do that with a USB port. It has USB input, actually.
Okay, so I could add, if I have a mic array that picks up everybody clean and clear and.
Clear, yes.
Okay.
The device itself has a built-in Android computer in it. So it has input port and output ports. You can actually output this with HDMI.
So you're using Android as an operating system?
We are.
Why?
Yes.
I'm just asking. I just.
Well, it has all the necessary functionalities. We want the technology foundation in there. We can add in our application. So it's self-contained. You flip the switch. You have our integration with Zoom today, but you can also let the camera being seen by Teams or Meet.
Well, you've covered all phases of it. I grilled you pretty good on that.
Yeah, we try to think of everything.
That's great. Well, it sounds like a fabulous product. I'd love to see it work at some point in time. If you want to come back and do an interview and we can show it to people, we'll bring you back on the Gadget Professor show when we have more time after CES is over.
I'd love to.
And my audience would love to see that in operation. It sounds pretty cool. It's a good idea.
Right now, the information is on veonow.com.
Okay, and that's VEEO, 2 E's, VEEO.com. Check it out. It sounds pretty cool. I haven't seen it, but from the sounds of it, neat, cool stuff.
Great.
Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck with that. Keep in touch with us.
Alrighty, will do.
Great. That's an interesting innovation right there, I'll tell you that. It's interesting about that camera position. There is another product that I'm aware of. It's kind of sort of the same thing, but it's a little nutty. It hangs on the monitor and drops down, like on your laptop or your monitor, and it's going to drop down to your eye angle. However, it blocks the screen right in the middle, so it seems a little intrusive and a little annoying. I don't know, but that's how it seems to me. And right now it's 11 o'clock here at the Venetian Expo, CES 2024. And I am going to exit off the air, I think. Is that true?
Yes, Chris Jordan is up next.
Okay. Mr. Chris Jordan is up next, and he will inform and entertain you. And it was very nice joining you all this morning. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the continuing coverage here from the show floor of CES 2024 here with the Tech Podcast Network and Geek News Central, as well as Plug Hits Live. I'm Chris Jordan from the Curious Realm. Man, CES is one of my favorite events of the year. I'm a corporate AV technician for a living. This is kind of the world that I live in regularly, normally working AI conferences. But to see the realm of technology that is coming out right now, speaking of which, I have a news article that I found this morning that really expresses the actual uses of AI. This article came out from BBC, and it is entitled, "A Brand New Substance Which Could Reduce Lithium Use in Batteries Has Been Discovered Using Artificial Intelligence and Supercomputing." Scientists say the material could potentially reduce lithium by up to 70% usage. Microsoft researchers used AI and supercomputers to narrow down 32 million potential inorganic compounds to 18 promising candidates within less than a week. A screening process that could have taken more than 2 decades to carry out using traditional lab research methods. The material has already been powering a light bulb. These are the uses of AI, folks. Whenever you talk about concerns, things like that, the fact that we just found a viable, and we've been looking for a possible viable replacement for lithium for years. I mean, lithium is one of the most toxic elements out there. Expose it to some air, it catches fire so rapidly that you can hardly put it out. I personally had a lithium fire in my studio with a charged battery. I was just sitting there editing and sounded like somebody turned the water on in the bathroom behind me. And when I turned around to see who it was, this lithium battery that was charged on my workbench was just shooting sparks out of it. Out of nowhere, plugged into nothing, not charging, just started shooting sparks out. You're talking toxic fumes, fire that even water couldn't put out. I literally just put it inside of a steel pan outside and let it burn off, and then had to throw the pan away. So to know that AI has just found an actual material that can replace lithium, we're getting rid of all kinds of issues, talking environmentally, no more strip mining, things like that. When you're talking about an organic material that you could synthesize in the lab, same way that we're synthesizing spider webs, things like that, to increase Kevlar, that kind of stuff. So AI is hugely powerful when you are leveraging it to go through mass swaths of data and to find similarities between those data paths, to find the points of connection between them. It's pretty incredible. And when you start looking at, like we did yesterday with LEG, the elderly robot that is using AI to help build compassion with the elderly, loneliness right now is quite literally one of the largest health issues going on in our country. It's been identified as something, especially within elderly, that is causing major health issues, everything from heart to circulatory issues. So the fact that this bot itself can be a companion for elderly people, can be there with an empathetic greeting, can be there to share pictures from their grandkids, things like that. Even the kid's phone, the AI powered kid's phone that we saw yesterday, the camera from Teaching Tech, I believe it was, where they have a digital frame that you can give to the grandparents, and anytime the kid takes a picture, does a video, it pops up on the frame for them. So, that loneliness that they experience. I know my own mother calls regularly just wanting to talk to the grandkid, So to have those kind of things that are there that pop up, especially if family is all the way across the country, if they're in a care facility, those things are important to mental health and well-being of a person. And these are things that AI can not only help spot patterns in, but the technology of these devices that we were just talking about, LEG and the teaching phone, the smartwatch for kids and the camera for kids are real game changers when it comes to emotional well-being, when it comes to even familiarizing children with the world of AI, with the world of technology. To hear the gentleman yesterday with the smartwatch say that, parents say, it's good for 4 years. It still passes an OS update. When you're talking about something with $100 price point that you're able to pass down to the next kid in the family, and then they're able to pass down to a cousin, things like that, that is invaluable. That is an amazing price point for such an incredible device that really helps children understand the world of technology, get their grasp around it. My own son recently started a YouTube channel doing Minecraft videos. He's 6. But I'm using an AI-generated character that tracks his face. So his identity is safe online. Nobody's looking at my 6-year-old gaming. Google isn't grabbing his biometric data from his face. Things like that. So it's amazing what you can now leverage at home when it comes to AI. It is amazing to see how AI is coming to so many products that are in our everyday life. I almost considered bringing a bottle of tequila up here today and turning it into a drinking game where every time we say AI or technology, we all have to take a shot. But I know Kirk is over there. He's busy on the board. Yep. He doesn't have time to pour me shots all day and have one ready. But what do you think, Kirk, as far as some of the technology you've seen over here running the booth, bud?
It's been a plethora. I always say every year, the past 6 years I've been doing being here. It's from one, again, I said it before and I'll say it again. It's from one spectrum to the other. It's all, majority of it's all AI infused, and I still kind of have I'm still having my doubts with it. But I'm impressed with what we saw so far, and I can't wait for best of this Friday.
Right now, at least as of right now, my best of stands with a technology that I saw yesterday that is doing full volumetric video in real time, 5 megabit per second, pretty incredible, and with standard cameras, nothing really crazy. You don't need like $1,000 tracking camera, things like that. But the idea was that people are suffering from Zoom fatigue. I know I am. I was dragged back into the world of digital production, broadcast production, from live production when COVID hit, and everybody started. And to the point that when we were doing live events, it was common for us to be welcoming like 1,000 people into a Zoom room for a general session. To be welcoming like 100 people into a breakout room for a training virtually. And that will zoom you out, man. It's to the point that even with my own show, when people are like, oh, can you send me a Zoom link? I almost go crestfallen and exhausted because, it gets so tiresome seeing that two-dimensional view, just that flat screen. And the idea of bringing real-time holographic use, and not animated holographic use, not the fact of let's put you on a 360 pedestal and wireframe your whole body and then skin you out like you would on a video game. That is still virtual in some concepts. And when you start looking at the reality and the realism of the character on screen, frequently it resembles animation. One of the prime examples would be one of the guests that I have on my show. Radical Empathy Education Foundation uses VR and XR experiences to help build empathy for human trafficking victims, for labor trafficking victims, things like that. This is used to train teachers so they can spot a kid who's maybe been trafficked, used for police departments, used for hotels and convention centers like this. You can't go in a hotel or convention center here in Vegas without seeing a sign, warning you about it. So the idea that these immersive experiences build empathy faster, one of the big keys that he's gotten as feedback from people like the FBI, police departments, is we need it to be more realistic. We need it to be, it's very video gamey, and we need it to be like you have stepped into the location. When you see a person, you need to see a person. So the idea that you wouldn't have to have a virtual actor, the idea that you wouldn't have to skin somebody out or wireframe their body, but by the use of 3 cameras, you could get full 3-dimensional depth perception in real time. That's incredible. And that is some remarkable technology to see AI tracking, doing things. It's really amazing. And when you start talking about the leveraging of that in so many places, not only in the meeting realm, which of course they're using it, like I said, very much for virtual events, things like that, where you're welcoming people via distance into a product reveal. But once again, not animated, like you're seeing the actual product on stage, you know? Pretty cool stuff. And when you start talking about trainings, when you start talking about the way that people learn to interact with each other, these are fantastic, fantastic training tools. So it's remarkable, once again, to see where these things are leading, to see what AI is being incorporated into, because it's once again a mass swath of data that we're using to go through and train these things. It's pretty remarkable when you start seeing it. Woo! Oh, I hope we have room on the table. Let me move my drink. Woo! Wow, this is incredible. I can't wait till you guys see this. It's man. That is wild. Too cool. So we're about to have an amazing guest up, folks. We have some really cool high technology that we're about to be showing you. Jedzi is the company that we're talking to here in just a moment. Some really neat drone technology. So we'll be chatting with them. We have with us Mirko Cesna from Jedzi Incorporated, and he will be joining us to chat about this amazing piece of technology. Jedzi is a technology company based in Switzerland with the ultimate aim of designing and developing high-end multi-purpose drones with the mission delivery where it matters when it matters. The company was founded in early 2021 by Herbert Weirather, an aerospace engineer, and Mirko Cesna, a triple aerobatic helicopter world champion. Wow. With an innovative concept for delivery. Welcome to the show, Mirko. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
This is a pretty incredible piece of technology.
Let's
get into how you began developing it and why.
Absolutely. So basically, at the very, very beginning, making a little step backward, I was 9 years old when I started flying in general. So then I used my skills always only for myself, right? For making competitions, events, and always trying to achieve the world-class title. And once I was able to achieve that 3 times with the model helicopters for aerobatics, I decided together with Herbert to found a company which is fulfilling more the real need that we had, which is like trying to save people's life. And we are doing that already in Africa, but we want to expand and also do it in Europe and in USA as well.
Okay, well, let's get into your drone platform a little bit and exactly what its capabilities are.
So this one is basically a drone which is not like a conventional drone that lands on the ground, but our real asset of the company is mostly that we can have a mailbox 2.0, we call it, which is a mailbox that we can connect on the window or on a balcony. And doctors in laboratories or hospitals, they just open the window, they just can load the package inside the drone, then they close the window and the job for the laboratory person is done. So the drone automatically charges there, then it can basically take off and go 100 kilometers, so 60 miles away, with the 2.4 kilograms or 5 pounds of payload, with medicine, blood sample, everything that the laboratory needs to transport in an urgent way. And it lands in the same mailbox in the other laboratory or window, and the other doctor or nurse can pick the parcel there.
That is incredible. And when you're talking about expanses, especially like Africa, things like that, where there isn't help around every corner, you know, that is really awesome. What birthed the idea for this technology?
It was 3 years ago, and unofficially it was 4 years ago. There was 1 year of like development to see if the idea was actually working out, because me and Herbert, we were both not sure if this kind of configuration which we had to patent was really working or not. So to complete it, not transition the drone from a vertical flight to a horizontal flight in this way with a weird configuration of the motors. So we have horizontal motors plus vertical motors configuration.
Interesting. And how did your knowledge of helicopters help build this?
Yeah, that's a great question actually. So it was very critical at the beginning, because as it's a patent system, we didn't know how it was going to work. So at the beginning, it was flying really weird. So I had to, with my skills with the remote control, always take over control in every different situations. So sometimes it was like 1 centimeter on the ground, a few times it was like flying inverted. So my aerobatic skills were needed in order to save the glider every single time.
Wow.
So that was the only way to make it happen, because usually it takes hours and days to really repair a drone every crash. And we didn't have, at the very beginning, like the fund and the possibility to do that. So the only way was really trying to save every single glider. So with that being said, we were able to save probably 1,000 planes at the very beginning, which brought us to the point that the software now is like better than myself. So I don't need to fly anymore. It's completely autonomous, and it's like doing a better job than I do.
How do you feel about that? As somebody who spent their life perfecting a skill like that.
Yeah, it's amazing to see like the piece of tech that we have been developing is able to take over also my piloting skills when it comes to like flying behind line of sight, as well as like when there's a lot of wind, is really able to, like an airliner, right? Is controlling the perfect attitude in a way that by sight I could not do that. So I'm really feeling that at the beginning was really needed, but now the software, like the integration also of the artificial intelligence possibility and everything that we are seeing here at CES as well, I think it's like going in an amazing direction, which will become really cool.
Well, let's start getting into the AI of it real quick, because of course, you know, leveraging the world of AI with something like this to help find the fastest routes back and forth, help you know, identify trouble areas for weather, things like that. How are you leveraging AI to train this drone?
I think that this is a very interesting point, because we believe a lot into the glider design that we are having in this drone. So it's not really a drone, it's not a plane, it's a bit of a, we call it like bird, because it's a kind of bird system, because we are landing like on a window like a bird would do. And the AI for the future, I think, is going to be very interesting, because as every glider, when you're flying, the pilot is feeling like the thermals. So he always needs to understand where to go to get some more lift.
Yeah.
And in order to get a longer range when it comes to distance, getting these thermals is going to be very important, because we can save battery and like enlarge our routes to like many more kilometers.
Sure.
So that's what we are aiming actually for.
Well, and I mean, even incorporating things like thermal sensors, stuff like that, they're so small, so portable now. Like you could have it absolutely find the thermoclines before it ever gets there.
Absolutely.
So that's pretty remarkable. Now, what other applications are you guys looking at?
At the moment, we want to focus on the medical mostly. So we are fully in the medical sector, just because it's a market which really needs urgent deliveries. And at that point, there is also, we are basing ourselves on cost per kilometer to be cheaper than a car, because nowadays we also consider that in 5 years it will not be anymore like now. Now we have like a 2-ton car which is moving like literally 1 kilo or 2 kilo payload, and the pollution that it generates, the CO2 emission that it has, and also the fact that one person needs to be in a car the whole time driving back and forth. This person could definitely be in an office, like making a much, let's say, more comfortable job, being in front of a computer, managing multiple drones and making many more deliveries. So we really see this possibility within the next years to do a lot of flights, a lot of deliveries with much less workload and much less CO2 emission.
Now, how long have you been developing the glider so far?
4 years in total. And
wow.
3 years was the company we opened 3 years ago.
That is a pretty quick turnaround for something that is so proprietary. Now, what kind of technology did you leverage to kind of start off?
I think at the beginning, I would also start by saying that what is extremely important besides the technology is like the people behind the software, the whole software and hardware development. And what we did is hiring really passionate people. So every person in our company is really, if he is not working, he's still doing the same job but at home for fun. So bringing this kind of person in the company, you create an environment which is really, they are really more than happy to bring in new ideas and new way of working. So the development has been, I would say, twice as fast as it usually is in other companies, I think, when you just have a normal hiring process. So we worked mostly on that, and as well as in the technology, we are not outsourcing too much. We are mostly doing most of the things in Switzerland ourselves. So we, of course, are buying some motors and flight controllers, but most we are building all the hardware and software in-house in order to be very fast. So whenever we see a need of a change somewhere, we are very fast and quick on reprinting, remolding, or reproducing the pieces for us, and we can be very, very efficient in that way.
What is your typical production time for one?
I would say we have two companies. One is in Switzerland, is the headquarter. Then we have the daughter company in Africa, where we are doing the building, but also operations and deliveries, because there's where we started. And in Africa, they are really, really efficient. They are now with 12 people making 1 drone a week. And if they speed up a little bit the process, we can also do 2 drones per week by splitting into the chain. So we have the chain that is like modular. We can do like the whole team is working on 1 drone, or the whole team is working on 2 drones. So I would say in 1 week we can do from 1 to 2 drones.
Wow, that's pretty incredible, especially for something so specialized. Now, when it comes to entry point, when it comes to a hospital getting into something, what kind of price tag are they looking at to get into this pretty amazing delivery system?
I think for us that's also an interesting point, because we don't start with like a huge price tag or a specific price tag. We are mostly looking at the price per kilometer of the car, and from that point we are just cheaper than that. And we are confident by scaling up we are able to use this service. They have, of course, like a minimum kilometers they have to do per month, but usually we are just a little bit cheaper than a car. So for every hospital and laboratory, it's also easy to say, let's give it a try. Because whenever we start that, usually what happens so far is that they keep the service and they try to replace also the car with the drone, because it's a win-win. It's faster and it's a bit cheaper.
Well, I mean, you're not having to pay maintenance on a vehicle. You're not having to pay
insurance,
a driver, insurance, fuel costs, all that stuff. So I can imagine that would ring as a return on investment pretty quick. Pretty quick. Where can people go to find out more about the Jedzi and more about your product?
I think the best is jedzi.com, our website, and we are more than happy to receive emails there and to talk. Also have video calls, and we are very open to any opportunity that it can come.
This is absolutely amazing and something so necessary out there. When it comes to drone technology, this is incredible and a great leveraging of it for the good of mankind.
Yeah,
great
thank
job.
you very much. Really, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really pleased about that.
Most
thank you
definitely,
for the opportunity.
It's an amazing product. I cannot wait to see it in use out there.
Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity.
You bet.
Thank you.
Just one of the many examples of the way that AI is being leveraged with drones. You know, when you're looking at drone technology, drone swarms, things like that are becoming more and more regular. They are becoming, especially in my industry, drone displays are starting to take over fireworks, things like that, because you can do them year round. You don't have to worry about fires so much. And the technology that is used to make these drones actively talk together and communicate and act as intelligences that interact with each other for avoidance, collision, object avoidance are pretty remarkable. I remember last year, or not last year, year before, sitting here with Todd Cochran, we had somebody come in with tiny little radar modules that were about 3 millimeters each. You could fit numerous onto the size of a postage stamp. And they had a 30-meter range. And the first thing that I thought of was you could leverage that with AI inside of a pair of glasses for object collision, for blind people, all sorts of things. And lo and behold, that is actually one of the products that is here at CES this year, is object avoidance glasses for the blind. So, and also giving prompts to the deaf, things like that. So, and to see them leveraging and using AI and drone capability for hospital use, for delivery, absolutely awesome. Really cool stuff. And when you're talking about remote areas, places like the Amazon jungle, places like Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, things like that, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. You're talking life-giving medication, stuff like that coming to you more rapidly than it would ever be able to be delivered. We have with us here in this segment, folks, Matan Gutman, co-founder and CTO of Zoog. Zoog is a creative communication platform that uses advanced AR technology to connect families in a meaningful way. The platform is designed to bridge generational and geographical gaps, transforming loved ones into children's favorite character through stories, songs, and educational content. The Zoog experience is approachable and accessible to all, providing safe and valuable screen time. Welcome to the show, Matan. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Well, welcome. Tell us a little bit about Zoog.
So Zoog is something that we kind of dreamt up of during COVID, because we saw it's very difficult for our grandparents, for our parents, to communicate with our kids over video. So we essentially created a way for them to do what they do with the kids offline: read books, sing songs, make them laugh, only in a way that is immersive and fun and can be done even if they're not in the same room. Okay. So essentially what we do is we take children's content, like Winnie the Pooh, for example. I'll show you here. So this is you.
Here, let's see if you should be able to see that, folks. That's pretty cool. It just put a Pooh Bear nose and ears on top of me. That's awesome.
And what you do, very simple, press a button, start recording, and you read Winnie the Pooh. And as you read, you see the animations around you. The face filters will change.
Oh,
the
wow.
The background animation will change.
Too cool.
We, of course, add sound effects and music around it. And very easily, you created this beautiful video that you can then share with your grandkids. Now, they don't need to have the app installed. They can view this on any device at any time, as many times as they want, as children often do.
Yeah.
They can react to these videos with emojis, and they can request the next content they want you to read.
Cool.
Most of our users today are grandparents that use this to connect with their grandkids if they don't live in the same house.
That is incredible, and you know, it's been great to see how many things are focused toward the connection between grandparents and families at this show. This is probably about the third or fourth product, but a really awesome leveraging of technology here that you are using to incorporate. How do you go about teaching the grandparents to use the platform?
So we created this product with grandparents in mind. So we made it very, very simple, very, very easy to use. They are part of our creation process all of the time. We're in constant communication with them. We have user groups. We have users that we talk to on a regular basis, just to make sure that everything that we create fits them, they love, and they find easy and approachable. Now, it's important to say that also grandparents today are people 50 and up. These are people that already have an iPhone for a very long time. They worked with computers for the past 20 years. So a lot of them are savvy, and especially the grandparents to the young children, which are our main target audience, they find this super intuitive and simple usually.
Okay. Now, how does the platform work? Is it app-to-app communication through devices?
So you can download the app on the iOS. It's free to download on the iOS App Store. We have a bunch of free content that you can try and play with for yourself. If you want to unlock the full library, we have a subscription called Zoog Plus. Now, creating a video is super simple. The child on the other end does not need to have the app. Of course, it's easier for them if they have the app, so they can easily find their grandparents' videos and all that, but they don't have to. So the grandparents will create a video and share it as a link, the same way you're sending a text message. And like I said, the child on the other side does not need to have the app, and they can view it in any, when time fits. Usually, the grandparents will do it in one point of the day, and the child will, or the parent will let the child watch it when it fits them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how does the delivery of the media work?
Can you explain the question?
Well, how does a parent who doesn't have the app receive the video?
Right. So they would receive it as a text message.
Okay.
As a link. The link will lead you to our webpage where you can see the video. You can respond already to the video on that link. The child can leave emojis and other like cute ways to interact with the video, and they can also request the next content. So they would see what else we have in our library, and the child would see, I want grandma to read me Cinderella, or I want Gabby's Dollhouse.
Okay.
We are working with.
Oh, you have Gabby?
Yeah, we have Gabby.
Oh man.
We work with DreamWorks, and we created a bunch of content around Gabby and the Gabby cats. We also started working with Elmer recently, and this is a secret, we are coming out with Paw Patrol very soon.
Wow. Yeah. That's cool. I've got a 6-year-old, so there's a lot of Gabby in my house. Now, what does the platform cost as far as subscription, things like that? I know that the initial app is free, but what does the subscription package cost?
So the monthly subscription is $9.99 a month, and of course we offer cheaper plans if you take the annual or quarterly plans are cheaper. Okay.
And Android option coming soon?
Coming soon, yeah, coming this year.
Awesome. Well, where can everybody go to find out more about Zoog? Where can they go to download the app?
So go to the iOS App Store, search for Zoog. We'll show up, Zoog, Magical Storytime. Of course, our website is getzoog.com. And if you want to reach out, my email is matan@getzoog.com.
Okay. Is there a PC version? Laptop version?
No, but you can view the recordings on any device.
Okay,
so,
cool. Well, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it, Matan. This is absolutely awesome.
Amazing.
Once again, just amazing things to help bridge that connection gap. It's really cool to see how much technology is being used to connect families, used to lose that distance gap that exists between elderly and grandchildren, between elderly and family. Really, really cool. Our next guest, folks, is Rand Ralph, CTO of Sniper. Sniper is a mobile app that rethinks online shopping experiences by merging shopping, lifestyle, and community into an immersive Web3 social marketplace. Welcome to the show, Rand. How are you today?
Really excited to be here, and thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about Sniper and how it was created.
So we started maybe a year and a half ago. We're going to run up to 2 years, maybe in a couple of months, and it's been an exciting adventure. I have a co-founder, and we've known each other for maybe 10 years, right? We used to be in music, so we have different experiences in life. And then we were both doing pretty well with our businesses and things, and we're just looking for the big challenge, right? The new thing in our lives. And we wanted to do something in social shopping because we believe that the way that things are set up today is not really fair to people. Because if you think about it, you have major influencers, and they kind of monopolize everything that's going on in that sector, right? So you have I'm not going to name any names to put them on blast, right? But you have huge influencers, and they wear makeup, but they have plastic surgery.
Yeah.
And now there's 15-year-old girls, and they order the product, they pay a lot of money, and what happens, they get the product at home, and then it turns out it doesn't make them look their favorite superstar.
Yeah.
And the second part of that is kind of like, hey, we all create brand awareness. Like if I buy a new product or I go to a resort, I post it on social media.
That's right.
And I don't get paid for it.
Yeah.
Right? So this is we didn't think this was fair to people.
Sure.
So what is the solution, right? And we thought about it a long time, and I think as well, like it will always evolve because the market is always evolving. But we're trying to bring it back to friends, family, community. So if you go to our app, there's going to be a feed. You scroll through it, and you might see a product that somebody else in your circle bought, right?
Okay.
So maybe somebody reserved a resort, and you kind of trust this guy. Is this the kind of thing I can pull out the app? Or
absolutely.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
pull
go.
the app out, bud.
Let's go. All right. So
just show it right there to the camera.
That's it. That's my cue. All right. So there's going to be a feed, right? And as you scroll through it, you might see this guy. And right here, he has like his picture, his name, and bam, the 5-star review. And let's say I know this guy really well, and he always travels, goes to a lot of resorts. I've seen another couple of resorts, and 3-star, 4-star, maybe a 2, 5. This must be good.
Yeah.
Right? So what do? I can look up some extra info. I'm going to see like, product details, related products. All right.
Amenities, all that kind of stuff.
All that. So I hit book. I take this week here, next week. I hit pay. Now, what do we have? We have the Visa, we have the crypto. So whatever goes in on one end and goes to the vendor can be two different things, right? So you can pay in dollar, and the vendor might want to be paid in crypto or in euro or whatever is the situation, right? All right. So the moment I select a thing, let's say I go with Visa, you see pay in the bottom. When I hit that button, the system goes back in time and it's going to track like, where did I see this post? What happened? Maybe last week I liked a post from the same brand. Maybe my cousin already showed it to me. And now it is this guy. So as the merchant makes a new product, they can set a slider with an affiliate fee, right?
Okay.
So let's say this resort set up 10%. That 10% is going to be split between this guy and the other people that showed me the product and kind of created that brand notoriety for me to make that eventual purchase. So this guy is the big share of it, right? Because I use his link last. That's the biggest impact. That's really what I went for. But the other people also going to get a little bit. Right?
So this is affiliate marketing for the common man. You don't have to have a website. You don't have to. Wow.
You don't have to make a backdoor deal with some brand because you got 1 million followers on a major platform.
Well, and that's just it. Like speaking at podcast conferences, that kind of stuff. I mean, when it comes to monetization of a show, that's what it takes. Like the first thing they're going to ask, if you go to get Squatty Potty money, they're going to ask you how many downloads you have every month.
But this doesn't matter because it can be small if you want it to be small.
Wow.
So like let's take that concept a little further, right?
Sure.
So this is passive. This is a guy buying something, a review. So our slogan is we try and come up with these things like, monetize your lifestyle, influence to earn. So what we're really trying to transmit to people is like, you can do what you do usually, right? Because you're going to order a burger. You're going to like buy new shoes online. You're going to shop, right? You're going to do what you do. But if you do it on our platform, that's passive income. Because you never know who's going to get inspired by what you do.
That's awesome. Now, is there a chance for local businesses, things like that, to opt into this program? Because, of course, that's a fantastic way to really bust into market, is to let people suggest what they have locally, stuff like that, to friends, family, all that kind of stuff.
So we didn't launch yet. Right now, our main market that we want to focus on the next coming months, because we're really close to the release, is South America.
All right.
And there's a vertical that we are really interested in, or we thought was really cool to kind of address first for the app. There's a story I like to tell. I don't hope my current girlfriend is watching, but I was in Colombia a couple of months ago. Before her. I was in Colombia, and I was on a dating app, right? And you do the swipe thing. You do the swipe thing. Left, right. And I got a match with this girl, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then I read the bio, and she is selling tours to a castle. And I'm like, she's not here for dating. And then it kind of started like,
interesting.
Yeah, turning around in my head like, there's this whole community out there of people that are barbers at home. They do the nails, they do the eyelashes, and they're scattered everywhere around the internet. For finding customers for their business.
Yeah.
So these people don't have a home. And we can be that home, right?
Yeah.
So there's all these ideas of like, how can we really get to market? How we're going to get people on board? And my business partner Dimitri, he's a growth hacker, right? So he has all these ideas. And another thing that I think is really important is we have great advisors. I'm not going to name the companies, that you can find them on the website if you're interested in that type of thing, but. These people have this experience, right? Because we were like, okay, the cold start problem. How are we going to get this to market? Like, how are we going to like wheel in all these businesses? And do we need personnel? And they're like, don't worry about this. Like, we part of these major tech companies. Like there's a formula for this. This is already done a million times. So that gave us also the confidence to think big and to just like get out there and try to do something really meaningful.
Sure, and to lean on previous platforms that have used the same kind of technology and the same kind of interaction to move things. And having those kind of advisors really does help you spec out a product like that and get it out to market faster. When are you looking at release? Are you looking at release on multiple platforms or?
Well, it's going to be, if everything goes well, right, like the App Store and then the Google Play, like your regular app stores. And like I said, South America, and we're going to start probably like in Argentina within the next 3 months. We're expecting to launch. And then we just trying to kind of scatter around the continent. And the way we see it, there's a lot of, we started small, right? I didn't come from, I'm a simple guy. My business partner is a simple guy. We are not some huge conglomerate spending billions on the Super Bowl ad. So obviously we're going to get some funding. We have some really good movement. We're speaking to a lot of people, but this is going to be hard work, and this is going to be a lot of dedication and a lot of effort. So we're really trying to do something growth hacking type thing.
Well, it's incredible, once again, to know that anybody can become an affiliate marketer without a website. That is really, really forward-thinking, very, very awesome. Rand, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Sniper.
Sniper.net.
All right.
Sniper.net, that's where you go.
There
Sniper with a Y.
All right.
Like the T-shirt.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. That is wicked cool. As somebody who has advised numerous people on monetization of platforms, monetization of content, it's a game changer. It's a game changer because you don't have to, it lets you leverage your personal connections to be able to make money and monetize yourself. Really, really incredible. So we have our next guest sitting down right now. My bud is Sylvia is the founder. My bud is an innovative IoT device for the entire family. It seamlessly syncs with an ever-expanding library and connects its users of all ages with their selected content that is created by Budiz's own community. The IoT device also works offline, providing a disruption-free zone for a healthier sleep. Welcome to the show. How are you, Sylvia?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much for this introduction.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about this product.
Well, it's as you already told the audience, it's a distraction-free, healthy routine setting up device for better mental wellness and definitely for better sleep.
Okay, how does it work?
How does it work? I mean, as we are having this ever-growing, ever-expanding crowdsourced library, you are able to synchronize it with the device, with your preferred content, and obviously use it distraction-free without the blue lights for adults and for children.
Okay, so used for story time before bed, things like that, instead of tablet time.
Exactly. I mean, you know, I'm a mom at the same time. My son is 9-year-old, and some people, they are asking me like, Sylvia, why you are just not making the app? Why you are having a device? Let me tell you.
Yeah, I've got a 6-year-old, and it's one of those, I have a visual timer for him that goes off where it's like, time to focus away from 6 inches from your face. You know, there's so much that it impacts when you are just staring at a device all day.
Yeah.
So this is pretty interesting. What was it that actively inspired this device?
I will tell you, my son is 9-year-old, and I was just thinking that if I would leave him with the application and leave the room, I would find him playing, hey guys, Roblox or Minecraft. Definitely after 2 minutes, I'm leaving the room. So. Last year he got a mindfulness course at the same time, so I noticed how it affected him. At the same time I got a conscious parenting course, and I'm seeing like how mindfulness is affecting me as well. Yeah. So it's for, you know, the mental health right now is very important because we have a lot of anxiety, depression, and we are distracted all the time. So in order to have a better focus, definitely we need to introduce some of the mindfulness practices like breathing techniques, etc. And at the same time, we need to sleep well.
Yeah.
Because everybody needs to sleep.
Absolutely. Now, is this app driven, or how does the technology work?
Well, actually, we wanted to disconnect the device like totally from the app. So you are able to use the app by itself, which is crowdsourced, which means that it's like you are having the content from all over the world over there. We are launching it at the beginning of February. So this is the prototype you are seeing. We are going to be launching it at the beginning of February. And from this crowdsource app, you are able to set up the routine, which is like a kind of like a sequence of sounds.
Okay.
Like you can start with breathing technique, then pass to the bedtime story, and finish with some kind of like a, I don't know, maybe wind blowing or chimney. And afterwards, it's automatically turning off. But in the morning, it's going to wake you up for some kind of like a body scan. It's going to drive you through some kind of like a gratitude practices. So I mean, for kids, they're going to wake up totally in a different state, and they are going to go to the school in totally different state than waking up with a regular alarm at the same time.
What kind of changes have you seen in your own children after use?
After using it, definitely. I mean, whenever I'm seeing my son like getting like anxious and so on, then he knows where to stop and take a deep breath. I mean, this is what mindfulness is. And especially like, you know, when the parents are not sleeping well, the next day, kids are able to trigger you, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I've got an old man of a 6-year-old he's a fishing guy. Guaranteed he's ready to be up and at it at 5:30 a.m. every day.
Yeah. So if you're not sleeping well, you know how it is affecting you and the day ahead of you. So it's the same case for kids. So if they are sleeping well, if they are having the setup routines, bedtime routines, I mean, then they are definitely having a better day the next day.
So how does the crowdsourced content work?
We are having professionals who are putting their content on our platform. It's dedicated for sleep and mindfulness. So we are, for the moment, not collecting another sounds, let's say.
Sure.
And afterwards, we are sharing the revenue with them. So it's a kind of like a social responsibility project also for me, because I truly believe in collaboration.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that you are not able to create everything by yourself. At the same time, soon we are going to have a sleep tracking on the AI sleep tracking, which is going to inform you also about the quality of your sleep, especially the, you know, parents, they want to know the quality of their kids' sleep.
Yeah.
And suggest you the routines which are going to help you sleep much more better and have a better life.
Yeah. That is awesome. I mean, I've used binaural beats for years, things like that. I actively create binaural beat music. So
wow.
places like this.
So welcome. You can be one of our creators.
I would love to. That is awesome.
That is awesome.
What is the price point on this? Because this is an amazingly small device. Looks like it would pack up, throw in a kid's backpack to go to grandma's house.
You can take it everywhere.
Pretty easy.
You can take it everywhere because it's not connected. I mean, after uploading synchronizing it with the content, it's automatically disconnecting from the Wi-Fi. So you can use it wherever you go. As you said, kid can take it even to the backpack and even take it with him to school because, I mean, like, you know, they are oftenly getting anxious at school. So, I mean, having this kind of device with you, which will help you to relax with some kind of like a breathing techniques at school, perfect.
What is the price point on this?
It's going to be like $99, yeah, and it's coming with a few months of free subscription.
That is awesome. When is it already out on market? Is it available?
Yeah, actually we are aiming to launch it on 1st of February. We are going to start first with Turkey, obviously, and in March I am hoping that it's going to be all over the world.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
Incredible. Once again, like it's so important to get good, well rested sleep. Where can everybody go to find out more about Buddies?
Yeah, everybody welcome to buddies.com. Okay, you are writing it with 3Z, like with sleeping. So on our website, you are able to check and learn more about our product.
Buddies, folks. I love it. Well, thank you so much for the time, Sylvia.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Wishing you a great show.
I am definitely going to go and check that out and become one of your content creators.
Yes.
Awesome.
Looking forward to having you. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Take care. Wow, that is incredible. And once again, to see that these things are being used to bring people closer to mindfulness, to bring them to a point of being able to sleep better. That is a huge issue in American society. Even with myself, I'm an anxious sleeper. I wake up at 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. every day. So to know that there are devices out there that can help us train our brain, help us train our bodies to be in a better place, to actively, I lost my little counter. Let me refresh things. Boink. Let's see if that works. So we have our next guest sitting down. Do we have any information there? No? Okay.
No information.
No information.
That's fine.
Flying blind.
That's the way to go.
Do we have any information here? A tag or name? Chris Jordan, pleasure to meet you.
Alex.
Alex.
Nice to meet you.
Tell us why you're here, bud.
Okay, actually, I have no idea. Someone invited me over.
Okay.
Said I should come over, talk about my brand.
All right. Well,
Yep.
tell us about your brand. Tell us about your product.
Actually, someone took my name, Play for Lunch. So
Yeah, exactly.
So we're Blacklight. We're right down the street.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're gaming peripherals. We do gaming desk, gaming chair, lightings. That's the stuff that we're doing.
Okay.
But we're far more beyond just the traditional furnitures. So we're actually implementing our softwares into our system. We develop our own algorithms to read in-game data, syncing them, turning them into light signals, and putting them on the desk. That's what we do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what uses does this have?
What uses? Gaming competitions, education, streaming, music, or any type of entertainments.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the inspiration for creating this?
Okay, inspiration. So we started as a home decor company, the family business at the beginning. And as we start developing our product, we go from mirrors into the smart mirrors, which have the LED, And then we got into the LED lightings, and we found a lot of problems about the the music sync in the current LEDs. So we started revising on that, changing it from the traditional just reacting to the voice, to the pitch, to the length.
Yeah.
And then more demand comes up. They're like, oh my God, can you guys do gaming? Can you read the game? Then we're like, oh my God, that's actually a really good idea.
Yeah.
So we started to go into graphic algorithm. We started analyzing the game. And then we just couldn't find a table or chair that actually fits our need. So we're like, okay, you know what? We're just going to design it from the ground up. We're just going to do it.
Wow.
So we spent a year and a half testing tables, doing materials, and come up with our new patented layers, a sandwich design to achieve the maximum strength, maximum lightweight, and magnetic capabilities. So our table right now, our stuff is magnetable. So a lot of accessories, extendables, cable management, corner lights, it's all magnets.
Cool.
You just click on, that's it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Totally customizable to however you
Yes.
want it. And the fact that that your software is reading the game to interact with the lights.
Yes.
Most everything has always been 555 driven, things like
Exactly.
that, just a standard clock and a microphone.
Yep.
How did you guys go about, I guess, reading that and getting your lights to recognize that?
So that's our secret sauce.
Sure.
We're not going to let go too much of the information, but basically that's what it says is the algorithms. So as we start to test, we're training with a lot of the pro gamers. We're training with a lot of universities. There are testers essentially. So as they play their game on our table, they start giving suggestions, or they start customize their own lightings. With that, we start to analyze, okay, what is the best way of showing those lights? And also, we're working with professors from University of Toronto, psychology majors, to help us on designing a light that actually enhance your performance, not only for gaming, but also for daily use. So for example, if you wake up early, you feel a little bit foggy, but you need to do your work, so our table can turn on the morning mode, energetic mode, go on the blue hue to help you energize to wake up. And at night, if you have to work late, if you have to, but you want to go to sleep in half an hour, then we can turn on the rest mode. And then the table goes into dark orange. The lights gradually change to a warmer tone to help you to sleep.
Yeah.
Yes.
And You know, that's really interesting because not many people realize exactly how important light and color is to our everyday life.
Exactly.
Everything from our mood to our energy level.
Exactly.
Even the fact that they started coming up with sunrise alarm clocks a few years ago.
Yes, I had that
slowly wake you up.
I had that.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah.
And to know that your desk and your workspace, because I'm somebody, I edit video, I am at my
You're working on
desk
for
is
sure.
my
I know.
desk is my world, man.
I know.
And it's
I know.
one of those that it's weird because I get my best flow work done between 11 and 3 a.m.
Exactly.
But I really shouldn't be awake between 11 and 3 a.m.
Your body hates it.
Yeah.
And your body needs to know when do you need to fall asleep. And you need some reminder or you need some hints.
Yeah.
That's where lights come up.
Well, precisely. And it can be really hard to have a hard timer in front of you sometimes. That can increase your stress level.
Exactly.
But if you've got a nice gentle reminder of, hey, you should tone things down in a few minutes.
If I
That's cool.
I can give you a reference.
Please.
Plane. When you fly on international flights, you can notice, like, before you eat or before they turn off the light, you can see the ambient in the plane actually change the color.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what it is. You don't really notice, but magically you just woke up. Magically you just pass out. Well, you just go to sleep.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Incredible. And the fact that y'all are actually working with psychologists, things like that.
And we're working with hospitals. We're working with, we're actually designing games with light to use in long-term homes, long care homes, for helping with dementias.
Awesome.
We cannot say we're curing them, but actually we're helping them.
Yeah.
So we're helping managing them, make them happy.
Well,
right?
Absolutely, and keeping their mind active, engaging them, and also using the light therapy at the same time.
Exactly.
So what are some of the other applications you're looking at for this?
Right now, we are working with sports. NBA is using our products. We are analyzing not only the in-game, but we're trying to help them, NBA and Tennis Canada. We're trying to do sports analysis. So because, think about it this way. We're using graphic algorithm. We read the in-game data, right?
Sure.
That's one flat surface. It's 3D game, but it's a flat surface. But like you have here, if I have 2-3 cameras in the same room, technically, by reading 2 to 3 flat images, I can create a 3D image. And now I can read the full motion of how you swing the bat. I can read how your footwork is. I can read how many seconds before you jump and throw the ball. And I can give you a training deck of what happened to your players. What can you do to improvise that? What can you do to improve? And how should you train?
Cool.
Yes.
That is really remarkable.
Yes.
Where can people go to find out more about your product? Is it available out on market right now?
So our chair just launched in the market late November. Right now, you can go to our website, goblacklight.com. That's Blacklight, BLACKLYTE, or you can find us at Best Buy, Costco, or other retailers.
Awesome.
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for the time here at this
Thanks,
very
Chris.
busy CES.
Exactly.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome
Have a good
product.
show, man.
You too. Wow. Really cool. Once again, to see how many companies are using these technologies for the betterment of health, to make your everyday life better. Really, really cool technology. And to know that once again, that the idea of setting a timer, it's important. It helps you move on. It helps you, you become more productive when you give yourself a set time to do something and then move on to something else. You don't get your wheels stuck in ruts, things like that. So the actual, productivity goes up. All these things go up. Fatigue goes down. It's really cool to see a company like that looking forward into things. So we've got some additional coverage coming up. We have more guests coming in. This is always a fun show. It's always great. I love the mass amount of technology that we get to see, and the really interesting concepts that people are bringing about with these items. The one that we were speaking with earlier, actually, being able to share story time. That is really cool. It's a great idea. And the fact that you're able to diminish that distance between family members, that you're able to use technology to bring a human connection closer. That is really powerful and very awesome to see technology doing that. So I don't know if we have more guests coming. Who knows? We'll see.
Not yet. Not for another. We got. Let's see. It's
20 minutes.
No, we're at the top of the hour, so we should have one coming.
Okay.
Next 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. Am I 3 hours today? I thought that was tomorrow. Am I today? If that's today, I'm fine. Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. Oh, man. So what's some of the favorite stuff you've seen over here, Kirk?
To be honest, I haven't been paying attention too much because I'm TDing, so I haven't really. I like the one service or an app that deals with senior citizens that Don interviewed. It was. I'm trying to think. Let me go back real fast here. I can give you the answer.
It's all right.
Safe Living.
Okay.
So that's a contender for best of. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that I've seen and witnessed, that drone would look really cool.
That drone was pretty incredible, man. Mm-hmm. And especially when you're talking about one of the many years ago, I used to go and videotape the pitch competition for Rice University Business School, and it was pretty remarkable. Like Dell came out of that. Pretty wild stuff. But one of the technologies that I saw that was very related to that was the beginnings of dry insulin. So because insulin has to remain refrigerated all the time, and if it doesn't, it goes bad. The idea of having insulin in sub-Saharan Africa out in tribes and being able to get it to people is hard. So when you're talking about a dried powder that you just add water to and mix it up, and now you have insulin, pretty cool. Yeah. So right along the same lines of how do we get that emergency care to people? How do you get anti-venom to somebody out in the middle of the wilderness? You know, that drone, things like that. Right. So really, really cool to see people forward thinking how we can help humanity with this technology. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, it's the drone was cool stuff.
I think I also noticed too. I didn't go to Showstoppers or CES and Dales, but I noticed that AI is here in some shape or form. But I noticed a lot of health tech.
Yeah,
that's coming more and more prevalent. It was like that last year. It's slowly, like, especially with with COVID-19 and they were trying to products to combat that, but it's gotten more. But even more now, it's exploding more and more. Whereas years past, you wouldn't see this in the CES or on the consumer market.
Yeah, there's been a big push in the health world over the last few CES shows, and especially this one, I've seen a lot of elderly tech.
Yeah, AARP's got. And I'll pull up the camera. Well, I can't. Well, if you look. I have our camera. Pull up the camera. The floor view from our tower camera. So it's past. If you go past the Philips booth, it's almost towards like the back corner or the back center, if that's the word. AARP has got different companies representing apps, services for seniors. So they used to have a really small booth a few years ago as well, but now
it's huge.
That thing's huge.
It's massive. No, they've got an actual pavilion.
Exactly
AARP
right.
has a pavilion now. It's not just a booth.
Yes, correct.
And yeah, even the idea of how do you protect elderly from phishing scams, things like that. Huge issues going on with that in the world. So being able to use technology to keep that from happening or to help give them warnings that, hey, maybe this is an email you should just delete.
Well, my former job, I tell customers be very wary when looking at emails. look at misspellings, look
Yes.
at poor grammar.
Look at the greeting.
The greeting, yeah. So there's a lot, and also look at the email address from so and so. Just look at if you don't recognize it. So I'm like kind of like tech support for a lot of people.
As you know, I have numerous Facebook accounts, numerous pages, things like that. As such, I get a lot of spam mail. And it happened to me here, I guess it was this time last year. I got hacked. Ended up getting hacked on social media. I now have an avatar that has full control over all my platforms. So I can log in through the back end, kick people out, kick myself off, and then go rejoin, all kinds of things. But that creation of the avatar and using a different email address really showed me that about 80% of the contact that I get from platforms like that is phishing spam. The ones that are actual and genuine come to my email address, not to the avatar's email address. And I mean, buddy, it's on the order of like 20, 25 emails a day where it's like, I purchased this product from your website. No, you didn't. If you purchased that from my website, you'd be contacting Amazon because that's where the links go.
Right.
You wouldn't be contacting me.
OMG.
Wow. So, yeah, I click this picture to see it. It's like, I'm not clicking nothing, man.
See, I have Gmail, but I have an AOL email that I had since the dial-up days.
Yeah.
And Gmail's been pretty good catching spam. It has been really good.
AOL's just a door wide open, dude.
Oh, without doubt. Without question.
That's just a windfall of spam. We have our next guest joining us. So, let's see. Do we have any information on them?
Not at the moment. No.
Okay.
Waiting for a bet.
Okay. So, let's see here. All right. We have Michel Loriot.
Is that good?
Loriot. Tell us a little bit about your company. Tell us about what you do.
A-Giga is a marketplace, let's say a platform that link industrial electronic companies together to enable them to sell their excess inventories and to purchase electronic components.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what had you come up with this platform? What begat the creation of it?
I've been working in the electronic industry for, let's say, 25, 30 years. So I discovered some challenges that meet the electronic companies. And let's say the excess inventories are very big for them. They lose 1% of their revenue because of the excess inventories.
Wow.
So it's fundamentally 1% of profit loss.
Wow.
So
that's incredible. And how do you go about using this platform to help people sell stocks, things like that?
How the process is? Yeah. The process is quite simple. All companies that have excess inventories, electronic components, send us the file, and we do the pricing because the value of an electronic components can change drastically from a quarter to another one, depending if we are in a shortage period or not. So they send us the file, we do the pricing, we propose them the pricing. If they are okay, we validate and we put online. As soon as it is online, other electronic companies are searching about purchasing, are sourcing. They find the right component, so they put in the basket and place an order like it is in every marketplace. If the value is big, we can accept other payment solutions and the credit card, obviously.
Okay.
And then, when the order is completed, we place an order to the seller. They send us the part to A-Giga, and we send the parts. We control them. We make sure that everything is clear, is correct, and then we ship it to the buyer.
Incredible. And as someone who's done some circuit design, things like that, parts can be very hard to find, especially if you were looking for very specified parts, chips, things like that, that are made for very specific purposes. How do you go about connecting these vendors together?
In fact, you are right. Sometimes the market is very tough.
Yeah.
And in 2002 and 2001 started, it was very hard to find some parts.
Yeah.
And so we have already a network of different independent distributors that exist. We call that brokers. But they are iGiga is not on this kind of business. We absolutely want to sell all the parts, not only the parts that are on shortages.
Yeah,
that makes a big difference with brokers. The second difference is that we put our pricing online. We push the pricing online. So the customers that is looking for a product, he find it on our. He sees the pricing. The price for 1 pieces, 10 pieces, 10,000 pieces, 30,000 pieces. He has different prices on the columns.
Yeah.
Different columns. He places your order, and then he has. We have the other difference is we have a margin model, very clear and transparent. We do 15-point margin, 1.5.
Okay.
When we know that. It's not exactly the model.
That's a smaller margin than most. When it comes to what a markup is, things like that.
When we are in shortages, we have certainly sometimes components that are sold $100 bucks when it costs $1.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Sometimes we are not on this model, but we want to sell all the parts, not only the parts that are on shortages, really.
Yeah.
So your question was why we do that. The second or the first good reason is because it's very costly in terms of environment. Because all the excess stock, after let's say 5-6 years, go to the garbage.
Yeah,
and it's really a shame.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, especially in technology parts, things like that, especially surface mount, things change so rapidly, and to the fact that even with the shortages, like I'm a professional audio video engineer, there are people out there with Behringer sound consoles that have not been able to get parts for 2 years.
Yeah.
So to know that there are places like you that you can go to find these hard to find parts that you would otherwise have to be a distributor or a company like a Behringer who's building the product to begin with.
For the company who is seeking some parts hard to find, we are an alternative and an additional channel, but we don't do miracle.
You can't work miracles, but yeah, because otherwise, sometimes you would have to literally contact the chip factory to see if you can get things shipped over. That's remarkable.
Yeah, it's not. We don't purchase the parts to manufacturers.
Yeah.
We purchase the parts to users, in fact. Companies that produce electronic boards.
Yeah.
That have the products in excess stock.
Well, and even the idea, if you're a designer, you're in a lab, you're a product tester and building, you don't have to go to this distributor to find something, this distributor to find that. You can come to one warehouse and find all the parts from all these different distributors in one place.
We are still young, and we have not everything.
Oh, yeah, but that's a beautiful concept.
Today we have more than 500,000 different part numbers.
That's a good roster.
It's a good start.
That's a fantastic start. So, where can people go to find out more about this? Where can designers go to get their parts?
Designers or purchasers or to find us, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
agiga.net.
All right, fantastic.
agiga.net.
Fantastic. Well, Michel, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is exciting for people like me who have problems finding some parts There are solutions out there.
Come to us and purchase it.
Absolutely. Awesome. That is incredible, man. And I'm a big fan of people like Michelle who have taken the time to build this system, to actively get manufacturers to put parts in one location where everybody can find them at the same time, because it can be frustrating when you're trying to build something, when you're trying to build for testing, and you just can't find the part that you need. So good on you, Michelle, for that. Our next guest is Greg Zobel, COO of CarePredict. CarePredict is a leading technology company specializing in senior care solutions, another senior care company. By combining artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, and wearable devices, CarePredict empowers caregivers with real-time insights, enabling proactive care delivery and enhanced quality of life for seniors. With a focus on safety, well-being, and independence, CarePredict is redefining how we care for our aging population. CarePredict is utilized throughout the United States in senior housing as well as by older adults aging at home. Welcome, Greg. How are you?
Hey, very good. Good to see you today.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about this amazing product. We have seen so many elder care devices at this CES. I'm so excited.
Which is awesome.
It is.
You know, back in 2018, not so much.
Well, and my mother is 50 years older than me, or 25 years older than me, rather. I'm about to be 50, and she is getting to the point where we have to check on her a little bit more than we used to, and take care of things. So products like this are fantastic for families that live away from elderly.
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly our use case. That's exactly why we came into being. That's exactly the story of our founder. I mean, he lives in Florida, two elderly parents. He's the go-to. Basically, he would live relatively close, only a couple cities away, but every weekend he spent them in the ER with his mom with a UTI or dad with a fall, and he said to himself, there's got to be a way to get ahead. That's where CarePredict comes in, to get ahead of these things.
Yeah.
And that was the genesis.
Well, let's get into the technology a little bit and how it works.
Exactly. It's a wrist-worn wearable. Probably the best place on the planet, the most valuable place on the planet, as we would say, is on the wrist of a senior, because from this position, we essentially, through motion, capturing all sorts of motion, we can detect things like what their bathroom pattern is, how long they go to the bathroom, how many times they go to the bathroom, sleep pattern, eating pattern, overall activity pattern, walking pattern, and what it does for every individual. So for your mom, it would figure out her normal, and let's just zoom in on bathroom.
Yeah.
And let's say her normal is she goes 5 times a day. Fine. And what we're doing in the back end with our AI is basically watching for significant deviations.
Okay.
So here comes mom. Mom is now going 10 times a day instead of 5 times a day. Leading indicator for a urinary tract infection,
absolutely.
which is the bad news in an older person.
Yeah. And that's incredible, the predictability of things like that, especially when you're talking about gait, stuff like that. We have huge issues with osteoporosis in this country. I know my mother is a big arthritis sufferer, so to know ahead of time that that she's having an issue before she even feels it.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
No, exactly. And again, in your example, we would know that mom in a day typically spends, let's say, 45 minutes walking. And now mom's spending, 10 minutes walking.
Sure.
She's got, she's in pain. Something's going on with mom.
Yeah.
You need to check on mom.
Even to know the average distance and time it takes her to get to the bathroom.
Exactly.
And hey, I'm noticing that it's taking you twice as long to get to the bathroom. You doing okay? How are your hips?
Right.
Or
even something like, we've talked about activities, but it also knows indoor location.
Oh.
So now mom usually spends in her bedroom, let's say 8 hours at night. Now she's spending 20 hours. Why? Because she's not leaving it during the day.
Yeah.
Something is going on with mom like that.
Interesting. Now, let's talk about the interactivity of it and how you engage with the device itself. Is it app-driven, but who controls the app?
Well, we control the app. But for the senior, let's talk about two different
Yes,
users. Okay,
absolutely.
So you have the senior, and again, specifically designed for the senior. No screen on it. They're not on their Apple Watch trying to figure out what to do. It's very it's
trying to read tiny things.
It's a very simple interface as a button. If she wants to know the time, it will press the button. It'll tell you the time, the date, its battery level, etc. If she needs help from you, who has the app, she presses the button. It pops up on your app, says, "Here's mom. Here's the room of the house she's in, and she needs some help."
Wow.
Now, so let's say that's happened. You can, from your app, talk to mom on her wearable. So you could say, "Mom, what's up?" And she could say, "Oh, I don't like the TV channel," or "I'm falling," and
yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Wow, which has fully happened in my life.
Yeah.
And it's a moment of panic when it happens because, I didn't know it happened. I live half a state away in Texas. So to be able to have that in real time is huge because they may not be able to reach a phone. Even the fact of the last time my mom fell, she didn't have her phone with her.
Yeah, exactly.
So she had to crawl across the house to get to a phone to call my brother.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
That's a real, and well, let's even take it a step further. You're half a state away. So, you can talk to mom, but guess what? You're half a state away. You can't go there, right?
Yeah.
So what you do with this is that you set up what we call care circle. So
Absolutely.
you're in it, and one of the people in that care circle, guess what? It's probably a couple reliable neighbors that you could get in touch with to say, please get over there.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. That is really cool. Now, what is the entry point on this?
In terms of
price?
In terms of price, it's $450 for a kit, and then the subscription fee right now is $69.99.
Okay. And is that can you put that on Medicare, anything like that?
Today, it's not reimbursable.
Okay.
So it's all private pay today.
Okay.
It's all private pay today.
What is the availability of it? Where can somebody get it?
CarePredict.com.
Wow. That is really incredible. Now, what are some of the future use cases that you're looking at? Are you looking at leveraging it in other platforms, adding more functionality to it?
We're constantly adding functionality. Our most recent two pieces of functionality, which are huge, we call it Care Voice. Two things: Care Voice, Care Guide. Care Voice, what you can do from your app is basically put reminders to your mom on her audio reminders. So it'd say, "Mom, it's 10 in the morning, time to take your blood pressure medicine."
Awesome.
Etc.
Awesome.
And most people use their granddaughters because they're so, yeah.
What about detection? Does it do anything like O2 level? Does it do anything like blood sugar levels, things like that?
You're just, did I talk to you before this?
No.
So then there's Care Guide. And what Care Guide does, it enables this to pair to any FDA-approved device.
Wow.
Blood pressure, glucose, inspirometer, etc.
Too cool, man.
Yeah.
Too cool. That is really forward-thinking and absolutely necessary. Once again, let everybody know where they can go to get their CarePredict.
CarePredict.com.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Thank you, everybody.
Greg, thank you so much for the time.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely awesome. I am definitely looking into that for my mother.
I would.
It is absolutely essential, man.
Take care.
Thank you. Another amazing elderly care product, man. I am so glad to see, especially with over the last few years, the focus on healthcare, the focus on mental health, the focus on continuing health, that we have been seeing so much in the world of elderly care. Because once again, my mom lives by herself. She's got my nephew that lives with her, but he has work, things like that. So the idea that when something happens, not even if, but when something happens, that I can be alerted immediately via distance, that my wife could be alerted, that's just incredible and awesome. I'm looking into my Care Connect. That is fantastic. So we've got new guests coming up here in just a couple seconds. We're getting information into the system. Well, welcome to the continuing coverage, if you're just tuning in, of CES 2024 here with the Tech Podcast Network, Geek News Central, Plug Hits Live. So many awesome, amazing hosts here doing great stuff, talking about amazing technology here at CES 2024. This is one of my favorite events to come to every year. I go to numerous conferences. I work numerous conferences, but the buzz that happens here on the show floor, the innovation that you get to see, the emerging technology that is here, it's just really great. It's a place where you can come, and across the hall you may have somebody who can help you create your device. You may have somebody who can help you find funding, like DARPA is set up downstairs. You're talking some of the most advanced technology out there with DARPA. Amazing people come and set up here at CES. We're getting our next guest info into the system as we speak. So now, here in just a few minutes, we'll be switching hosts. We'll be having, if I'm not mistaken, I think Scott Ertz is up next. I can't remember who is coming in after me. We're all going through and doing just massive shifts of coverage throughout all of this. It's always fun to sit down and just talk to creator after creator after creator. Once again, it is mind-numbing the amount of technology that is here. I am trying to see if I think we have our next guest coming up here in just a couple seconds. Nia Casa from Minming, or Nia Casa is the company. Minming Gu is the co-founder. They will be here in just a moment. Founded in 2017, Nia Casa is a global brand of smart home cleaning appliances. As a market-leading innovator, Nia Casa offers a wide range of products, including smart floor cleaning, smart pet cleaning, and coming from a number of the world's most respected brands like Microsoft, Honeywell, Huawei, Motorola, Foxconn, and more, the Nia Casa team fuses innovative technology and fashion into every piece of creation that empowers us to move forward all along. So we'll be chatting with them here in just a second. We're getting things set up, getting folks up here. This is fun products. So here we go. Fantastic. Ooh, these are nice looking. So Nia Casa, once again, is a global brand of smart home cleaning appliances. And we're going to be looking at a few of their products here. Looks like some of their pet grooming, maybe, things like that. So, we should have power right under the table here, if I'm not mistaken. Whoop, somewhere. Is it at my feet? Okay. Let me see. Excuse me, I'll be right back, folks. I don't see an outlet here. Let's see, we should have an outlet. And we're back. Hey, everybody. We have with us right now co-founder Minming Gu of Nia Casa. Tell us a little bit about Nia Casa and how you came to make these incredible products.
Okay. First of all, let me make a little correction.
Sure.
It's called Nia Casa.
Nia Casa?
So it's a play
Okay.
of neat, casa.
Gotcha.
So it's like neat home.
Okay.
Per se. So it's
Gotcha.
really funny. Like, first of all, a lot of people pronounce it in the way that you pronounce. But like, we had this like recently. Do you know Cesar Millan?
Mm-hmm.
So Cesar Millan, okay, I respect him so much. He got our products and he tested it out. He's like, oh, this is amazing. He started his career as a groomer.
Yeah.
So he actually posted a video last week on TikTok about one of my pet grooming systems. It's not this one. It's an older, like the P2 Pro version, which was probably the one that I actually demoed here last year. And his last quote was, having mi casa in my casa makes my life so much easier. I was like, oh, this is brilliant.
You couldn't get a better drop quote than that.
Yeah, I was like, this is exactly what this name represents for. Because we are a company focused on home cleaning. So we want people like casa to be clean and tidy. And a lot of like families have dogs and pets, right? And hair is like everywhere, basically, right? So this is actually the 4th generation of the pet grooming system we're working on. Yeah, which just recently launched last November-ish. But we had the first one launching like about 2.5 years ago in June 2021. And it was such a big hit. So it was like nothing similar in the market. Nothing similar. We basically created this category.
Wow.
And then it was like 6 months, we made it to the Amazon, the top seller, and then we introduced a second version, and then competition coming in. We continue to develop, like just input resources into developing like the newer generation, new generation, right? Until November, we came up with one. It's called Nikasa S1 Pro, okay? You don't have to remember the name S1 Pro. You can remember it as its nickname, Donut.
Okay.
Yeah, because look at the shape.
Yeah.
It is look like a donut shape,
That
right?
that is a beautiful design.
Yeah. So like everyone's like, hey, this is a donut. So we make all these like promotions and marketing like as a little big donut shape, beautiful donut shape, so cute. But like the fancy thing is not like because of the look, right? Okay. Like I would describe this product to be the most premium, the most professional home use pet grooming system. All right. And the most premium, the most professional. These two words mean something, all right? Yeah. So first of all, it has 8 different accessories, as you can see here, beautifully placed on this rack, okay? Most of the products on the market, including our own previous 3 generations, we have 3 accessories, including the clipper, brush, nozzle, daily brush, and de-shatter. But what are the 3 new ones that we introduced, right? So for the clipper, we actually introduced 2 more different heads, like accessory on top of it. You can literally pull the head out, like just pull. Yeah, pull.
Oh, yeah, look
and
at
then
that.
you can replace with the nail grinder and replace with a smaller clipper.
Cool.
So the nail grinder, like if you purchase one on Amazon, let's say, like independent nail grinder, it will be like $35 to $39.
Yeah.
Okay. And the smaller clipper, it's good for smaller areas, like for example, in between the paws, like around the ear, like around the mouth, you know, like those are actually pretty
detail
useful.
areas where you don't want a big blade.
Totally, exactly. So let's roll over. Yeah, let's roll over to this side so you can have a better look. So these 3 are the same thing. So this is the daily brush. Okay, this is the rake. This is the de-shatter. So rake is a new accessory that we introduced. All right. Can you please also take off the de-shatter as well?
Sure.
Yeah. So like you give audience a clear look. What are the differences? Yeah. What do you think they are different? How they're different?
Well, I mean, one's made for much finer hair than the other. One's probably used for detangling hair and getting knots out of hair, things like that.
Yeah, definitely. You're definitely right. Do you have a dog at home?
I do not. I have 2 cats.
Oh, cool.
Long hair and short hair.
Let's get in there later, okay?
Yeah.
So the rake is more suitable for those like double-coated, very heavy fur dogs, okay? De-shatter is more for like a single coat or like less heavy, okay? So both of them are for like, you need them. They are very practical tools, basically, okay?
So what is the entry point on this? What does the system cost?
$199.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
not bad, especially whenever you consider the average cost of taking your dog to the groomer to begin with.
Well, yeah.
And especially sometimes with some dogs, that is a traumatic experience.
It is.
You know, so to be
totally
able to
true.
do that at home where there is a point of trust with the animal, that's hugely incredible. We have
Totally true.
We have you for about another minute. Let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Nikasa.
Yeah, so we're available on Amazon.com. Yeah, just search Nikasa S1 Pro, and we're also available on Nikasa.com, as well as TikTok shop.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're doing
Awesome.
really well on TikTok. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well-
And last 10 seconds, since you
Sure.
mentioned that you have 2 cats, so this is actually perfect for cats as well.
Ooh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. The noise level is just 0, basically.
Fantastic.
So quiet.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you so much.
Greatly appreciate it. Min Mingu, everybody from Nikasa. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That is awesome. As somebody who is an allergy sufferer, it's something that we love our animals. I wouldn't live my life without my animals. But the dander, the things that are left behind that do affect our health, that affect asthma, everything else, fantastic to know that there are products like that out there that help prevent that before the hair gets everywhere, before the dander gets all over the place. So we actually have our next guest sitting down, getting ready to come in. Ooh, that looks like a fun toy. We'll find out what that is all about. We have Soli Ventures coming up. Soli Ventures is a South Korean startup with a mission to redefine childhood with innovative products and visionary toys that empower the next generation through a convergence of joy, support, and technology. I myself, as having a 6-year-old, love seeing technology leveraged in children's toys. I love nothing more than a toy that helps my kid learn technology and learn to live in the modern world and integrate with these pieces of tech. So our guest right now from Soli Ventures is Kwon Mingjung, Chief Content Officer. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, tell us a little bit about this product. This looks pretty cool.
Thank you. As you can see, this resembles an orange. It's called Peel and Play. And we made this toy for children with ASD and other related disabilities who have sensory needs.
Okay.
And have you heard of a term called stimming?
Yes.
Yes, so it's
absolutely.
So it's kind of like hand flipping, repeating words. Like adults also do it. Like we bite nails when we're nervous and everything.
Biting the inside of your cheek, twirling your hair,
Yes.
things that make you comfortable in uncomfortable situations.
The behaviors that I want to do right now
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
very nervous. So these children, especially young children with ASD and other children with like sensory needs, they do these stimming behaviors to regulate their emotions, their stress level. It kind of gives them comfort, joy, and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of sounds like relaxing behaviors for them, but actually for younger children, it prevents them from attending to like daily activities.
Absolutely. It's an
Yeah.
avoidance technique, not an engagement technique.
So I am a board certified behavior therapist myself. So I always wanted to find a way for them to relieve the stress, kind of find like replacement behaviors in a very fun, interactive, kind of like creative way.
Sure.
So I met this team, Solid Ventures, and they came up with a toy, and they're like, oh, why don't we go make something that's very fun for them to do, like puzzles and everything. So let me explain a little bit about our toy.
Okay.
So we can kind of like peel it off like an orange.
Okay.
So if you touch it, if you don't mind touching it,
Oh, no.
you can.
Ooh.
You can feel the
That's
vibrations.
satisfying.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
every time you touch, click on it, and like peel it off, put it back on, you can kind of feel all the vibrations.
Well, and lights, all kinds of things start happening when you're doing it. And once again, this is for kids that need a fidget,
Right.
you know, to get past something. This is incredible.
Yeah, so it gives you like a tactile feedback.
Yeah, yeah. Well, tactile feedback, visual feedback. What?
So
Let's get into a little bit of the technology behind this and how it works.
Okay, so we implemented like a haptic device technique inside it.
Okay.
So every time we put the pieces into the thing, it gives you like a vibrating mode and everything. And also like the LEDs and stuff, we also put some songs in it as well. So it gives you
Okay.
like a auditory and visual and all that kind of stuff. And when you peel off the pieces, we kind of wanted them to be more creative with the pieces. So you can put these pieces together to shape like a form, like different shapes, like
Okay.
animals, numbers, and like you can create like rabbits and all the different kind of like shapes as
Okay.
well. So they can play with the puzzles. And there are also like different gaming modes to
Okay.
it. So let me introduce you to one of the gaming modes. Okay. Okay. Okay, first one is called Catch Me If You Can.
Okay.
So right now it's showing you all the lights. So you have to, it flashes in a random order. So you have to find like
Oh, cool.
light and then put the pieces
And cover
onto,
it.
yeah, and cover the spots. Oh, I can't see. Okay. So you can actually do like different games with it as well if you're kind
Okay.
of bored with like puzzles and like just like pressing into it
Sure.
and everything. Yeah, so there are 3 different gaming modes. The first one is called Catch Me If You Can. Second one is kind of like Simon Says. So
Okay.
if it says like, oh, cover up all the greens, you have to cover up all the green lights. And then if it says like cover up all the yellows, you cover up all the yellow lights and everything. And then there are also other modes called a Brain Gaze Challenge. And you have to remember the order where it flashes. So you have to memorize everything. And
Okay.
then you put the pieces into the right order.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of like promoting your brain cognitive like development as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
what's your target age for this?
so initially our target age was like 3 to 4 years old. We've been going to different clinics and pre-K to see what ages are playing with it. And then with the first default mode, like this vibrating mode, 3 to 4 years old like play with it all the time, and then the peeling it off and everything. But then the puzzle mode and the gaming mode, it's targeting towards more like elementary schoolers,
Okay.
like around 9 to 10 even.
Sure.
So yeah.
Sure, picking up conceptual and different things like that. Now,
Right.
what are some of the other applications that you're looking at for this technology?
So we are thinking of connecting it to like an application where it monitors development as well. So we're
Okay.
creating an app for that. So while we're monitoring their developmental milestones, they can kind of put this curriculum into the developmental age and then
Sure.
play in like different modes.
Sure.
So yeah.
Even being able to track individually per child, something like that in a classroom, as far as who's using it, when they're using it, you can craft all kinds of things for kids at that
Right.
point to be able to help them associate in the classroom better, as opposed to going inward and going into that stimming activity.
Right,
So yeah, you
definitely.
can get all kinds of amazing metrics with that. That's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
definitely.
Is it out on market yet? Is it still in prototype phase?
No, this is still prototype phase.
Okay.
And we're going to start selling it on April in South Korea first. We've been trying to talk to like different clinics and kindergartens like in Korea. So right now, after like selling it in our domestic market, like we're probably going to like extend it to international market as well.
Okay, fantastic. And what's the price point on it? Do you know yet?
In Korea, somewhere between 100 to 200.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we haven't really talked about international.
Well,
prices.
not bad for a device like that helps in so many ways psychologically with children, especially if you have a child that is autistic, anything like that heavily uses stimming to soothe themselves.
Right,
So
right.
amazing. Kwan, pleasure meeting you. Thank you
you
so
very
much.
much.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Soul Ventures, or Soul Live Ventures. rather.
Yeah, Soul Adventures. We are at the Seoul Pavilion booth, so you can just come see us over there.
Awesome.
Yeah, all week.
Fantastic. Well, thank you
very
so much for the time. I
Thanks for
appreciate
having
it.
me. Thank you very much.
100%. That is awesome. As somebody who is the son of a special education teacher, especially when you were talking autistic children, especially when you were talking children with ADHD, things like that have problems focusing, that, on occasion just kind of need a reset. Products like that, toys like that are amazing at helping them find that soothing, because once again, you think stimming is an okay thing. We do it all the time. I tap pins on my desk. I'm a foot bouncer, things like that. But those are soothing activities that are there to actively and oddly help us avoid the situation, not engage with the situation and move past the situation. So the earlier you can grab kids who have this tendency, and the earlier you can identify that in a child and identify that tendency, you can start heading off so many things psychologically. So absolutely incredible technology from SoLive there. Just really, really cool stuff, leveraging the world of AI to help children that are special needs, and even adults. We can find out more about ourselves, even through the same technology and how we use it. So it's important to realize how people use technology, not just why people use technology, because when you start figuring out how they use it, that's when you start figuring out that point of integration. That's when you start figuring out those psychological aha moments that really make somebody's brain light up and engage with not only a product, but with the world around them in a larger way. Very much like the AI camera for kids that we saw yesterday, where they get to engage in a creative way. They get to make small movies. They get to take pictures. They get to share it on their own child-friendly social media platform. That then gets shared to an intelligent frame that sits on mom's desk at work, and she gets the proud new pictures. Grandma can have one, and she can be connected with the kid whenever she wants. Even the Storytime app that we saw earlier, that for iDevices, where you can record yourself as a character telling a story and send it to a kid. These are all important things in a child's life. They are things that move kids forward and that actively move them to points of creation and to points of bettering themselves in society and becoming more functional members of society faster. So I've always said that as a father, my job is to raise the most independent human being I can as fast as I can. That I'm not supposed to be there to make the decisions for my child. I'm supposed to be able to enable them to problem solve and make their own decision. And that's what these toys are doing. That's what these AI-driven toys are doing, is helping kids understand how to make that decision with technology. Because making the decision is one thing, but as we were talking about earlier with screen time with kids, mindfulness with kids, things like that, it's a big part of life, and we as adults have to remember that when we tell kids, hey, tablet time is over, that means our phone time is over. It's hard to set the example when you're sitting there scrolling life away and you've told a kid, put your device up, so that's a mindfulness practice that we as adults need to remember. And the technologies like that we were talking about earlier, where it really helps a kid learn to understand what their habits are, and that mindfulness of getting ready for bed, getting your brain geared down for bed, removing the blue light from the life, removing the overstimulation of a tablet, or even moving animation, a movie, things like that in front of their face. All of those things are important to helping our brain wind down, get ready, and actively rest. We live in a very overstimulated society right now, and the idea that our devices are the soothing part is different. And we have to pay attention to that. We have to make sure that we keep ourselves ready to come in, that we keep ourselves ready to be engaged in a different way, in a more personal way. And once again, even seeing things like Formavision that I saw yesterday that is bringing that distance connection to a different world where it's not a flat screen, where it is like a projected hologram of a real person. Their analogy that they use is like being on the Jedi Council, you know, where you're talking to a full real-life hologram, things like that. So, hey, so it's pretty cool. And when you start looking at exactly how these things come out, exactly what they are being used for, once again, there has been a huge uptick over the last 2-3 years of health tech, of technology to help people not only better their life on the daily, but better their life in the long term, learning better habits for living, learning how to keep themselves well-tuned, learning how to keep themselves well-rested and the importance of good rest, things like that. So we have to quite literally retrain our brains to where we were almost 100 years ago, where when the sun goes down at night, it's time for us to rest. We have with us nope, not yet. Cool.
I think Scott's going to be taking that one.
You got it. So, speaking of which, we're getting ready to switch over hosts right now. So we'll be having Scott Ertz come up next. Scott Ertz is the host of Plug Hits Live. Amazing stuff from him all the time. He and Avram Pilch do Pilch Point as well. They do amazing stuff talking about technology regularly. Thank you so much for tuning in to all of the coverage here at CES 2024 from the Tech Podcast Network, as well as Plug Hits Live and Geek News Central. It's been a pleasure being with you today, folks. Chris Jordan here from Curious Realm. We will see you tomorrow. I think I'll be on for 3 hours tomorrow, so we'll see you then. Coming up next is Scott Ertz from Plug Hits Live. He'll be with you right after this.
Hello, Internet. I am Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live. I will be with you for the next 3 hours or so. Thank you to Chris Jordan for the last block, and of course Don Bain this morning. We are here in about the middle of day 2. We've had a lot of interesting stuff, from a medical drone to a pet grooming kit. Quite a wide variety of things. It's my favorite part of the way we do CES. You never know what it is you're going to see with us, and that's fun. And from time to time, we actually have guests come back because different hosts have different interests and different focuses on the same topics. So we'll talk about that in just a minute or two. But I want to thank our team. Our team's been doing such a great job. We've got a couple of new people this year, and they are, I mean, it's real easy to struggle as a new person, as Adam, who's currently behind the desk, can approve. It can be real hard your first year, and we've had very few hiccups down there. So that's good. We're doing pretty well. I'm happy about that. So we will have our next guest up in just a little bit. We've seen some interesting products. I haven't had a whole lot of time out on the floor because I've been downstairs working on videos. We're doing something new this year. We're going to try and get some of our early videos published while we're here. So hopefully you guys will see some of the early interviews within the day before we leave this building tonight. I'm hoping to have a number of them published. So fingers crossed. But we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Compared to yesterday, how are you doing now?
Today, today is like a lot more vivid at the stand. So we have a lot of more visitors and very good audience, very good traction.
Well, that's good to hear. For those who haven't seen you before, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hey, so my name is Ruben. I'm co-founder and CEO at StackSync. So what we provide is real-time and two-way sync between enterprise systems and databases, and specifically CRMs and databases. So what we do is very simple. We connect your CRM, like Salesforce or HubSpot, to your database. And with two-way sync, we turn your DB into a read and write interface to your CRM. So now engineers can manipulate and update data into the CRM without touching a single API call, which makes you 90% faster to integrate.
Okay, that's cool. So in this case, your target customer, maybe, your target customer is enterprise, but the people that you're targeting for usage is engineers who are trying to integrate with the CRM into their product or wherever.
Absolutely. So basically, like the end user is an engineer who has to, or a consultant or CRM consultant who has to integrate the CRM. So right now the workflow is very complex. They have to use APIs. They have to use like different tools like MuleSoft, like Workato, like whatever tools they are using. It costs a lot of money. It takes months to integrate, and it's very complex.
Yes.
And usually when you need to do an update on that workflow, you have to go through the whole process again. And StackSync, doesn't make you feel like CRM integration is reinventing the wheel over and over again. Just make you, like in 2 clicks with no code from a simple UI, you can synchronize all your CRM data with your database, which is like any custom fields or custom objects. Very flexible.
Wow. Okay. I'm a software engineer.
All right.
I have done CRM integrations, and they are awful.
Yeah. Engineers hate CRM APIs. That's exactly why we're saving this pain.
Okay. You've taken the pain on yourself.
Exactly. But that's my job, so it's good.
Okay. So what kind of implementations have you seen? Like, what kind of interesting places has this been used so far?
Absolutely. So today our customers, we have some customers who plan to do their CRM integration with 6 months budget. Like once a new StackSync, they plan 6 weeks, and like in 10 days we got them like in production. So they're completely mind blown. So CRM integration basically like is kind of various use cases, right? So we have this first use case of data activation. So in the database or data warehouse, like Snowflake or BigQuery, you have a lot of customer insights, a lot of customer data.
Yeah.
But this data is not accessible by the business people, which actually take action and work daily on the CRM.
Okay.
So then like the challenge is how do you ship metrics, customer metrics from the data warehouse to the CRM? And this is where StackSync comes in, because it enables you with simple SQL queries to compute metrics with your own business logic and ship it back to your CRM without API calls directly within your data warehouse. So now let's imagine that you can just manipulate a table within BigQuery or Snowflake, and that's going to manipulate your CRM. That's the first use case.
Without actually making alterations to the end result of the CRM.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So nothing you do is likely to screw up what your sales team or your support team is doing in the CRM, but you can then use it as if it's your own data in your system to combine it with usage in an application or with hardware or whatever.
Absolutely.
Your system is tracking data for a user that support and sales knows nothing about.
Exactly.
And essentially it's bringing all the systems together so that sales and support can see all that data from the other side,
Absolutely.
and probably vice versa.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
so essentially, like StackSync is going to connect your CRM and your database, but like this is going to be with two-way sync is going to be a one-to-one data mapping. So what you see in the CRM is what you see in the database, and vice versa. So eventually, if you modify the database, it's going to modify your CRM equally. So eventually, like you say, well, will it screw up? I mean, like you can screw up the CRM.
I understand.
Because like two-way sync is a very powerful tool, but StackSync has a full suite of tools which enables you to protect that. For example, let's say if you know that this specific workflow should not delete records, you can say I disable the delete record operation. So basically, you have delete record protection on your CRM. So even if let's say you have anybody coming up in your database and deleting all the records, basically it's not going to impact your CRM. And you can protect against some sort of modification. That's the first thing. And then you have the second tool that is very, very powerful is that, let's say, in the databases are way more flexible than CRMs. Let's say here you have like a string, you can write anything
because you own it.
Exactly, because you own it and you don't have restrictions. Let's say in CRM you might have a unique constraint on emails because you can't have this, two customer records with the same email.
Right.
But on the database you can. I mean, like if you didn't put a constraint
if you didn't
explicitly.
put the constraint in yourself.
And so basically, if you do so, StackSync is going to let you know that the CRM did not accept, let's say, to create a record there, and it's going to put it to you into an issue where you can either revert the issue. Let's say you want to say, okay, this was an error, I want to revert the data. Or you can like retry to sync if, let's say, you deactivated let's say the constraint rule on the email in the CRM, then you just deactivate the rule, you try to sync, and now it's going to sync. So it's like you have a whole dashboard of tools which enables you to pinpoint and resolve issues with the point of a click, and you don't have to manually deep dive into both data sources to find what the issues are.
Okay, that's cool. So you get sync logs, sync error logs all together. Okay, that's important.
You have a full monitoring of that.
Okay, very cool. So in our database, we discover that we don't have the email constraint. There's now 2 users in the database with the same email.
Exactly.
It tries to connect that over to the CRM. The CRM goes, you can't do that. We already know that person.
Absolutely.
You get an exception report. Nope, the sync doesn't work.
Exactly.
And now, not necessarily an engineer, somebody can go in and say, yes, this is a bad record. We need to go deal with it in the database, or we need to put a constraint into the database. This is a mistake in the database design.
Absolutely.
Or, no, this is a mistake in the CRM setup.
And you can just modify. And you can just remove the constraint in the CRM.
Okay.
Or like if you think this is you don't want to add a constraint into the database, but this is still an error, and you want to delete that record because this second record basically is a duplicate for some reason into your data pipeline, which happened here. What you do is that you can just click
race
reverse
condition or whatever.
Exactly. You can just click delete, and StackSync is going to go into your into the database and delete that record that you created by mistake.
So it has the ability to control both sides. So somebody who's not necessarily an engineer can go in and say, this is a mistake. This shouldn't have happened.
Whoop. Exactly. So now you have...
this was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. It's okay on this side.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Very cool.
And this is so with no code, we can give to business people like the power to control a fully technical tool, which was not a possibility. And this all in business terms, so you're sure there is a full understanding of what we are doing. And so technically, so business people can use it, but mostly it's like no code for developers. Basically, this tool is mostly geared toward developers who still know what to do. So basically, the risk is very minimized because the stakeholders which are dealing with our platform are somehow technical.
Okay. So what's the cost on something like this?
The cost is like it's a pay-as-you-go model.
Okay.
So you're only gonna pay for the monthly active rows that you consume. So let's say you have 10 million contacts into your CRM, and only 1 million updated this month. You're only gonna pay only gonna bill for 1 million records, and like the 9 million stale records will not count toward your monthly bill, which basically reduces like considerably your costs, because essentially StackSync is enables you to manage your mutable data at scale, and this is very important when you have let's say a customer relationship that you need to maintain over time into your CRM, and therefore maintain data over time.
Right.
And when this and when you have to maintain data over time, errors can happen everywhere.
Yeah.
So StackSync here jumps in, helps you to maintain your data consistency through like this entire time period, and therefore we don't want to penalize people to have a lot of mutable data over time. That's why we have this value to go. So this makes it very cheap for small players and affordable for large players. And basically, usually we reduce 90% of the cost compared to a consulting alternative or like other tools like Segment and other reverse ETL tools as well.
Okay, very cool. And obviously, it sounds like this is already in the wild.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's already in production to many customers, like small and big. So anybody can go and trade out, also with developer instances. It's for free for 2 weeks, and like anytime like customer needs support, we are here to help. Happy to help.
Very cool. Well, obviously, people are going to want to find out more about this. How can they get that information?
They can go to stacksync.cloud, so stacksync.cloud, our website, and just sign up for free for 2 weeks and try the product as much as they want.
Very cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, have an amazing day.
You too. Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
All right. That's, from an engineering standpoint, that's a great thing. There are certain, obviously, programmers program, engineers want to be deep in the weeds sometimes, but there's some stuff that's just tedious that nobody wants to do. And one of those things is dealing with CRMs. Integrations are usually a pain. So the idea of totally pulling that away from you and not having to deal with, all that integration work and, way better. And then all the error conditions that come with integrations, they've taken care of all of that and put a middleman in place. Way better than having to do it myself. I would obviously much prefer that. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I'm Nandini Doma, the artistic manager for Burma Solution.
Okay, and what is that?
So Burma Solution is the next revolution that we are trying to bring for the HR department. It is a software that comprises of 5 different applications and a robot. So
okay, I wasn't prepared for the robot.
So the 5 application is mainly here to be helping for the hiring process, the coaching process, and for the employees management, which will be based on e-reputation, social capital for enterprises and the candidates, as well as existing employees. And we are talking also about a digital passport, which will be helping employees and companies to be able to identify each and every employees existing, as well as upcoming employees.
Okay, so who is your target customer? Obviously, HR department. Are you looking at helping smaller companies that don't have the resources? Are you looking at bigger companies that have a lot of applicants? Is it a little bit of both? Where does this fit in?
So we are starting from 500 employees, enterprises with 500 employees, up to above.
Okay.
Because we are trying to bring in a management solution, and this will be, we are trying to find out, like bringing in the part where HR are recognizing each and every employees. So if the enterprise have like 60 people, the HR I think can manage, but we are talking about large scale and to make everyone feel recognized. And this is how we have a quotation system. Within the application, there's something called a quotation system, which will be helping the HR to know where the person stands, as well as the quotation is available for the enterprise. So when someone is going to be applying for an enterprise, they can look for the quotation, and if the quotation is high enough, they know, okay, that company has some solid social values, a very clear mission, and some great objectives.
That was the question I was going to ask: is how do we score that? How do we get those values?
Okay, so it's different for enterprises and it's different for employees.
Sure.
For enterprises, it is based on the social values, the opportunities that the enterprise is going to give, alongside with your salary, what are the other benefits that we're bringing forward. and we are talking about the mission. Like every enterprise has a different mission. How are they going to differentiate themselves? Like if we're talking about a same sector but different enterprises, how will they mark themselves from competitors? So this is how the quotation will help the potential candidates to identify which company they want to go.
Right.
As for
and which ones might fit their goals and like their personal mission.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
This is what we're trying to bring here. We are trying to help also candidates, not only enterprises, but also candidates, to go for enterprise where they can grow with, and because we're really focusing on employees' retention. So if you are being in an enterprise where you feel comfortable with and you want to grow with, so this is how we are trying to bring a solution for also quiet quitting. Because right now, with blind hiring and all the societal issues, many people are just getting the job to get a job.
Yeah.
And with the quotation system, this is what we're trying to break here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Now, on the employee side,
yeah,
how do we put that score together, or that collection of scores together?
So on the employee side, it is mainly on psychometric test. So we have we have an application within the Bulma solution. It is called VitoTea. So within VitoTea, you will be given a psychometric test to give during your interview, during your hiring interview, as well as if it is an existing employee who is trying to get a promotion. So this is based on meritocracy, basically. We're mainly focusing on meritocracy. So the person gives the test, he gets the results, and the higher the results, the more you know, okay, his quotation is high. But we are also focusing on something called e-reputation. So e-reputation, it is involved in our application called Venus. So you just the HR need to enter the name of the person in the application, and it will generate a digital footprint of the person about his about the forums where he's focusing, he's discussing, having a conversation with, trying to give the HR management an idea of who that person is, so that when they are hiring that person, they know, okay, that person is involved in his job. So this is how we're also generating e-reputation.
Okay. So let's say it's a software engineer.
Yeah.
And so the system's going to look at places where they're active.
Yes.
Maybe Stack Overflow, things like that, and determine whether or not maybe the technologies align, the goals align, the styles align.
Yeah, this is the idea behind all that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because sometimes we get CVs, but on the CV there are many, they talk about stuff, but it is not really what they are doing. So this is how we want to help the HR to really identify that person in their main, in their real life, actually.
Gotcha. Yeah. As opposed to just within the realm of what they may or may not have done at their previous job.
As well.
But in addition to, not just there.
Not just that.
Okay.
Who they are also.
Because staying on the software engineer example, programmers program, right?
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
So even outside of work, you're working on other things. You're doing all kinds of things. You're talking in forums. You're doing all kinds of stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are really trying to identify the real person behind the person of the CV, because I think this is how we can help the employee to grow within the enterprise by really knowing who he wants to be, what he's gonna do, and I think Venus is going to do that with the e-reputation.
Okay, it's a really interesting concept. For companies who are interested, or employees who are interested in learning more, how can they find out more information?
So you can find out more with Burma Solution on burma-solution.com.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can request a demo on the website, and we will reply to you within 24 to 48 hours, depending on the time difference.
Very cool. And this is out and available now?
No, it will
coming soon?
It is coming soon by the start of 2025. Right now, we are done with the beta version.
Okay.
We are expecting to for investors to come, so we can have a final release for 2025.
Gotcha. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll find an investor.
Thank you.
Interesting. HR stuff is always interesting to me. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. I am personally not, interestingly, within our own organization, we are weirdly very active in each other's lives outside of the office. But the reality is, outside of that, like, if I were a regular employee, I don't know how much I want the company meddling in what I do outside, but that's a whole different issue. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really fine, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I'm Jason from AI Robotic. We are a startup based in south of Marseille. So we develop some artificial intelligence and robots. So we want to change the future and the way to work and live with robots.
All right, so how does that work?
So we develop two kinds of artificial intelligence. It's one generative and one predictive one. So the predictive one, it's you can talk to the robot as a human. So it can recognize you if you are a woman, a child, or a teenager, and adapt the speech to you. And with the algorithm, the robot learns every day and gets smarter every time. So we develop different use cases for the robots. So for hospitality, restaurant, industry, logistic. So we start at the bottom of the market. We search of the needs of the customers and develop multimodal robot with that. So it's work with a base, a navigation base. So we have a pattern with that. And after it's like Lego, you can implement different kind of upper on our robots. So if you are in supermarket, if you are a shopping center or a convention store, convention center like that, we can adapt our robot to that.
Okay, so you have a universal base, essentially snap-on options on top.
Yeah.
What if there's an option that we want that's not available? Can we work together to build something?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
We can work with company to make their own robots. So for that, they need a minimal order for 100 or 200 robots, of course. But yeah, we can do that. So, but our target, it's the Stellar robot. This robot is for domestic use, and what we want to do with this robot, it's really to help old people and sick people to stay more time at home.
Okay.
So it's a robot you can help you on your daily life at home. To do the cleaning, you can take your health care. You can call the emergency if you fall down. You can, it's a great companion at home.
Okay, and how did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve?
We worked also before in digital market, and when we used to travel in Asia, we saw some robots in Asia from Chinese company, and a lot of people say it's really not shame, but the robot do only one use case, and the problem for us we want a robot can do many use cases.
Right.
So we're thinking about to make French robot, because in France there is a lot of robotician people, but they are on their own place. They work alone. So we create in Marseille. The name is Imagine Labs. So we recenter all the roboticians in France to share the knowledge, and we want to place the French in the robotic world in the future.
Okay, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I feel like I've actually heard of Imagine Labs.
We did the launch of there is 800 square meter.
Okay.
Yeah, 800 square meter. We have a big research and development, and a big manufacturing. So we are able to make around 200 and 300 robots a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So where are you in this process? Is the platform out in the wild? Is it close? Is it prototype phase? Where are we on this?
So we already finished 2 prototypes,
Okay.
and we starting to sell in the market this year 2 robots. One is Hugo. It's made from restaurants and hotel and airports. So we already have 800 pre-order robots for this year.
Okay.
So yeah, we start to sell this robot this year, and for the Stellar robot, it's in process, and we hope we can put it on the market on 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to robotics, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It's, some of these things, 7, 8, 10 years in development. So
yeah.
We're a year away. That's not bad.
We started spin-off 3 years ago, and we did the first launch at the GTEx Africa. We used to show our first robot, Hugo. So yeah, we are pretty fast on this way, and our knowledge and our people working with us, we take some different knowledge for a different company, and it's like that we can make a useful robot really quicker than the concurrents. Yeah.
Very cool. So what kind of price point are we looking at on something like this?
Yeah, for the first robot, we worked in B2B and B2B2C. For the final customer, if you bought one robot, the Hugo robot, it's near to 12,000 euros, between 12 and 15,000 euros.
Okay.
And the most expensive robot, it's a Stellar robot, because it's really helpful and really expensive robot, and there is a lot of use case and a lot of development. This one is more around 40,000 euros, but we hope we can have the helping of the government to provide this robot in the market to help all people to stay at home and have assistance.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you think of assisted living facility fees and costs and stuff associated with that, it can hit that cost real quick anyway.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Doesn't take long to get there.
No, and there is the market is ready in some countries, so it's why we're here in the CES. We research some partner in North America and South America, because in Europe the market for not all of the robots are ready, but in Pacific and Middle East, America, the market is more ready for robots.
Well, very cool.
Yeah.
If people want to find out more about your company and your product line, how can they do that?
You can find us on the social network and our website. It's www.airobotic.fr and airoboticinternational.com.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For coming and talking about this today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good rest of the show.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
The idea of starting with a common base is smart, and then being able to modularize the rest of it is a good idea. I like that. Starting with hospitality and whatnot, restaurants, things like that makes sense. That's where I think that's probably where I would start too, Adam. If I were gonna do like a big expensive robot, it seems like restaurants and hospitality is the place to start.
Absolutely.
It's where we've actually seen them in action across the world for the most part.
I've seen one in a Wendy's.
Okay, really?
Yes.
Where was this?
I can't remember. I saw somebody was live streaming in a Wendy's, and they had a robot in there.
Interesting.
They were delivering the food to the tables.
Wow. Okay. There's a couple of famous restaurants in Japan that have those kind of robot delivery machines. Okay. And then, DoorDash and whatnot. We've seen, I think Grubhub had some little robotic cans that were driving around. Domino's, I think, famously had one that they had to stop using because I think they kept getting stolen.
Probably.
But yeah, restaurants, hospitality makes sense. But elder care is an interesting next step for that. It's a very different market to be in.
It is.
Interesting. I'd like to see it in action. It's not the kind of thing that they could probably bring. And I wonder if that's the company I was thinking about earlier that had a big robot that they said they probably couldn't bring. I wonder if it was them.
You told me about that.
Interesting. That would mean that I don't have to run a camera downstairs for an interview. So that's a bonus, I suppose. We've had some really interesting guests today. I've been listening in. We've had a couple of long timers come in. Nikasa, the pet grooming system. I like that new one. It's more expensive than the current one, than the one we saw last year, but it's a more premium device. It looks nicer. The other one looks like a shop vac, a small shop vac, but a shop vac nonetheless. And this one looked very different, like a big donut, which I liked the design of it. But we've had quite a variety. I don't know if you were able to hear the interview with the giant drone that we had to set up a different camera for or not, but it's for medical deliveries, like specifically for medical deliveries right now. So if there's something at a hospital that needs to get to another hospital, they usually put it in a car and drive it across town. And there's gas, there's cost, there's human interaction that's required, the possibility of traffic. This thing can take off from a specialty pad at one facility. You load it up with whatever it is. I think he said it was up to 5 pounds or 8 pounds or something like that. You could fly across town. It'll land itself on its landing pad at the other facility, and then all you have to do is go take out whatever the thing is. What an interesting concept that is. And it didn't look like a drone. When people think of drones, they don't mean drone. They usually mean quadcopter. And this wasn't that. This was a big plane. A big styrofoam plane, essentially. It was a really, really interesting product with a very unique target demo. And I think that's one of the things that I've been noticing on the floor this year is specific demos. Very specialized target demographics for products. It's not been a year of, wide, this is designed for everybody. There's some stuff, there's desks and chairs behind us. Those are for everybody. But, we saw some sort of what did you say it was, a robotic towel warmer or some sort of something last night?
I think it was just a towel warmer.
Just a towel warmer?
But it didn't make the towel incredibly saturated.
Okay, so it was warm but not soaked?
Right.
Oh, okay. But, that's a pretty specific product.
Yeah.
How many of us have a towel warmer at home? Nobody. You interact with them in airplanes for the you know what I mean? Or maybe at a spa, places like that. Most people don't have that at home. It's a pretty specialty product, and that really does seem to be the trend that I've been seeing so far this year. It's really, really been interesting. Hi, Steve. No? Good. But yeah, so if saying hi to one of our favorite PR reps, Steve Winter, he is providing most of the clients for this, or most of the interviews, I think, for this whole first hour of my segment today. He and his company tend to have a fairly large collection of clients during CES. If you've been a longtime viewer of our coverage, you have seen Steve Winter in the past. At some point, he is likely to sit down with me and talk about kind of the state of the industry, which his take might actually be a little different than what we're actually seeing on the floor, because the numbers I'm hearing are that we are back to or possibly above 2020 levels. So 2020 was the high point for CES for both attendees and exhibitors. Obviously, there was no proper CES 2021. It was an all-digital event, and it was very different. We still did our normal show. We just didn't do it from here, which was a shame. We always like to see each other, get together with our friends. But after 2021, with the digital shutdown, 2022 was a hybrid year, which was better but not great. If you saw our live shot, we were in the other tower, and the background was disappointing, to say the least. There was like office space behind us, and that's all you could see in the shot, which was because there were so few exhibitors compared to normal. And then last year, we bounced back. It wasn't great, but we did bounce back. But this year, it looks like we've recovered. It feels like CES up here. But I know there is still seemingly a bit of a recession going on, certainly a downturn. So some of the companies aren't willing to spend as much and do what they normally would. So it'll be interesting to see what Steve has to say. But as far as the show floor is concerned, from our perspective, both up here, looking out from the tower, being outside, seeing the traffic out on Las Vegas Boulevard, it certainly feels like CES is back. And I mentioned it yesterday, E3, another big trade show, has shut down permanently. And so there was some concern about whether or not other big trade shows would go the same way. And obviously, anytime you talk about a large trade show, especially in the electronic space, CES is the name that comes to mind, since it is, I believe, the largest. So, you combine all that together, and people were wondering, will CES survive? Is it the next to go? And I can tell you pretty assuredly, I said early on when people were asking the question, there's no way there's a problem. And now here we are. I think this room is the confirmation that I needed that no, there's no problem. CES isn't going anywhere. CES is not going to be a problem. This is going to continue to be business as usual. And, considering from what I understand, the South Hall may be fully unavailable this year, and they've still gone up in exhibitors and square footage. Yeah, CES is doing just fine. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Nice to meet you as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, so my name is Maya Barbotin, and I am working at Sparklin, a French company in the e-mobility sector.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
We are providing an end-to-end platform to make daily life charging easier and smarter, which goes with a product, which is a socket that is connected to a management platform for the owners and then an application for the users.
Okay. Explain.
Yeah. So
there was a lot there.
Let's take an example
pretty
that
quick.
is let's take an example that is easy. Most of the people live in condominium.
Okay.
And some of them are getting electrical vehicles.
Okay.
And they need to charge it.
Sure.
And maybe there's a charging station 5 minutes away, but do you really want to go there, wait for 20 minutes, when you could just go back home, plug your car on your outlet, and then just leave it there for the night, and
Right.
you come back the day after it's charged?
Right.
That would be perfect.
Sure.
But then there is an issue. Is it John or Mario that used the outlet?
Okay.
Who has been
True.
consuming the electricity and how much? This
'Cause
is
it's
what
not
we
like-
do, and
it's
this
not
is
like
what we
it's in your
solve.
private garage.
Yeah.
It's in a semi-public space.
Exactly.
So how do you deal with that? I understand. That makes sense.
Well, we offer condominiums, companies to install the outlets, and then they get a whole management page for them to add users and then follow the usage of the plugs, and maybe set up a billing system with which they decide the price they bill the people, etc.
Okay. So using this system, say Adam and I both live in the same complex.
Yeah.
We both have the same electric car. Today, we use these tomorrow I don't use it, and Friday only Adam uses it. How does it know? How do we authenticate, for lack of a better word?
It is done thanks to your mobile phone. We have an application which is available on both Android and iOS. With the phone, we know who used the plug, and we can tell like if it's you or Adam using it. So if someday Adam is coming to your plug and not his, to just try to maybe steal a bit of electricity from you, we're going to know it was him and not you, and he's the one that's going to get the bill in the end.
Okay. See, Adam can be sneaky, so sometimes this can happen. Okay, so from the phone, do we go into the app and say, I'm going to use this one, and that's what turns it on?
Exactly.
Okay.
So the socket beforehand is checking if the owner of the socket allowed you to use it.
Okay.
So that we also prevent from like electricity thief. Then the charging session starts, and we identify the user, and then we just measure the electricity consumption.
Okay, so this charger is mine.
Yeah.
And this one is Adam's.
Yeah.
I can say if he's coming to visit, he's allowed to use it.
Exactly.
But if I haven't said that, there's no authenticating. It will not turn on.
Exactly.
Got it.
Perfect.
Okay. So it's not that I can go just grab whichever one and it'll track me. They are determined for a user base.
Exactly.
Okay. And then that user can then give access to others.
Yeah.
But it's at their discretion.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it gives you the power as maybe just an individual to start your own little charging station and offer services. So some companies do that. They would implement outlets on their parking spots to offer charging services to their employees.
Sure.
So that they can come and slowly charge during their day of work.
Okay, that's an interesting idea. So in that case, would the company be the owner, and that the employees would then be
The
authorized users of those plugs?
Exactly.
Okay. So in the condo or apartment concept, the condo or apartment is the owner and can say these users are allowed to use. And maybe these users are only allowed to use the ones at this building, and these users are... Okay,
Exactly.
I get it.
And so the company has furthermore options. They could have a fleet composed of electric vehicles, and they give it to the employees so that they can go to their meetings, then meet clients, etc.
Okay.
And then they're going to bring the car back home. Because, I mean, if you finish late, you do not want to go back to the office to retrieve the car, so you take it back and you charge it at home. And we might like our jobs, but do we like it to the point we are giving them our electricity?
Right.
Not so much. So with
I
the
mean, we
application,
all kind of working at home at this point, so a little bit, but not that much.
I mean, as a sales, I do drive quite a lot, so...
But there's a difference between giving the electricity of a laptop during the day and a car at night. Those are not the same thing.
Those are not the same thing, and thanks to us, you do not have to do that anymore, because you can go on your app and then download the reports to get easily reimbursed by your company.
Okay, so would I then, as an individual, need to own that at my house? Okay.
It could be you owning it, or the company even saying, we're providing a part of it, we're like maybe making a little financial envelope to help you, etc., etc.
Gotcha. So I know that some electric vehicle charging installs are semi-permanent. They take up space. They can damage walls. You know, it's going to live here now. This is. What's the installation on this look like?
The installation is really easy. I forgot my product, but I could send you a picture. You can always
please.
come. It's that size. It's an outlet, basically, with one more bit, because it's the connected part of it. And you just mount it on a wall, like a regular outlet. You link it to your electrical network in the house or anyway. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
And if you want to remove it, you just have to remove a few screws. You remove it, and then you can replace it with something else. But usually it does not happen. People tend to keep it.
Sure. But if I'm moving to another place and it's mine, I'm probably
Yeah.
taking it with me.
Yeah.
But I mean, we all remember some of the early charging
massive
infrastructures that were
boxes.
massive,
Yeah.
and they left holes
Yeah,
in walls and concrete and things like that.
And you just have to add concrete on top of it on the floor. That's so inconvenient. So
Yeah.
you just mount it on the wall. It's just a few screws to put or to remove. It's really easy.
Very nice. What's the price point on this?
The price of this would be $100. We want this to be affordable for everyone to access a way to drive that is more sustainable and more adapted to the daily life reality. You can't just fast charge everywhere. Like
Sure.
the electrical network won't make it's going to be too complicated for the electrical network, too demanding. And once again, like as an individual, why would you do fast charging at home? Like this is just a massive infrastructure to deploy just for the electrical part of it.
Yeah, for sure. Having that on-site kind of charging totally makes sense. And it's available now?
It is available in France, and we will very soon be available in the United States.
Fantastic. For people who want to follow this and know when you launch in the United States, how can they get that kind of information?
You can get this kind of information on our website, which is sparkling.io, and on LinkedIn as well.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Well, thank you for you two having me here and for this very first experience as well.
Oh.
Which was very interesting.
Well, hopefully it was a pleasant one for you.
Yeah,
Excellent.
a very pleasant one indeed.
Good.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Yeah, you too.
Interesting. Electric vehicle charging has changed significantly since the early days. Legitimately, the chargers look like their own little cars. They were so big. The fact that this can be that small and that inexpensive is pretty wild, especially with all that additional technology built in for monitoring and offering sharing capabilities and lending, and then sending Adam a bill later when he's gotten sneaky. It's really a cool idea. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good, and you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, so I'm Yolene Ekli. I'm Executive Director at Nanshi. Nanshi is an application. It's a proactive solution to tackle and prevent, like harassment at workplace in general.
Okay.
Yes. And especially, like now in an era, like in one in 5 individuals, like confronts workplace harassment. Like this solution, like Nanshi application, like it's just ensuring, like a secure and a respectful workplace environment.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we look, like at the U.S. statistic, about, I think it's 80% of individuals, report, like harassment, like moral harassment and psychological harassment. It's huge.
Wow.
It's huge. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's a huge number.
Yeah, it's a huge.
Basically everybody.
Yeah, basically. 1 in 5, it's a lot, yeah.
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 Okay. So I'm not the expert. My first thought was shock collar.
Yeah.
That's probably not the solution here. So what does your platform do to help prevent harassment?
So basically, like the founder, like of the technology is a bailiff, and I'm an attorney.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like we faced, like many times, like problem of proof approval. Like that's a problem, because even if, like you have your smartphone and you do picture or you record, like a conversation, like it's always a problem, because if you go to the court, they are not accepted, like as a real proof.
Yeah,
so,
it all, especially depending on where you are, right?
Yeah.
Like in the United States, some states you have to have two-party consent for it to be recorded to be admissible in anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, like how to use, because it's an application, like it's for companies. So, like it's for protecting both, like employers and employee.
Sure. Because everybody wants to prevent harassment.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to be harassed, and my employer doesn't want to be sued.
Exactly. I think, like it's a problem, like, and I think it's the perfect, like solution, like to solve that.
Okay.
Because until now, like there is no real solution and no real, like proactive solution, like to solve, like this problem. So basically, like how to use this app. There is, like 7 essential, like functions. So you can, of course, like take a picture. You can, like record a conversation. You can, like do a screenshot. Even, like for example, for the temporary messages, like on WhatsApp.
Mm-hmm.
So, like with the technology, like that's the thing. The technology is just, like is secure and green. So why secure? So when you have, like a photo or whatever, like it's geolocated, time-stamped.
Okay.
And, like, and with the blockchain, you just, like save everything. So, like the blockchain is a proof. So, like
Right.
there is any fraud. So, yeah, that's the thing.
Because the blockchain's forever.
Exactly.
Right. Once it's there, it's there. You can say, I'm deleted, but
Exactly.
that's not really how it works.
Yeah.
The internet is forever, but not quite the same way as blockchain.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so, is it using like the EXIF data from a photo, or is it taking the geolocation from when it's submitted into the application? Where does that geodata come from?
From, like the time you are, like you are doing the pictures.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the EXIF data in the photo. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
And also, like the files, like are, like safety, like managed, like offsite, so there is no problem. So of course, like even if like you destroy your phone or whatever, like all the proof, like are
is
yeah,
cloud secured.
Exactly.
Okay. So how do you deal with verifying whether or not the EXIF data has been altered in a photo, for example? That's the first place I go to.
Yeah.
Because that can be altered later.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
how do you verify that hasn't been altered?
But because it's impossible, like with this app, like you can do, like.
The picture is taken from within the app.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's
so
not.
That's why.
It's not a photo you're taking outside
No,
and then
no,
importing into the app.
No. It's through the application.
So you control the EXIF data right from
Exactly.
the beginning.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
that
that's
makes
why.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So that's a great way of dealing with it. It's all enclosed.
Yeah.
So, so you said screenshots?
Yeah,
Okay.
screenshot. So, yeah, like photo capture, video recording.
Okay.
Document scanning.
Those are both done in the app.
Yeah.
Document scanning done in the
As
app.
well.
Okay.
Documents, like from emails or, like internal systems.
Okay.
WhatsApp conversation.
Okay.
Screen recording and audio recording. So you
So-
have 7,
So does the application trigger the screen recording
Yeah.
itself?
Yeah.
So I'm not doing a screen recording on my iPhone and then
No.
importing it.
No.
So
only-
your
yeah.
application is in control of the
Exactly.
entire process.
Exactly.
Got it.
So you save and, like you have you are pretty sure that, like your proof going to be approved, like by the courts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's- Yeah. So, like I think it's the best option, like for companies, like for their CSR initiatives. Yeah.
Very cool. So
Yeah.
who is your target demo on this? Is it small companies, mid companies, large companies, don't care, everybody?
Yeah, every companies, yeah, I think.
Okay.
Because arrest money is not, like just, like in small company or big company, like it's everywhere.
Sure. Is this available now?
Yeah, it's available now.
What's the price point?
That's a good question. And like it depends of the industry, like and the number of employees. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. Like it's just, like it's a license that we're going to, sell
Okay.
to companies and then can use it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it varies depending on industry and company size.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
If people want to contact you guys and maybe get a quote for their company
Yeah.
and learn more about the platform, how can they do that?
So it's, like nanshi.com and, like they can contact us through, like this website, of course.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to
Yeah.
me today.
Thank
really
you for having
interesting
me.
platform.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
Interesting. I would imagine once you're in that position where the company is tracking and reporting this kind of thing, it would be lessened. Because in a lot of companies you don't know, we all have to take the quarterly training or the twice a year training. We don't here for a variety of reasons, mostly because many of us are family. But give me just a moment. Steve. Sorry about that. So most of us are actually family within our organization, but externally, once there's actual tracking, then things change. A lot of us, we have to take the training, but we don't necessarily know how to report, or we don't want to report. You don't want to talk to your supervisor or whatever about what's going on. This obfuscates that, and it gives you all of the physical proof of it. It's a really clever idea. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, so my name is Paul Tartaglia. The company I'm here representing today is Delvatec. It's a Swiss-based company. I am the U.S. head of operations.
I figured you weren't Swiss.
Not Swiss.
Okay.
I'm here as part of their delegation, and Delvatec is a new company. It's a relatively emerging startup, and we're here demonstrating technology. The application of artificial intelligence in optical inspection.
Okay.
So it's not what I would consider the typical product that you may be seeing here at the CES show with regards to an actual consumer, a business-to-consumer product. We're a business-to-business product, but our product...
You're one step away.
We're one step away from the standpoint that everybody out here that's making electronics produces printed circuit boards, right, to go in their product.
Yeah.
And our product
We've got them in light bulbs these days. Yeah.
Correct. And so our product is used in the manufacturing process of all the electronics.
Okay.
And what we're here as part of the Swiss delegation is to introduce the product. The Swiss are very interested in promoting companies within Switzerland that are bringing in new technologies, and that's where we think we fit. I mean, this is it's a mature industry, and there are many competitors, and they do things a certain way as they've been doing for decades.
Sure.
We have a new technology based on AI that we feel can be disruptive, and we're trying to get our name out. We're trying to get established, and this type of thing. So that's kind of what we're here for.
Okay, and I'm reading over here. So, are you looking for errors in production? Verifying success production?
Correct. This is part of what the product does. So typically optical inspection, and this can be with any industry. We particularly have focused in electronic manufacturing because that's where our founders' experience is, and many of us that work there have that same type of experience.
Okay.
So in any type of manufacturing process, there's always a quality assurance process. And so when the process has multiple things in the process, like it does in printed circuit boards, many of the steps have to be inspected to ensure that they meet what the engineers have as a standard, whether it be a solder paste or component placement or after reflow, all these, hopefully not too many technical buzzwords there, but right now they have specific optical inspection equipment after each one of these processes, right? So a different machine after this process, a different machine after this process, a different type of inspection here. Now, with our technology, we can inspect any of these parts of the process with the same machine. So from a scalability standpoint, now a company, instead of having to buy maybe 2 or 3 different machines from different vendors
and dial them in for different steps and
correct.
Okay.
Correct. So now we have one that can be adapted to each one of those processes. So from a company standpoint, if you're building a product, the scalability and the fact that you could use one machine across 3 different applications in the factory will of course be easier training for your engineers, less spare parts, maintenance, and then of course if you're a multi line manufacturer.
If you're Foxconn.
then of course all this information, that we exactly Foxconn, right? So they have hundreds of these machines.
It's the big manufacturer that everybody knows.
Correct. So Foxconn uses these machines, as do all their competitors, and really anybody in the space of electronic manufacturing these days has to have this. You have to ensure that the product that's going at the end of the line is quality, right? And currently most machines are being utilized only as a pass-fail. So it comes in, it takes a look at the board, takes a picture, compares it, and if it passes, it goes to the next part. If it's an error, it gets kicked out. And this is where we hope to come in with the AI, because with the AI, during this process, we can learn every board that comes through. We grab all the data, right? And so as the machine continues to process, we're able to look at the process and how it could drift from a process monitoring standpoint, and then if we see a trend developing, we can feed this back to engineering and possibly catch an error prior to it happening, which means we save a board from being scrapped or wasted or reworked. And this is big money when you're talking high volume applications like a cell phone or some medical devices, whatever. Right?
Yeah. So it would be able to look at trends and see it happens frequently between 2 and 3 p.m.
That's possible. Typically on a manufacturing line, you see parts of the process start to drift because of other influences. Say, for instance,
I was thinking humidity.
Humidity is one because you have a process where they actually bring a board into an oven. So it's an oven, and this is where the solder gets reflowed onto a part, right? And it's temperature dependent. Humidity is a part of that, as part of the process. All this is defined when they do a new product introduction or a prototype, right? So they set up a golden process. This would be the perfect process, and we get a perfect board.
Yeah.
And then everything that comes off is kind of judged against that standard, and there's tolerances built in of what's acceptable and what's not. So between the acceptable, perfect part of the process and what is at the bottom scale, if it goes below that, we have to reject it. There's things that happen that the machine could catch through inspection and then feed this back. Maybe the temperature is starting to get too low or too high. You can adjust that before you get a failure.
Okay, gotcha. And how detailed is this for our viewers that have been around for a while? There's a particular product that they're aware of that there was a huge failure on. That we kind of became the face of accidentally. There was a manufacturing problem that we discovered.
Okay.
That made it out of the factory.
Okay.
And into Walmart.
Okay.
And they claimed, I wasn't in the factory in China, they claimed to have this process in place, and yet this got through.
Yeah.
So how detailed is the...
So it's all very detailed,
here?
But you still have a human factor because this is part of the problem we're trying to overcome. With the current generations of machines, typically they're implemented as a go and no-go, right?
Right.
Okay, it passed, it fails, it passed, it fails, and there's not really any data collected, anything done with the data that would affect a process monitoring, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if you're in a high-volume manufacturing scenario and you get false errors, which this is one of the main problems with these machines. If you have a false error, which means that the machine says the board's bad, but then when someone pulls it off and looks at it, it's actually good.
It's fine.
Okay, then you got to put it back in process. If you get too many of these things and you have an expectation to get X amount of product per day out the door, they just turn the machine off and they pass through. So they may do it. They may do it. They may do test every hour, or they may run it every 100 or so boards, but they possibly don't do 100% inspection.
Sure.
And that's how something like that can get out, because it's the inspection process is affecting other parts of the process that affect the bottom line, and so people don't use it. So what we're trying to do, again, is make it where it's utilized on every board, learn from every board that we take an image of using the AI and develop this whole thing, right?
And so if it scans the thing, it's a false negative. It comes out, a person says, nope, fine.
Correct.
It can be marked as such and learn from its own mistake.
Well, what we do is we don't actually do that. I mean, it's how can I explain this in something that's not super technical? I mean, you can actually do that. I guess there's always a chance we could get a false negative, and it would be treated the same way anything else is, right? So you pull it out, you look at it, an engineer is going to determine if that was actually a defect or not, right?
But can the AI then learn?
We can
from
learn
that?
this, yes.
Okay.
So we can say this is a good product, and for what it'll tell us why it thinks it was bad, right? So we're not going to just randomly inspect. We're going to go to the particular part, or whatever's the failure mode on there, and see if that is correct or not. Okay, and then we can teach the machine. It can learn that next time it sees this, it's not going to be an error.
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha. Perfect.
And again, this is how it builds up the data to make the process much more sustainable.
Yeah.
And then again, as we start to see these trends, as it catches these things and it's okay, it builds its own internal intelligence so that when it recognizes these things, the next time it sees this similar occurrence, it's going to say, this is a good board, I've learned this, and away we go.
Very cool. This already exists?
Yes. Yes.
Out in the wild, manufacturers can use it, or are we
well,
there yet?
this is the problem. So the problem with electronic manufacturing is that we've had automated equipment for decades, right? So we have machines that do things automatically. But the connectivity between the machines to do things automatically is still growing. And so I would say it's still in process because there's a whole different level of connectivity that has to happen on a manufacturing floor, machine-to-machine communication that would take the information our machine is able to develop and that data, and then it's got to be translated or moved to a machine from a different vendor, right? So we have to have a communication protocol. The industry is working on that right now to try to get to the point where the communication from some of these quality devices can feed back into the actual machines that actually do part placement or solder screen printing, these type of machines, and then give this information back to them to make adjustments that could correct an error. But that's still in the works.
Gotcha.
But the first start is we have to do our own thing and generate the data, collect the data, and then make it useful for the end user.
Gotcha.
Okay.
For companies that might want to follow your journey and find out when this is ready for prime time, how can they do that?
Well, we have like everybody else, a website, delvitech.com, delvitech.com. It's probably the easiest way. We're on LinkedIn. We're on your podcast now, right? So we're, again, at the show here trying to get the message out of who we are, that we do exist, that we do have this technology. Also, anybody that could contact the Swiss Tech Pavilion, the people that set up the whole interface between the Swiss companies and these shows, could find out more about us there.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you for coming and talking to me.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for people who have been around for a while, you might remember that there was an issue with some LED strips a couple of years ago, and it was a manufacturing problem that was. We were told that there was a verification process in place, and the thing is, even if they were testing every 100, the entire batch was bad. We did not see a single one actually work. So I don't know that they necessarily had a manufacturing process in place, and the fact that the manufacturer was replaced after this suggests to me that there probably wasn't. But the verification process, being able to check on a board, look at it, determine whether it's bad, and more importantly, be able to say what's bad, not just no, goodbye, is way better. In my head, I'm seeing in Portal 2 with the turrets where it just like nope and kicks them off into space. That was what I was seeing as the old process, and that kind of detail is I think a way better way of going. You good?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
So fine. So happy to be there. Ready.
Show being good to you so far?
Yeah, so far it's very good. First time for me in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, first time for me in CES.
Okay. Going well so far, though?
Yeah, so
Good.
far. Yeah, good energy.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay. Okay, my name is Fred. I'm from GitTech company.
What do you guys do?
Okay, mainly we are in the beauty tech company. So we are developing different kind of diagnoses to help people to discover the best product and the best service to their skin. So we are mainly in two different fields. The first one is the cosmetic one. We are producing cosmetic for people. And the second one, we are deeply in the technology. Developing skin diagnosis with a selfie. So in 1 minute, we know exactly everything regarding your skin.
Oh.
And then we go so far also with a chatbot, which is a natural conversation chatbot. So it's real natural. So you speak with your personal assistant, and so he knows you very well.
Okay.
So he can understand exactly the matter and the feature, everything that your skin needs or your hair needs. And this is the first part. So first part is how we understand the people needs. The second part, we have AI also that screen all the existing product in any platforms.
Oh.
And then we database the product, in very special. And then after, so we know the product perfectly, we know the needs people perfectly, and then after we match them together.
Okay.
So it's a technology we would like to add in any website, any platform, because instead of having 1,000 of product, that when you are looking for product, you have 1,000 of product. This one, you make a diagnosis, 1 minute diagnosis, 1 minute talks, and then after, you have only the products suitable to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, let me make sure I've got this. So, with the phone or whatever, take a selfie. It takes about a minute to analyze.
Yeah.
There's a chat bot that might ask some follow-up questions, essentially. Using that data, it's then able to filter out, essentially, products that would be no good for you for whatever reason.
Yeah.
To show you the products that are right for you.
That's it.
Based on lots of conditions.
Exactly.
And then recommend these are the ones that look. So is this cosmetics? Is this personal care items? Is it going to recommend that I not use this shampoo because it's going to screw with my hair? What kind of data are we looking at?
Okay, it's both because first, because we are developing the technology, everything, all the AI developing by ourselves.
Okay. Start to finish, all you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first thing is to have a better results, you need to go deep in a special industry. So the first industry we are in is the beauty.
Okay.
Okay. So inside beauty effect, you're right regarding the hair, regarding the skin. Exactly. We know you. We provide the existing product suitable to you.
Okay.
But this technology is also suitable for all these industries. Why?
Sure.
Because all the time is the same. We need to know your needs, and then we need to know what
to
kind
match
of
those
product
needs to the capabilities.
Exactly. So, for instance, we've been developing the same for fashion. We are developing the same for pet food.
Oh.
We are developing the same for supplement dietary. I mean, at least if we can talk with a company that need our technology, and then if they know perfectly their customer and their products, so we can adapt our technology to their.
Okay. But today, it would be able to say, you look like you have eczema, don't use this makeup. It may not say it looks like you have eczema, but it'll behind the scenes, it's looking for things about your skin, things about your hair, things about you to determine that these products are compatible with who you are.
Exactly.
Under whatever conditions it is. In this case, it's coming from a selfie and a short conversation with an AI bot, but in another industry, those requirements could come from, doesn't matter where.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Very cool. How did you decide that this was a problem you wanted to solve?
Okay, because first I told you, no, our first business is cosmetic business.
Yeah.
Okay, and because we've been developing on-demand cosmetic products, so we have another company, we produce cosmetic only one by one for you.
Okay.
With your name on, we print your name on the.
Sure.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's all natural. Okay, and to do so, we did need diagnosis to do so. So this is the first time. It was 8 years ago. We just decided to build a company to make diagnosis. And because our customer, they were crazy about it, most of our customer told us, look, when I say customer, it's not end consumer, because we are B2B, okay? So those B2B industry told us, look, this is brilliant for your brands. Can you do the same for us? And so we just decided to do first for cosmetic brands. And right after, we just found out that, okay, even though the e-commerce industry is changing a lot, why? Because 10 years ago, you can buy what was on what was shown, and then after it was like the influencers that give you idea what to buy. But most of the people, they know that today influencers, they are paid to give you the advice.
Right.
So today they just want, safe advice.
Right.
And safe advice means I know you. This is, it's like a machine that. So this is the new way of consuming products and services, we think. And so we have now more than 8 or 9 years development into AI, which is a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. And reason why today we have also, this natural conversation chatbot, which is not so easy to produce. So we are quite, and that's what it is. So this is why,
So obviously this thing exists.
Yeah.
You're using it.
Yeah.
And you said that it's scalable to other industries, other companies.
Completely.
Are others already using it outside of your
of course.
existing company?
Yeah, already, yeah, of course.
Very cool. So it is available to contract, to license, to
contract, to license, and of course, most of the people that come here like a startup, because we're a startup, okay? So of course we come to CES to find new contact, new contract, but also investment, because we are developing a lot.
Yeah.
And for instance, we just set up our subsidiary in China. It was 3 months ago, because China also is like USA. The e-commerce is pushing so hard. But I found out also in China, when you're looking for a product in China, there is thousands of products.
Right.
Thousands.
Because even our products are made there.
Yeah.
Everything's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and so we definitely think that this is the new commerce is coming. This is 3.0. Okay, you don't buy what is recommended. You don't buy what is advised by other. You just buy what is needed for you and right for you. This is our
very cool
core business. Thank you.
Very cool. Well, how can people find out more about this? Maybe to license it from you, or even to invest. How can they get that information?
Thank you. So we are exhibiting in the CES. So we are in the French part of the CES. So level 1 in the La Région Rhône-Alpes booth. Okay, and you can also go visiting us. This is gydtech.io, gydtech.io. And we will be so happy to meet you. Come.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Thank you very much for.
It's cool tech.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, it's we've long said in our own company that the best businesses are those that are able to take two disparate groups who need to be brought together and bring them together. And it sounds like that's exactly the technology that they've built over there. And not just bringing them together, but bringing them together in a way where the product is for them. It's not just product. Look, here's shampoo. It's shampoo and conditioner and products that we already know are right for you. That's, his initial idea, the idea that there's such a thing as personalized beauty products, is a little different. But I really like that technology to bring people together with products that match specifically for them. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm Andrea Moroni Stampa. I'm the CTO of Lighthouse Tech, a Swiss startup. We have developed a smart eyewear frame for blind, low vision people.
Okay, and how does this work?
It's very easy. With a soft vibration on the temples, we can locate obstacles above the waist area. with a fashion touch also on the device. So blind and low vision people can navigate more freely and safely around without hitting their heads or their torso to low-hanging tree branches, street signals, and so on, while still being able to hear their outside world and what is happening around them.
Yeah, because obviously the sense of hearing becomes far more important, and blocking that or interfering with it would be a problem. So you alert through vibrations on the temples?
Yes, exactly. It's a soft vibration on the side. It's foreseen for the future that we have also bracelets or anklets in order to further enhance that feeling of the outside world. And that's pretty great and well appreciated by the blind and low vision people.
Sure. So how long has the company been around, and where are you in the process?
Well, we've been around almost 2.5 years. We presented last year CES the prototypes, and this year we are ready for production. We'll be hitting the market in summer, so the device is ready for pre-sale. And we are looking here for distributors and agreements and all these B2B customers that could directly work with us in finding actually the final customers, which are the blind and low vision people.
Sure. You were on the show last year, right? Yeah, I thought so. I thought both the name and the product felt familiar. So we've gone from last year being in a prototype phase to being ready for production. What kind of a timetable are you hoping for on that?
It strongly depends on how we will make it also evolve in the future. But as of now, as I said, the product will hit the market in summer. We will be delivering in the next couple of months, first in Europe and then also in the US. And we have a couple of agreements also with Asian countries like Japan and South Korea. So very broad and very internationally. Luckily, blind and low vision people are very similar all over the world. And then since this device is rechargeable with the USB cable, normal USB cable, then we are really ready to go international very easily.
Very, very interesting. What kind of a price point are we looking at on this?
At the end, the quality of the device is a medium high-end, so it is at around $1,500, more or less, final price. But we are working very close with insurances and, for example, also in the US, the Veterans Association for the Blind. So to get at least partially covered by the insurances and then recognized by this helping organism.
Gotcha. Yeah, being able to get it listed as an assistive tech is really important.
Yes, yes.
The VA is a good place to work. They're very open to assistive tech.
Yeah.
That's good.
Exactly. I need to say that the CES, also with the CTA Foundation behind the curtains, they are pushing a lot the assistive tech technologies in the show. And we really can see a lot of new devices and new opportunities being expressly developed for those in need, like, for example, in our case.
Yeah. So how does the device itself work? I don't entirely remember.
It's actually a combination of different sensors embedded in the temples, and those sensors actively recognize, based on some algorithms that we've developed, the objects around the user. So, for example, a high table where the white cane would just go around maybe by chance while scanning the floor. Well, the device recognizes it as an obstacle and gives this soft vibration and alerting the user that there is something wrong and that there is something to be aware of. And so the user just stops in time and doesn't hit the arm, the torso, the head. So this is kind of giving a feeling of navigating in the world without the fear of hitting your body and injuring yourself potentially very badly.
Yeah. So is everything self-contained, or does it do processing
Well,
off
yes.
device?
At the moment, it's all self-contained. We have a small setup app in order for the user to adjust the vibration intensity and adjust maybe the distance where a user is comfortable with our device. But actually, we have also a zero learning goal. So, like you get the device, you turn it on, you wear it, you go. With the app, of course, as I said, you can set some parameters, but it is thought to be like once and then go for it.
Gotcha. So we can make some adjustments, but ideally put it on, go,
That's
off and
it.
running.
Exactly.
Okay. So you don't have to have the phone for it to be functional. The phone dies. This doesn't stop functioning.
Exactly.
That's the important
That's
part.
also very important for us.
Okay.
With the phone, you can do a bit more.
Okay.
In the future, you will be able to make, for example, an emergency call or detect if the user is falling down or if the glasses are falling down, so that maybe they are broken or maybe something happened or maybe something is wrong with them. But actually, without the phone, they are very good working and ready to work, ready to go.
Okay. And how long do they run on a charge?
The battery is rechargeable, so it depends on how many obstacles the user finds on his path. But they are meant to work for 2 to 3 days, and then you just recharge it in 1 or 2 hours, and then good to go again.
So you could wear it during the day, charge it at night, everything will be fine.
Yeah.
If you're not able to get to your charger for a night,
Exactly.
it'll probably be fine.
Exactly, and this is also one of our ideas to have a device which is wearable all day long and without having also this social awkwardness of wearing, I don't know, a helmet or a harness and so on, because these are optical grade glasses. You can put any lens you want, so corrective sunglasses, sun lenses or transparent lenses, and adjust it to your personal needs. And you wear it just like a pair of glasses. Also, a lot of people around the world is wearing glasses without any problem all day long.
Sure. Cool technology. Glad to hear that the company is taking a big step forward from prototype to ready to go.
Yes, exactly.
That's always good to hear. We always like to see those stories from CES.
Yeah.
Has the show been good for you?
Yes, the press coverage is huge.
Good.
The amount of visiting people is huge. As I said before, the people who are also part of the blind and low vision and disabilities community are also visiting our booth. By the way, we are also englobated in the Swiss Tech Pavilion from Switzerland. It's a very good help for us, being a small startup, to have the possibility at the Eureka Park also to present our products in the national booth, national pavilion. It's a great show. I mean, I've been around in the world in a couple of shows, but the CES is by far the largest and biggest with everything you can imagine.
Yeah, for sure. Just in the view that you have from your seat, the amount of different things that are available in that view is insane.
Exactly. Specifically in the Eureka Park and here at the Venetian Hall, it's really a mashup of everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, because there's definitely chairs and air purifiers and LED lights in my view right now.
And there is food just around the corner. They are preparing food right now and testing their technology live. Those are
cotton candy.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to encounter at CES.
Exactly.
Well, if people want to be able to follow your company and what you guys are up to, how can they do that?
Yes, our company is named Lighthouse Tech. You can follow us on LinkedIn or on our website and also on our YouTube channel. And on our website, we also have a pre-order form where you can announce yourself, your relatives, and friends, and maybe be able to be in the first deliveries of our smart glasses.
Very nice. Well, I appreciate you coming and talking to me today.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Absolutely, and hopefully you'll have a good rest of the show.
Yeah, you too. Have fun. Thank you.
You too. I always like those where we got to talk to them last year. They were in early prototype phase. They're back this year. We've moved from prototype to near production. They're ready to come out this year. That's great, especially downstairs. We've talked about it before. Downstairs, we generally like to... CES calls it Eureka Park. We call it Mad Scientist. It's the phase where there are some big, sometimes crazy ideas flying around. Some of them will never make it to market. Some of them will be absolutely fantastic and be a product that will go from concept to production to, a near global takeover. We've seen some of that with, Robbie from Benji Lock. We saw him with a non-functional wooden prototype, and now he's supposed to be on the show before it's over. We'll see if that happens. They have made some announcements this year. One of the companies that was on last year, Lap Lock and Benji Lock, have come together to produce a product together, which is great. But that progression from being downstairs and being a small startup with a prototype, maybe functional, maybe not, to coming to the point where he's at, where he's ready to go to production now, a year later. Always super cool. Well, hello there, Michelle.
Hi.
Welcome back to your chair.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
Did you hear that?
I did not.
He is ready for production this year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He was in prototype concept when he was on the show last year.
Right.
And now this year, he's ready to go to production. He's hoping summer of this year they will be available to be purchased.
That's amazing. He must be so excited.
Yeah, for sure. He was definitely excited. And it seems like you'd have to be, right? It's such a great place to be, to literally a year ago, sitting maybe in the same chair, but within a half of a square foot of where he was just now. He was, last year he was not ready. He was in prototype. He didn't have manufacturing in place. He probably didn't have the funding to even get to that point. And here we are talking about the ability to pick one of these up mid-year. I love seeing those progressions, especially on the super, super solid products. And assistive technology, we've been following assistive technology pretty closely since probably our first collision.
Right.
Because that was where we really saw the first big push into that assistive tech. Some of the home sensors and things to monitor, elderly people that don't want to go into an ALF, don't need to go into an ALF
yet,
but their families are uncomfortable with them living on their own. Those kind of technologies were really hitting their stride in 2015 when we did our first collision, and now here we are with a completely head-worn, I imagine AI-powered computer that is able to identify obstructions and warn you about them if you can't see or can't see well.
Right.
Huge advancement in less than a decade.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think about it.
Yeah. So, and interestingly, it's not the only one that we've seen, right? It's not the only low vision, no vision assistive device that we've seen that has been on this table so far this week. And they've both taken similar but different approaches. And competition breeds better ideas.
Right.
And so having similar but different technology,
right,
trying to solve the same problem in different ways, they can learn from each other. They can learn from their customers. Different customers may prefer something different. The idea of feeling like you're being pulled like a guide dog
Right.
is an interesting one. I don't know it's what I would want. Personally, I don't know that that's what I want. But it might be what you want.
Right.
And it doesn't matter. That's great. There's different ways of accomplishing the same thing. And that's, that's one of the fun things at CES. And, those types of things tend to be around each other on the show floor. So in this particular case, they might literally be, oh, I didn't realize this was here. They might literally be in the same section of the show floor together, and they could learn from each other. They could work together. They could, really, really great technology. And I'm glad that we're seeing more of it. Our next guest, I see, is here in the studio, so we will be starting that momentarily, I imagine, but maybe not. I don't know.
We do, and we have two people for the same. We have the owner, our founder, and then we have the tech guy. So they're going to switch back off.
Okay.
Okay?
No worries. We'll make it work.
And up first we have Sean. I don't know if it's shown up for you yet.
Oh, I see name and name.
Right. They wanted both names on there, so both names are on there.
Okay. It's going to be real small.
I told them. Okay. They said that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Give me 1 second.
All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Great. Sean Simbab.
Nice to meet you.
Thank
Go
you
ahead
for
and
having us.
introduce yourself and your company for me.
Yes, my name is Sean Simbab, and I am with Dot Sims Technology out of Rhode Island.
All right. And you have a purple thing here.
Yep, I have two devices here. Our first device is V1. It's basically on the event of a personal safety wearable device.
Okay.
Basically what it does, it detects a human as they're approaching you from behind. So no more assaults from behind.
Oh.
So
Okay.
basically how it works is this device is 2 hours of chargeable. This device is 4 hours. This is our V2. Basically what happens is you turn the device on, you Bluetooth it to your watch or your phone. The phone is number one, but it'll go to your watch and your AirPods.
Okay.
You clip it on the back of you. If you're walking, running, hiking, corrections, police, whatever it is, as it'll pick up a person at 45 feet. At 25 feet, it'll alert you when someone's approaching you from behind.
Okay.
You'll then receive an SOS or on your watch or on your phone. You turn around, you assess whether or not if it's a threat. If you feel like it's a threat, you hit the SOS. That will go out to 3 of your contacts in the application. They will then get your GPS coordinates. They'll know there's an issue, and you'll have time to defend yourself. It will also be, at the same time, be doing 15 images per second going up into the cloud. So not only are you being alerted of the assailant behind you if you think it's a threat, but you're also going to have the images up in the cloud.
Okay. So let's talk about the device itself.
Yes.
From where I'm sitting, I see lenses.
Correct.
Cutouts for lenses, and that's about all I see. So what all do we have here?
So my chief technology is here with me, but
Okay.
I will give you a little background. I'm not too familiar with everything, but basically it's a camera that basically will pick up the human. As it's approaching, we have an algorithm that will basically let you know that someone is approaching you.
Okay.
This will only work if someone is approaching you from behind. If they walk by you, you can see them, there's no problem. If that person is coming at you and they're going at a faster speed, whether it's a bicyclist, a person running, or somebody else, it will let you know that someone's approaching you from behind.
Okay.
And at that time, you assess if there's a threat or not.
Okay. So does it take speed into account?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So somebody who's slow and whatever may be seen as less of a than somebody coming up.
Correct.
Okay.
And not only that, you'll have enough time when you're being alerted to basically assess the
spin
threat to
around
see
and
if it's
deal with.
a regular runner, if it's someone trying to come after you, assault you. I mean, as you see in the news today, women are being assaulted all the time, every day. And unfortunately, I was a correctional officer.
I was going to ask where this came from.
Yeah, so I was a correctional officer, and what happened was I was working in the prison, and during that time, I was dealing with a confrontation that was happening in one corner, and I didn't realize it. Someone came up from behind me, hit me, and I ended up with a traumatic brain injury.
Wow.
From there, I had to do like cognitive behavioral therapy. I had to relearn how to do a bunch of things.
Wow.
During my rehab time, I was on a bike path. I had my ear pods in. I was listening to some music. A bicyclist was coming up from behind me. He must have said on your left. I didn't hear him. He hit me from behind. So at that point, I said, there's got to be something out there that's got to be out on the market. There was nothing out there. So I started, doing my homework, seeing if there was anything out there. We now have 3 patents on our devices, utility patents, United States. So we own all the IP in the United States of America on this device. So we're here at CES, debuting our product, showcasing it, and hopefully saving lives.
Well, that's fantastic. So the backstory is fascinating. Not to downplay what happened. We have a phrase within our organization, great ideas come from things that suck.
Correct.
And obviously that sucked.
Unfortunately, it was something I had to go through. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The second one I wasn't injured on. I just never saw it coming.
Right.
And then, throughout my experiences in the corrections, I've witnessed a bunch of people being assaulted.
Right.
During my time, the big thing was cameras recording everybody, body cameras recording incidents. But my concern was the wearer. The person who's involved in it or is being assaulted from behind, who's protecting them. And unfortunately, like I said, I was part of that. And, out of this came 3 patents. We developed the device, and we're here at CES debuting it.
That's really cool. Yeah, because like a body cam is mostly there to prove that something did or didn't happen. It's not there to help prevent anything in the moment.
Correct.
And it doesn't help back here for nothing.
Yep. So these are basically, phrase eyes behind your head, but where our motto is never look back. So, with .sims technology, never look back. We have a website, www.sims.technology. You can go on there right now. We're not on the market yet. We're doing pre-orders. So you can go there, pre-order it. It's going to be $199. And a yearly subscription fee of $79. If you go and pre-order it, we'll waive the subscription fee.
Okay.
And like I said, my chief technology officer is here. If you want to speak to him regarding, what's going on with the device and everything inside of it,
sure.
feel free to hand it over to him.
Yeah, sure. That sounds fantastic. I appreciate it. It's a really interesting. The backstory sucks.
Correct.
Sorry you had to go through that. And just because you weren't physically injured doesn't mean the idea of somebody popping up on you didn't trigger other things in your head, right?
Yes.
Because
and even today, I mean, if I go for a walk on the bike path and someone comes from behind you, it startles you. It gives you that feeling. And, it's like you go on the news every day and you watch CNN and you're seeing, woman being assaulted.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that, we have to have that. But, I think we're going to solve a huge problem here in the United States.
Certainly hope so.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
I think maybe we didn't start it. Yeah. You good?
I'm good.
All right. So now we've got you here. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Terry O'Shea. I'm the CTO for Sims Technology.
Okay.
I work with Sean on bringing his invention to life and making sure it all works and helping the world be a safer place.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about what we've got going on here. I understand the backstory. I understand what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
So how is it that we're doing that?
So basically we have 2 little wearable cameras, our version 1 and version 2. I'll talk about the version 2 because the one we'll go to market with. But basically we have...
That was going to be one of my first questions. V1 is prototype. V2 is what we're going to go to market with.
Yeah.
Got it.
So basically about half of the volume is a battery. The other half is basically our technology, which includes a high frame rate camera. We continuously take pictures, 15 frames a second. And then while we're taking those 15 frames a second, we analyze one frame over another, and that way we detect if a person's approaching from behind.
Okay.
We don't do video. We're doing it by still frame, one over the other. Once that's done, if a person is detected coming within the 25-foot radius, it basically sends an alert to the phone. You can press the SOS button if you want, or to the Apple iWatch, or you hear the beep in your iPods if you're doing it that way, or it works with the Android products as well. And then if you select it, you can do it, or you can basically go to the setup page and set it up so that you can choose to say, I want automatic SOS. So if anybody comes within 25 feet, I want my 3 contacts that I've chosen to know that they're coming and approach. We basically store the photos inside of the app. When we have connectivity, and we ensure that we have connectivity, we send those photos along with GPS coordinates off to those 3 contacts so that everybody knows who the perpetrator is, what they look like, and where you are right now when the event happened, and continues to track you after that.
Okay. The GPS location, is it the location of...
It's coming from the phone.
Where it was when the data was pushed?
When the data was pushed, and then continuously thereafter.
And so, let's say we're taking pictures in a place where we don't have connectivity.
Yep.
Is it tracking the GPS on that trail then pushing all of that once we have data?
As soon as we get data connectivity, we push all of that straight up to the cloud. It gets over to Twilio, it gets diminished off to the different contacts.
Okay, gotcha. So
they receive an SMS message with a picture along with, this is Terry O's device, and he was in this GPS coordinate, and here's the picture of the perpetrator.
Okay. So we're out in the woods on a trail. There's no data, but there is text.
Yep.
The device is still tracking and able to see there's a problem, so it can still send a text. It may not necessarily
send the
get
photos,
all the data,
right?
But we can still send a text, hey, I think there's a problem.
Exactly.
Okay. Or, yes, there's a problem.
There's a problem.
Okay.
Right.
Very cool. And then as soon as data is available, photos will go to.
Photos will go to.
Okay. So where are we in this process?
We're right now we've finished development. We're going through our FCC certification. Once we get completed with that, we're basically we're taking pre-orders right now on our website. It's www.sims.technology. And you can do the pre-orders. We're looking at $199 for the device. We offer a $79 a year subscription fee, but we waive that for pre-orders. So anybody that orders, they save $79 off of anybody that orders after we launch.
Nice. So I see the clip on this. I didn't get to see the back of this. It looks like the same clip.
It's a very similar clip.
Okay.
And it attaches pretty well. We've been trialing it. I've used it when I'm out bow hunting.
Okay.
Recognizes dogs approaching from behind. We believe we can recognize bears, moose, other animals approaching from behind.
Okay.
So it's not just human beings, but large things approaching from behind, as well as human threats. We also in that have a time of flight sensor, so like a LiDAR, basically tells in the dark if something's approaching from behind. That turns on a high infrared light.
Okay.
Takes our camera into infrared, continues to take the pictures.
Gotcha.
So it works in both daylight and complete darkness.
So with the clip, where are we hoping to attach this? Where's the goal?
Backpacks, waistbands, collars, hats, basically any running harnesses that are worn for safety, with the illuminating, blinking harnesses that people wear when they're jogging in the early morning hours or late at night.
Okay. Any thoughts about alternate connectivity? Because for me, my first thought is, I've got my hair down and a T-shirt on. I may not have, and nothing else.
Right.
I may not have anywhere to put it.
But let's hope you have pants on or shorts or something. We can attach it from there.
But the pants, the waistband could be covered theoretically.
It could be. But we have different belts and accessories that we're trying out to offer off. These things for sale as well.
So yeah, definitely considering alternate mounting.
Alternate mounting.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, if you come by the booth, anybody that comes by the booth to CES, you can see it mounted on the mannequin, and on the mannequin's on one of the running harnesses that we have.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Perfect. It sounds like a lot of thought has been put into this. Like I told him, the backstory sucks.
Yeah. It's tragic backstory, but it leads
has
to
led
hopefully
to a thing.
that leads to something that's going to save everybody else, and that's why I joined the company. That's why I'm part of it, because it's all about personal safety and making sure this doesn't happen to anybody else again.
Well, fantastic. I really appreciate
Hey,
both
Scott,
of you coming
thank
up
you
and
very
talking
much.
to us today.
Deeply appreciated.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you
and
for your
have
time.
a good rest of the show.
You too,
Good
buddy.
luck with your lunch.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, it's a great product idea.
It really is.
My initial concern right away was how it's mounted. Because yes, I wear a hat, but you don't.
Right.
So I know your shirts usually go low.
Below my waistband.
So a waistband's not going to work.
Right.
Hat's not going to work. Collar's not going to work.
Right.
So I was thinking, well, how do we put it on Michelle?
Right.
Where do we put it on Michelle to make it work? And so the idea that they're doing running bands and things like that, really smart idea. A pin clip might be another.
That's what I was just thinking. Is there something I can pin to the back of the shirt?
Or a magnetic
some type
clip.
a magnetic clip would be really good.
Because you could do like a name tag, a magnet behind a clip too.
And they told Nancy that they're going to develop a clothing line to put it in as well.
Okay.
They're in development of that as well.
Well, there you go. See, they really are thinking about alternate ways to deal with it. That's great.
Absolutely. It's a great concept. It's a great, because it's scary to go out places.
Yeah.
Mostly for women, but not only for women. Oh, yeah, exactly. College campuses.
Ybor City.
Oh, Ybor City.
Are we still running? Yeah, Ybor City off of Fremont Street.
Yep. A lot of places around here.
Yeah. There are all kinds of places that we don't want to go that sometimes we have to.
Yep.
Just the nature of this town. Can you give me a second? It is so dry. So much more than usual. I don't usually have the problem with chapped lips. I don't usually need lip balm or anything, but
I do, but this is way worse.
and I'm also going for drinks a lot more than I usually do on the live show. It's been
Would you like some hot tea?
no, thank you. I appreciate it though.
You're welcome.
No, for this particular problem, hot tea tends to make it worse for me.
It's been my savior today. Yesterday, my throat is so sore from being dry, and no amount of water, although it helps in the exact second, but no amount of water is helping.
Yeah.
And Serge reminded me, tea with honey, Michelle. Yes.
Yeah.
And that'll get me through about 15 minutes, and I go get another one.
For me, hot tea with honey will solve a different problem, but not this one.
Gotcha.
Because it sure won't help my lips, which is my real problem
yeah,
right now.
yours isn't in your throat like mine.
Yeah.
Yet, anyway.
My problem with my throat is different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, we need to say a quick shout out to Steve Willingham, if he is still watching. Hey, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
We're missing you.
And if you're watching, know that wherever you are, you can chat with us. If you are on the Plug Hits Live pages over on plughitslive.com/join us, or on our YouTube or Twitch or Twitter. If you comment over there, we're able to see those comments if we have the chat open, which we do off and on. I've had it open downstairs most of the day. We appreciate the comments. If you are over on Todd's definitely keep the conversation on Geek News Central going as well. He can see those over there. I know there's been some conversation happening over there. We appreciate it. We love to get the feedback on the products, on the interviews as we're going. And yesterday, thank you for helping us debug an audio problem.
Yes.
It was chat that helped us get there. So
appreciate that.
We definitely appreciate it. The first interview had some problems, and in the end, we just redid the interview anyway,
right.
And everything was fine. But we didn't know that the problem was happening until chat said something. So definitely thank you for that. Now is probably a good time to talk about our sponsors. The first, of course, is Blueberry. None of this is possible without Blueberry for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is Blueberry is the sister organization of the Tech Podcast Network. So without Blueberry and therefore Raw Voice, we would not be here together as a group. Blueberry is the place to get a podcast going. You get a website, you get media hosting, you get help with things like transcription through Descript, and a whole bunch of other technology coming in. Podcast Mirror is now included as part of the Blueberry package. So there's a lot of stuff going on. If you're thinking about getting into a podcast, or you are ready to ditch your current host and move over to a managed WordPress page with PowerPress, Blueberry is the way to go. You can give it a try right now, 30 days for free, by using the promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY 004. And of course, the company that we use a lot, Privacy. Privacy gives you peace of mind when shopping online, and sometimes in person as well. You get a unique credit card number for each, I guess technically it's a debit card number, for each provider. Technically for every processor string. That seems to be what they lock to. So once it is connected to a particular processor, that card cannot be used anywhere else. So let's say you buy something online with Home Depot and their entire credit card database gets leaked. That's never happened before. I mean, it happened 4 or 5 years ago, but still, that card is only usable on HomeDepot.com, and they'd have to be signed into your account to use it. That cannot be used anywhere else. It will be declined immediately. I personally use it for everything from my utilities to purchasing plane tickets and hotel reservations. We use it literally for everything. In the company, a large portion of the expenses to be here this week
right.
were done through Privacy, including some of the equipment. If you were watching, there was an earbud that I did not realize was hanging down in front for a while. It was hanging like this. It was supposed to be in the back. The system that's connected to was purchased using a Privacy card. And Privacy is a completely free service. We love it. It doesn't cost you anything. They make their money on the back end because they're a credit card processor. So that's where they make their money. Doesn't change your day, and it doesn't change the cost for the merchant either. Nobody's out anything, and it protects your bank account.
Right.
Can't go wrong, and they'll give you $5 to try it now using promo code. I don't know. We're going to run the promo. I can never remember it because it's 5 really random letters and numbers. So I think Michelle's going to run that for me so we can remember what the promo code is.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy. the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
So that's promo code
QZZ2J. I'm going to write it on the table. QZZ2J. If you use that promo code, you'll get $5. Create your free account, add your funding source, and you'll get $5 for free.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. And using these services help us out. We definitely appreciate it. Also, if you have an Albi account or you want to donate to the coverage, you can do that by going to getalbi.com/p/plughitslive. You can donate through there or through the PayPal link at techpodcasts.com. We appreciate that because, again, this is big coverage. It's very expensive. It takes a lot of people and a lot of work. I think our count is 18 people this year. It's one of our larger teams.
Right.
And, yeah, it's not possible without your help by supporting those companies and or donating to the coverage. So what have you seen, Michelle, or heard, Michelle, that has really excited you?
Well, it's not a surprise to you, but
There must be something blinking around.
yeah, I do like all the lighty-uppy things. But no, this is more to the core of me. There is a desk behind you that will keep your drink cold. It's an adjustable desk that can move up and down. It's got like a bazillion ports to like charge and log in. It's got cubbies and drawers, and it's got a little thing that takes the speaker and puts it down under the desk and then raises it up when you want it.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy cool.
Yeah, and the sound quality of those little speakers is pretty good too.
Yeah, it sounded good.
I mean, it's not, a huge sound system. That's not what it's intended to be, right? And they're not an audio company.
Right.
That's not who they are. But what they have produced is really good. If everything goes right, there is an audio company that's supposed to be on tomorrow that has produced a desk speaker that thumps.
Okay.
Right? But that's not what this is. That's not what it's intended to be.
Right.
It's supposed to be a convenient and cool audio system
And out of
on
sight.
your desk.
It
Yeah,
doesn't take up space on your desk when you don't need it there.
exactly.
Yeah, that desk is crazy. I went and showed Terry and Brandy and Chris the desk just a little while ago.
Oh, is Brandy here?
Brandy got here hour or two ago.
Okay.
Yeah, she looks exhausted, as we all do.
It happens.
Yep. But yeah, I'm in love with the desk, and Terry is already she sat down in that comfortable chair, and spit out about 3 ideas for Strike Esports.
The Batman chair?
The Batman. I'm Batman. Yes. Oh, I did that on air. That was fun. Yeah. So she spit out ideas. You can have this in Strike for this and for that.
I have a new text tone.
Yes. I'm Batman.
I got you to do it again where I guaranteed I wasn't talking over it. Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, and granted, I haven't had a chance to really venture out too much yet. I really want to go by the and see those other desks. Was it Blacklight?
Yeah, Blacklight.
I wasn't up here on the desk for their interview, but I heard it was a good one.
Yeah. I got to go sit in the chair yesterday. They are very different companies.
Okay.
Right? Because LiveTab is a function-forward brand, right? It does some very cool things. It looks cool. It does cool things. The chair is comfortable. And then Blacklight, their Toyota and Blacklight is Lexus. They're very similar, but one's the luxury version of it.
Gotcha.
The materials are different. The chair is.
Oh, yeah, I got to get over there.
Yeah, it's really nice. I I have a very nice chair in my office right now.
Mhm.
We've been doing a product review on it. We did a whole how-to. I unboxed the thing and assembled it, and all on video. It was quite an experience.
I'll have to go watch that.
But it's the Kaiser 3 XL.
Okay.
It's a very specific chair for me because I tend to like to sit in my chair with my legs crossed. Not one foot over the other leg, but my legs crossed in the chair. I know I'm weird, and I'm okay with that. This is a very big chair.
There's a lot of chairs coming out for that exact thing.
This is a very big chair. And it works. It works real well, and it's very comfortable. However, I sat in it a lot, and I sat in the black light chair yesterday. I would absolutely push it to the side.
Yeah.
Yes. It's... Whew, it is somehow both supportive and plush. I don't know how they managed to quite pull that off, but it does manage to do both.
That intrigues me because I don't like anything too supportive, to be honest. I don't like anything too firm.
I think you're going to like this one. And the materials. Like, we talk about the importance of material science and material choice for products. They have gone out of their way to make sure that the materials, like, it's cleanable, which is important with a computer chair, right? To be able to, you're going to spill stuff on it, whatever. You need to be able to clean it, but it's also soft. It's it's real nice.
Yeah.
This is cleanable, right? I know,
because I'm a mess.
I know that they could just hose these down, and probably do after the event, because this is made out of plastic, but it's not nice. It feels like it's made out of plastic.
Yeah.
That can be wiped down. It can be cleaned, but it's very soft. It's very, it's nice.
And it's adjustable. Has settings. And
Oh, yeah.
The lumbar support.
Yeah. Great chair. So I look forward to working with them in the future because they want to do some stuff together. So I look forward to working with them going forward because it's a really, I mean, just the chair they put me in. Apparently they've got like the Faraday Future model coming, like a level above Lexus. Like this is the
But that will stay.
that will actually make it to market. It's unfair to say that. They have started delivering cars. Faraday Future has started delivering cars. I have watched some social media video of them doing their first deliveries. So they are out on the market now.
Cool.
So thank goodness, because those were cool. But yeah, this is like the
upper echelon.
Yeah.
Well, we need to get some of those in the strike. People can
Tesla.
come in.
Yeah.
Come in and see them.
Tesla's $35,000 and the Faraday Future is $200,000.
Oh.
And I suspect this will be similar in concept. You know, their main chair I think is $699, and I think the new one is going to be 4 digits.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be an expensive chair, but there's Herman Miller. Adam, is Herman Miller the name of the company? Is Herman Miller the name of the company that makes the really plush, popular, expensive chair? Yeah. It's going to be a competitor for them, but not at that price point.
Okay.
It's going to be lower than their price point. So, more of a desk, an office chair. I'm going to be working in this 8-10 hours a day as opposed to a gaming chair where I'm going to be leaned back, kind of messing around type environment. Because gaming chairs are designed to be able to lean back and kind of be comfortable. You can have a controller. You can sit forward with a keyboard and mouse and do kind of whatever. A desk chair, you know, a work chair is very different, and that's where Herman Miller lives, and they want to get into that space, and I don't blame them.
Right.
So it's nice. But
and they have both of them over there?
They do not. I don't think they have the new one because it's still in prototype.
I think Adam's looking up the Herman Miller now. I love Adam.
Yeah, for sure.
He says it's $2,000.
Yeah, and so they don't want to be in that price point, but they want to be in that product category.
Gotcha.
So, super cool. Cool company. Glad they were on the show earlier. Unfortunately, it's one of those products that's real hard to show off on the live show.
Right.
Right. It's difficult to bring a chair up here.
Right.
Because it's difficult to bring a person up here. We brought an airplane up here earlier, but we literally had to clear the entire studio to make it happen.
Yeah, I got kicked out. Kidding.
I locked Adam in the corner and pushed all the chairs and blockaded him in, and then we were here in the corner here, and nobody could move. That was.
But you got the shot.
We got the shot.
And that's what we do.
Indeed it is. We had to use like the whole wall here and the entrance into the studio. We had to block the door and the whole wall up. I warned Adam, there is a possibility of a company, I think, coming tomorrow, although it might have been the one that was here earlier, that might be trying to bring a large robot for hospitality with them.
Oh, yeah?
That would not possibly be able to come upstairs. So I'm thinking about running an Ethernet cable tonight down into the office downstairs.
Can't we just get a rope, tie it to a camera, and drop it down over the railing? No? Okay.
As long as I got data, that's fine. So what I'm thinking is running a cable underneath so we can show it off if we need to from downstairs.
Good idea.
Because, I mean, this has been a wild show for us from a technological standpoint. We've changed a lot of stuff, a lot of things that we've added this year.
Mm-hmm.
Our little PTZ camera over here is a super cool addition.
Let's go to that real quick.
I'm liking that one. I'm liking that we have 5 of our 6 Mevos currently going. Although one of them probably will not survive to the next CES simply because we need to do something. No, because we need to do something better for the product shot. But the ability to just run a single cable downstairs and be able to put another camera in case we need this robot tomorrow is fantastic. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. My name is Alexandra Jones-Quo. I'm the marketing director at PranaQ, and I'm here to talk to you guys about TipTrack, our next product.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it. What
Sure.
have we got here?
So this is a sleep tracker.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a sleep tracker. It's a wearable device. You wear it on your fingertip overnight.
Sure.
Yeah, adjustable strap and everything. The next day you get your sleep report in-app. And our main feature is that we have an AI-powered sleep coach. That'll, it's basically a specialized ChatGPT. So you can think of it as a sleep coach or a sleep therapist that knows everything about your sleep, that knows how you'll react to everything, and that can tailor your program on demand in real time to best suit the individual user.
All right. So let's start with the first and obvious elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fingertip?
Why the fingertip? That's a good question. So other wearable devices usually are like a ring or a wristwatch, exactly. So that's very useful if you're wearing it all the time during the day when you're doing stuff. But since we're focusing only on sleep, we wanted to prioritize accuracy.
Okay.
And the inside of the fingertip is where the skin is the thinnest and where the sensor can collect the most accurate data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Plus, not comfortable to wear at night.
Exactly. Yeah. We kept comfort in mind
different
too. Yeah, during the design. So the inside of the strap is coated with silicone to prevent it from slipping off. The strap itself is breathable.
See, it's like you're reading my mind,
I
because
know.
that was going to be the next question.
There you go. So it's coated with silicone, prevents it from slipping off. The device itself is slightly curved to kind of hug your fingertip.
Okay.
It is also coated with silicone, so it won't slip off either.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can I?
Absolutely. Go
All
for
right.
it.
So, I imagine this way.
Yes. Well.
With the.
Here.
With it facing in.
Yeah. You can just
So
adjust
a little further
it
down.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah. The strap comes in 3 different sizes to make sure that everyone can wear it.
Okay.
But yeah.
So, my big problem,
Mhm.
and it's my problem over here, is I fidget.
Okay. Even during your sleep.
Probably.
Okay. So we recommend wearing it on the non-dominant hand because you usually fidget less with that one.
Okay. So, the concept would be to put it here
Right.
instead.
If you're right-handed. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let it sit while we talk.
Okay.
And see if I mess with it.
Okay. Well, I mean.
I'm going to actively try not to mess with it, but we'll see if it happens.
Okay.
I actively try not to mess with my ring, and I find myself doing it during conversation. So
I mean, during conversations, but what about when you're falling asleep?
I absolutely take it off at night.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay.
So we'll see what happens right now.
Okay.
So, okay. It's comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find it obvious.
Okay.
Like I don't feel like I know that it's there.
Yeah, yeah. It's
which
not
is
cold. It's not like
Right.
the texture isn't bothering you.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
those are good things.
So it feels good.
Mhm.
I also don't feel like I have to
Right.
be careful because my ring will do it, but I don't feel like I'm gonna even
Mhm.
trying to make it come off.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're tracking data all night. What kind of data are we
Exactly.
tracking?
We're tracking the blood oxygen level.
Okay.
Blood oxygen saturation levels. The heart rate. That is through the device itself. Other things like temperature difference, like temperature variability, heart rate variability, and that's through the device. Then, because it's paired with an app, so you're supposed to have a smartphone next to you while you're sleeping, so
Sure.
that, like through Bluetooth, it'll upload the data.
Don't we all?
Yeah, exactly. And also, we will record, like we'll use the microphone on your smartphone to record any snoring or breathing disturbances. So we can actually
Oh.
analyze the snoring, or if someone's like gasping for air or grinding their teeth really, really hard, we'll be able
Okay.
to add that to the,
All right. So what is our availability on this?
Okay, so we are launching April 1st of this year.
April Fool's Day. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
Mostly on Amazon if you're really interested.
Okay.
Pricing is $199 for the device itself and $10 per month for the subscription.
Okay.
So that includes the Gen AI sleep coach that'll, give you your own personalized, tailored sleep improvement program.
Okay. So we're ready with it, essentially.
We're ready with it.
That's
Yeah.
We're past prototype. This is This is what we're going to see on the market.
If you have any negative feedback, it's kind of too late.
Got it.
I'd love to hear it, but
So
yeah.
this is what we're going to see on the market.
This is what you're going to see on the market.
I imagine we're going to see colors.
For now, it's just this color.
Just this color?
It's our
Okay.
brand color, so this is the first.
Got it,
yeah,
got it.
yeah.
There was one of two possibilities. Either this was the company's color, or this was one of a line.
This is the company's
Okay,
color.
got it. Cool.
I
like the color. So
awesome.
We're good on that.
Awesome.
So $199 for the device, $10 for the subscription.
Yeah.
And available April 1st.
Exactly.
And that's for purchase, not pre-order.
Purchase, not pre-order.
Okay. I'm going to give it back to you
Awesome.
now.
Thank you.
It's comfortable. I don't it doesn't feel weird. I
I
have
saw you
all
fidgeting
kinds-
with it a little bit.
Yeah,
but-
I was. That was because I started to become aware of my pulse.
Mhm.
And when that happens, I start thinking about it and other things start happening. But it's a really cool product.
Thank you.
Who is your target demo?
Our target demo would be, honestly, I would say it's pretty large because I don't know anyone who doesn't have any sleep problems.
Okay.
I feel like everyone that I know struggles in some way with sleep, whether it be, being too sleepy all the time or not being able to fall asleep. There's honestly something for everyone. Yeah.
Certainly here this week.
Yeah. Absolutely. All the different time zones gathered in one place.
Yeah, that does mess with a lot of people all at once.
Yeah.
Well, cool. If people want to find out more about your company and what you've got going on, how can they do that?
They can visit us at pranaq.com. All of the information, including device description and information on where to find it, is up there. And you can find all of it there.
Very cool. One more thing. Do me a favor. Tell me about the name.
PranaQ?
Yeah.
Prana is it's the oh my god, I forgot which chakra it is.
Okay.
But it's a chakra for wellness.
Got it.
And Q is in like IQ and EQ, like how to measure your wellness.
Very
chakra.
cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking.
Thank you so much for having me.
For sure. Have a good rest of the show.
Thanks. You too.
All right. I know I'm very atypical, and that's always the case. Doesn't matter what the product is. I'm not normal, and I'm fine with that. And that always gives us interesting views into product. I struggle when I am aware of my pulse.
Right.
I am incapable of having a blood pressure taken in any accurate or usable manner, because as soon as the blood pressure cuff expands and I become aware of my pulse, my blood pressure goes up.
Right.
So I was good with it, and then I started to recognize my pulse, and that was when I started to fidget with it, and that's when I decided to take it off. But even with that, it was quite a while before I got to that point.
Right.
And I think I could ignore it. It wasn't
right. Or readjust it or something if you're going to get comfortable.
Which is what I was doing.
Right.
The fidgeting was actually me trying to see if I could get back to a point where I didn't notice my pulse anymore. But I could definitely. I hate wearing something like this at night.
Me too.
It's infuriating.
I've done it once.
And
with my watch.
But I'd still like the sleep data. The Microsoft band in the old days was fine. And this is more in that realm because it's small. It's not quite as obtrusive, and there's no magnets. All the weird things that come with this guy.
Right.
I feel like it's more in that space, and I could actually see myself
trying it.
I
think it'd be good for Danielle to try.
Yeah, for sure. And the numbers coming off of you would be fascinating.
Oh yeah. I'm a loud sleeper.
All right. Well. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. And you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm Oliver Budler. I'm co-founder and CTO of Flappy Technologies. And we are solving the biggest problem that cat owners face, which is their cats bringing home all types of prey. So being, birds, mice, snakes, basically whatever you can imagine, they bring it home.
Okay. I remember this email.
Nice.
And I remember thinking, gotta have them on the show. So I'm so glad you put in an app. So how do you deal with this?
Yes, exactly. Well, first of all, obviously we had the problem ourselves. I grew up with cats.
I assumed.
You wake up in the morning. It was always like, do I ignore the dead mouse on the stairs, or do I, pick it up, clean it up? So in the beginning, it was just like adjusting, putting a camera on the existing cat door that we already had.
Okay.
Working with that, but we then moved from that to developing our own cat door, which you can see here. This is Flappy. It basically works just like any other cat door that is on the market.
Okay.
We made sure that we got rid of the bit boring design, which is mostly just a square that you put into exactly. We have controls up here, so you can manually lock the entry, lock the exit.
Okay. So you don't have to put down a thing.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted that to be also a bit more modern. We have chip detection, so that we make sure that only your cat is allowed to come inside, because you don't want to have any other animals or other cats inside your home.
You don't want the raccoon
from
the garbage can to come inside.
Exactly. Maybe he brings other gifts. And then the most innovative thing is we have a prey detection.
Okay.
That means if you go, this is the outside part. Up here we have a motion detector. And the most important thing down here is we have a camera. That camera can also see during the night.
Explains the shirt.
Explains the shirt, obviously. So every time that your cat wants to enter, the camera goes on and it scans the face and detects prey. And so as soon as we detect prey, it locks the door, and the cat has to stay outside until it drops the prey, gets rid of it, and then tries again. And then obviously it's more than welcome to come back inside.
Okay, it's clever. It's a really good idea. Not been a cat person.
Yep.
But have lots of friends who are, and you hear about it frequently.
Absolutely, the numbers are huge actually.
Yeah.
So we're from Switzerland. So in Switzerland, almost all cats are outdoor cats. In the US, it's a bit different. There's more indoor cats than, let's say, in Europe. But alone, like in Switzerland and Germany, you have over 15 million households that have cats. So, and that's just households. You know, the number of cats are much, much higher.
Right.
And so I believe, if I'm correct, like just in Switzerland alone, which is a small country, cats kill 20 million birds per year. And that's only birds. So like if you add that up, sum that up globally, it goes in the billions of animals that they kill. And most of the time they want to bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want that. We had a story, you know, where someone's 2-year-old daughter ate the dead mouse. So you have also diseases coming inside and so on. So it's a real problem.
Yeah. That's terrible. Oh my goodness.
Not nice to hear, yeah.
So obviously this came from a personal place.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did you decide that this was the solution?
So it needs to be very convenient for the user. We don't want him to worry about anything at all. And luckily I study robotics and AI, and so I was always a person that, you know, just tried out some stuff. And so it was obvious to me to use computer vision AI to try to tackle that problem.
Okay.
Because with that you can do everything automatically, and that right now everything's AI, you know, which is also good for us. So we didn't have to think twice to integrate that.
Sure. Where are we in the process on this?
So I started developing it like 2 years ago during university, finished it, and then we decided to go, you know, full in on it. We did a crowdfunding campaign through our website. That alone in Switzerland, Germany, and Austria did, you know, like more than 600 pre-sales already, which helped us develop the whole cat store. So we're completely self-funded, and we're now in the industrialization phase. So we will have that on the market in late spring of this year.
Okay.
And then obviously it's about expanding as fast as possible. And yeah, I'll go to the US then.
All right. So what kind of price point are we looking at, and what kind of a timeline are we hoping
for
on that?
So right now, obviously, we have a bit of a discount on the pre-sale. That's 370 Swiss francs, which is a bit same almost with US dollars.
Okay.
And a retail price is going to be 399.
Okay.
I mean, you can expect this to last, you know, 5 to 10 years. So it's a one-time investment. The prey detection will be free all of the time. It will come with an application, because obviously you want to see the footage that it makes. We have lots of additional features on there, but the prey detection will always be free. We make sure that if you have it connected to the internet, we give you always the newest prey detection model, so you're always staying up to date, and that should be for free because that's what users pay for. And then there's going to be lots of other features that are going to be integrated on top, which can then be subscription based.
Okay. So you mentioned connected. Does it do the processing locally?
Yes.
Okay.
So because the problem is you cannot control how good the internet connection is with people.
That was exactly it.
Exactly, you got it. So like, let's say someone has it in their garage. You don't know if it's good internet, so we need to be like really fast. You know, sometimes they run around the corner, so we need to be as fast as possible, split second. So everything happens locally. And then, you know, if we go into other stuff, like let's say detecting how they walk, for example, for a future project, that does not have to be locally, so that then can be on our servers as well.
Gait analysis for the cat.
Absolutely. So that's like the whole health part where you can go into then at a later stage.
Okay. Fascinating. So my concern was alleviated. But my concern was we don't want to lock the cat out just because the internet goes out.
Ah, I see.
Right? Oh, the internet went down. The router is rebooting or whatever. Oh, no.
That would be terrible.
Cat's got to stay outside. Now you're undoing the training of you can't come in until you put down the rat.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because
that would be terrible.
Everything's fine. Why am I not allowed inside?
So the cat turns off the Wi-Fi and learns.
There you go.
No, so even like, you know, maybe not everyone wants to connect it to the internet. Maybe not everyone has internet connection. So it also works without internet connection. We just say it's basically your own fault because you're not getting the newest model, you're not getting all the additional features.
Sure.
But it needs to work regardless of internet.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
If people want to find out more about this, how can they do that?
Exactly. So we are on flappydoors.com. You can find us there. You can also make a pre-reservation to get Flappy as soon as it's in your country available. And we hope to hit your market soon.
Very cool. Well, thanks for coming and showing this off today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Have
Bye.
a good rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's a good one. Because
Yeah.
I don't want snakes and mice and things in the house. I once almost moved because a very small snake had somehow managed to find its way into the house and was removed from the house, and I still thought about moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the same way with
Like,
that.
that's it. That's it. I'm done. Might have to burn the building to the ground.
Yep. Yep.
There's no way to cleanse it except with fire.
No amount of sage.
So yeah, that's great. The little kid eating the dead mouse.
No.
Terrible. Terrible.
Horrible. Don't even want to see that in a movie.
Yeah, for sure. Great product idea for a problem that I wouldn't have considered.
Right.
Which brings us back to good ideas come from things that suck.
Yes.
And that definitely does.
Exactly.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Well, I'm Valery Yakovenko. I'm from Ukraine, and we represent Ukrainian startup named FarmFleet. We are part of Ukrainian technological ecosystem, and we create innovations in agriculture using drones and other robotics. Well, basically, being here is just an honor for us. Thank you for inviting us.
For sure. So tell me how drones and things work their way into agriculture.
Starting 11 years ago, the market of agricultural drones appeared in Ukraine and basically in the whole world. And primary drones were used just to scan areas, remotely control weeds, detect something, etc.
Okay.
But 3-4 years ago, a revolution appeared on the market, and drones started to protect harvest from different problems, and spray fertilizers and herbicides and other pesticides on the fields. And Ukraine is quite advanced in that.
Okay.
As a whole market, Ukraine is just bigger than all other European markets combined together.
Okay. It's a big agricultural country.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
sure.
The grain basket of the world.
Right, exactly. It's kind of like the thing that you're known for, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. So where does your technology fit in here?
Well, using just drones in agriculture is some kind of understandable, simple thing. In the short term, in 3 last years, we managed to create an ecosystem of partnerships that was able to spray over and protect over 3 million of hectares. In terms of acres, you have to multiply it by 2.5. And this is a large volume. This is a large amount of land protected. At the end, we have extreme low rate of water used, extreme number of pesticides used. Our agriculture machinery started to work more efficiently, and the whole industry started to use to leave less carbon. Less carbon and being more ecological.
Sure.
And
because you don't need to use a helicopter or a plane or a tractor or something like that.
Exactly.
You can do it from a drone.
Yes.
Clever.
And when the drone flies, it doesn't damage the field, the crops. And when we are talking about sunflower or corn, it just high crops, they have just not been damaged during spraying operations.
Okay.
And drones are flying above it. And as a result, you are getting more yield. For example, just on sunflower, if you are using drones, you are getting 10% more yield. And these are huge money. And even if we are talking about return of investments, we have a large number of new companies, spraying companies, service companies in agriculture that are appearing all over the country and starting to provide services for farmers. This is a huge new jobs ecosystem of agriculture IT companies, and young people are returning to their farmlands, returning homes after universities, big cities, and bringing jobs and new companies back to the rural area. You know, it is a combination of different facts and different factors. And right here, we represent a farm fleet. This is an ERP system that is capable to evolve such a thing in United States market, since we are bringing our experience here and to learn how to go global from the launch pad that is United States market.
Okay, so is that what we're hoping to accomplish here at the show?
We are looking here for partnerships, and actually we already have found them. More partnerships, more collaboration with universities, more collaboration with government agencies, different kinds of robotics manufacturing possibilities, and more manufacturers that are being able to be an ecosystem, a part of ecosystems in our platform. And what we are looking the most is to change a little bit the this kind of supply chain, production chain, because we are looking for the robotics and some kind of companies that create robotics here in North America. We are Ukrainians. We build robotics a lot. During past 2 years, we showed to the whole world how much IT can actually make efforts on different aspects of our lives. We actually surviving because of IT and because of technologies.
Indeed.
And we understand that right now Ukrainians are capable to build robotics fleets and for good use for different industries. And here we came to find more partnerships to create such a field of use of robotics in agriculture. And CES shows that it is possible. We find partners that want to create hundreds, thousands and tens of thousands drones capable to shape the whole ecosystem of technology in agriculture here on the territory of the United States.
That's really cool. If it was up to you, what would be the next step?
The next step is forming an ecosystem of partnerships here on the United States. We have to move from the both ways, from the downs, from the farmer side. He just see the efficiency of the new equipment and he wants to use it. But in terms of regulation, in terms of collaboration with a different kind of understanding of dosage needed to be done with the sprayers, etc., we need an attention of government agencies, and we need an attention of universities. We need to create tests fields with them. We need to move with technology from the bottom and from the top at the same time. And right now in United States there are around 3,500 jobs in the robotics and agriculture, especially in drones when we are talking about sprayers. This number will be increased dramatically, at least 52, 53 times if we are talking about the whole market capabilities. Those are jobs with high salaries, with the use of robotics, and we need to create the whole ecosystem for that, including insurance, including labor relations, etc. It is a lot of work to do in advance.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does that ecosystem look like? So government for regulations and things like. Okay, I understand. How is that coming so far? Obviously, you said some of it has come together so far this week, but overall, how has that come together for you?
Actually, I'm finding the results of CES splendid.
Good.
We see partnerships that are appearing. We see not only interest from the United States market. Just now we have received a huge delegation from South Korea companies that were looking for such innovations. They came especially for us to see what we do.
Nice.
They inspired from experience that what they have created and achieved on our market, and right now this is a point in time when you can expand your efficiency and find more partnerships worldwide. United States is the first international market for Ukrainian companies right now, for our company, for example. And we see how important it is to learn how to be entrepreneur in modern farming here in the United States, how to use entrepreneurship, this kind of DNA, because you do have it. We don't have this kind of experience of creating companies and create businesses 100 years and more. You are showing us what we have to do if we want to make a great business. So right now we do see that the experience that we are receiving on the CES in the United States is just splendid. And the technology stage on the United States is number one. I have big experience in terms of worldwide exhibitions, in terms of appearances, but here it is just enormous. I didn't expect this. This is the first CES for me.
Well, good.
Yeah, but for Ukrainian ecosystem, the connection with such partnership capabilities, it is just a thing to do. Just move forward.
Well, good. I'm glad that it's going well for you. I'm glad that your first CES is being a success. If people want to find out more about what you're up to and maybe help you build your ecosystem, how can they do that?
We are asking our partners, future partners, to follow us on social media platforms such as Facebook, FarmFleet. Look us there. Look us into the LinkedIn pages, FarmFleet there. Please subscribe to all possible Ukrainian businesses that you see here on CES, because inside this is some kind of engineering mind that is just tremendous, and you always will find a good partnerships if you are working with Ukrainians. Right now it's our role to go forward and bring Ukrainian experience to the global shape, and we will be pleased to work with more and more advanced partners. Thank you.
Well, very cool. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you very much.
And talking about what you're up to. Hopefully the show will continue to be a success for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's interesting. For me, I'm aware of helicopters being used for cows,
right,
for cattle.
Mm-hmm.
Not unusual. And biplanes being used for crop dusting.
Right.
But not necessarily so much drones.
True.
I mean...
But it makes sense when you think about
smaller footprint, less air push
Mm-hmm.
than a helicopter for sure. And no, no direct fossil fuel usage, indirect, because they're still electric, but interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Really interesting. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello. We'll try again. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is James Lohr. I'm Director of Sales for North America for Aber.
And we had you on the show last year.
Okay.
And I look forward to seeing what else we've got this year. But what is Aber?
So we're best known for our robotic pool cleaners, but we've had some quite an interesting past year listening to our customers and also introducing new products.
Okay. What kind of new products do we have?
So we listen to our customers from the past year, the last couple of years also, and we've completely redesigned our products.
Okay.
Look, feel, and performance also. Starting with our above ground pools that we have, pool robot cleaners. So we have two models now. One is water propelled, and the other one also has a motor. That now it's when you have those above ground pools or have a vinyl lining, what they'll do is any kind of inconsistencies on the bottom of the pool, it'll actually now have the power to be able to go over it now.
Okay.
Which is good, because the ones that were water propelled, sometimes they would get hung up on some of those ripples on a vinyl pool. So now we have two models for above ground pools now, and also different price points because of the different applications they can do and different performance. Even the model, the E1 model I just talked about, where it has the motor and it can actually go over some of those ripples. I mean, you're talking about a starting point of $399.
Okay.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
So then we have a step up from there. We have the S1, and the S1 is actually much better. So when you see this product, you'll see that it actually has like Caterpillar tracks on it for wheels, kind of like an off-road vehicle. Caterpillar trailer. So that actually helps you with any kind of inconsistencies or obstacles on the bottom of a pool. For example, especially out here in the Midwest, you have these pop-ups. The pop-ups are basically like an underwater sprinkler system. So what it does, it helps push water along and debris and pushes it down towards the drainage system of a pool.
Oh, okay.
Our previous models would sometimes get caught up on that. We've eliminated that process because now it just goes right over, like a 4x4, just goes right over it, which is great.
Okay.
So that's on the S1. Then we have the S1 Pro, which is my personal favorite. It does the same thing as the S1, but take it up a little notch. It's kind of like on steroids a little bit here. Bigger unit, bigger capacity when it comes to pick up debris on the bottom of the pool. However, not only does it go up the walls similar to S1 does, but this particular model also can go horizontal on the water line. So when it goes up the wall and it scrubs the water line, we all have. If you have a pool, you have like a black film that you have. Well, this one will actually go horizontal across the pool as well.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Has an application that goes with it also, so you can do scheduled cleaning.
Nice.
And a real nice feature is you can actually check the pH balance and temperature of the pool as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
pretty cool.
Definitely useful. So you could then, make your adjustments to the pH levels and to your chemicals to balance out your pH.
Imagine if you're driving home from work and you see your pool needs more chlorine, you can actually pick some up at the store before you get home.
Right. You don't have to go back out.
Or if you're at the store already and hey, do I need chemicals? Do I need any chlorine for my pool? You can actually check your unit. You will have to, in order to do that remotely, you have to use our hydrocom buoy, which is a device that basically floats in the pool, communicates with the robot in the water, connects to your Wi-Fi at home, and then that sends a signal to your app.
That makes sense. Fair enough. Water is notoriously awful for
some of these features
signals
I've mentioned are complete upgrades from our previous models. And before I get to the last model also, we've completely redesigned our models, and I kind of call it like the Tesla of pool robots.
Okay.
We have smooth lines. They're rounded off. It's sexy. At the same time, it looks sort of like a little beast at the same time. So it's a really cool looking product now.
Yeah. If it's Tesla, it's a Roadster.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
It's so cool. I mean, it comes in two colors. So we have white, and we also have a black grayish color. So last year we only had 3 models in the market. Now we have a total of 5 models.
Okay.
I'm going to get to the last one right now, but that's the bad boy right there. That's the big boy right there, and that's going to be our Ultra. And the Ultra model does everything that the S1 does, the S1 Pro does, but this one takes it a little bigger. It can clean up to 2,500 square foot pool, which is a very large pool. It's a very large pool. The S1 Pro does 2,100.
Okay.
And the S1, the first one I mentioned, that climbs walls, does 1,600. But this one does 2,500 square feet. Think about the average size of your home.
I was going to say, that's 50% more.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
2,500 square feet is
big,
huge.
It's a big pool.
Yeah.
And so that model will also climb the walls, clean the bottom of the pool, but also goes horizontal across the side along that little dirty line everyone has inside their pools. So these models also are capable of using our floating solar-powered panel. So basically, it's tethered to the robot that's going around. It's a floating device that goes on top, and it would charge your unit at all times. Pretty cool.
Okay. So that way you don't have to
take it out,
hook it out of the water, and put it somewhere to charge it and whatnot. And okay.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah,
right?
For sure. What kind of price points are we looking at on these guys?
So with our basic model, entry level, it starts off at $199, and then the last one I just told you about goes for $14.99. The Ultra model goes for $14.99. So it's very, very affordable. Aper is known as a price disruptor in this category. They really are.
Okay.
And I'm really proud of my company at the same time. I want to do a little shout out to our R&D professionals. We have over 200 R&D professionals working on all the product lines that we have. It's crazy.
That's a lot of
people.
Yeah. That's a lot of R&D.
Design, implication, and ready to go to market at the same time. And really proud to work with everybody. Really proud.
As well you should be. Where are we in these products? Are they out now? Are they coming soon? Are they variable?
So our new product will be available starting, I'd say, mid-March to late March.
Okay.
And you can find our products in basically almost all major retailers here in the U.S. and also in Canada, throughout Europe as well. So some of our retailers are all going to be all your big box stores from Lowe's to Home Depot, Walmart. Best Buy's coming online as well too. Best Buy Canada's coming online, and some other partners that you'll see us. I can't mention right now, but they are all coming to us, and we're going to them, and we're looking really. It's really hopeful. I will say here at CES, this is my first year with APR at CES.
Okay.
I'm a veteran of CES for many years, but my first time with APR, and I can tell you, if you had a chance to come to our event party that we had yesterday at 11:30 in the morning, it was unbelievable, the turnout and reception that we got.
Yeah.
And the folks that were coming to us telling us, wow, you guys are really improved. The product is amazing. I had some of our customers that we have right now in the U.S. come by and see our booth and just say they're just can't wait for this new product line to come out. They just can't wait.
That's great to hear.
It's good to hear, yeah.
And there was good reception last year, too.
There was.
So the fact that in that 12 months, there's been enough of a hop to get the reception again.
I would be scolded if I did not mention our new product line that we entered into a new channel.
Okay.
And it's called the Horizon U1. APR has introduced themselves into the robotic lawnmower business now.
It seemed inevitable.
It seemed.
The concept was similar enough that it seemed like the perfect side-by-side there.
If you go to apr.com real soon, you'll see it on there. And this little guy is amazing.
Yeah.
We took our inspiration from the Mars rover when we designed it. I personally think it looks like, from guys from my generation, the TV show Lost in Space, the robot that was on that show.
Okay.
I kind of think it looks like that. It is really cool looking. And we use RTK technology, which is fantastic. And the reason for that is other models out there in the market, you have to bury a wire underground to cut off your perimeter in your property. You don't have to do it with our product, with RTK.
Okay.
So in layman's term, what you do is you open up the app, you set up your product. And what you'll do is you'll map out your property line. Obstacles, maybe you have a bird feeder, maybe your edging of your gardening is it's not straight lines, or like it's kind of wavy a little bit. So you can actually dot out your property line. The robot learns it, and using GPS also, it'll stay within those perimeters.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
To what accuracy?
Within a meter.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Not bad. That's about the accuracy of consumer GPS. So
it has all of the safety features that other robots have to have as well too. So optical avoidance and optical obstruction. So if a child were to run out in front of it, even your small dog, it would pick it up and it would actually stop.
Okay.
So those are safety features, and our robot, of course, is going to have that as well. It has a rain indicator that if it starts to rain, it'll go find itself and park itself in this charging station. So it's good for up to 20,000 square feet, which is a really large piece of property.
Yeah, it is.
It's big.
Okay.
Really big.
So when is that going to come online?
It's going to be probably, I'd say, Q3 or Q4 this year.
Okay.
And best part, under $2,000.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And more detailed information on that, you said it could be on the website?
On the website as well. And if you're here at CES, come to our booth. We are in the North Hall in the 9,000 section, and we have a demonstrator right there as well.
So that's why we didn't get to see you this year, because last year it was right there.
Well, I did an interview early this morning, and it was actually picked as one of the hot trend products of CES this year in 2024. So they came out into the show. If I'm not mistaken, I believe USA Today came out and did something on the product as well.
Cool.
And NBC as well.
I'm getting a nod from off camera.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
You're correct. USA Today, yes.
Awesome.
Well, very cool. For people to find out more about the product line, how can they do that?
Go to apr.com. Or stop by our booth here at CES. How about that?
There you go. Very cool.
All right.
Thanks for coming over and giving us an update on the product.
Big fan of yours.
Thank you. It was inevitable, Michelle. I think we even said it last year that there was no way it didn't go that way.
Right.
Because it was essentially a robotic lawnmower underwater.
Yep.
I think that was even how they described it last year to us. So it was always going to go that way. And it's really interesting because I had never really heard of the company before CES last year. And he's right. Everywhere I go, I see it.
Yeah.
Like, it's available from everybody.
Right.
So, good for them. Nice 2,500 square foot pool. It's the size of my house.
Yeah. Sign me up.
Yeah. For the pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and then I'll need the
Sure.
The robot too.
Oh my goodness. We've had a good 3-hour block here.
Yeah, you did.
Lots of interesting products today. Shortly, I will be trading out with Todd Cochran from Geek News Central, who I think has just put on the wireless headset and might be able to hear me. His eyebrows just went up, so I'm guessing that's a yes. Either that or something has gone weird with him.
Por qué no los dos?
Yeah, it could be both. But yeah, it's been a good day today, and I know Todd's been out on the floor. I can't wait to hear what he's been up to. I think that pointing meant downstairs. Can't wait to hear about that in his block, which will be starting soon. I think we might have one last one in our block. I remember this one. All right. And then this will do it for me after this interview, and we'll hand it over to Todd, I think.
All right, I might need a second to find him. Can I control F on?
Uh-huh. While we're at it, I'm going to do you a favor. Pull that over there for you. All right. Are you ready for me, Michelle? No? All right. Well,
Let's find out when his time slot was.
when was your time slot? It was yesterday, he thinks.
It's okay.
No worries. Just have to find it in the schedule real quick. 3:20 yesterday?
3:20 yesterday. Name of the company?
Senbiosis.
Okay.
SENBIOSYS.
Antonio. And okay, so I won't put down the lower thirds if it's not him.
I'll do it myself later. No worries.
Actually, nope, they changed it. We're good.
Oh, good. All right. You good?
I'm good.
All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yes, so my name is Asim Bougaima, co-founder and co-CEO of Symbiosis, a Swiss startup developing next generation of health monitoring sensors.
All right. And what is available in that category from you?
Yeah, so we started as a B2B company trying to bring miniaturization of health monitoring sensors to the next level. And in this journey, we developed the smallest photoplethysmography sensor on the market. Photoplethysmography is PPG. So that PPG is this technology that you have on the back of your Apple Watch or any smartwatch that would allow tracking your vitals.
Okay.
So we miniaturized that, and
So
we
it's-
made it.
so it's that guy.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that big guy turns into a very tiny little guy that you can fit inside a smart ring, and this is what we present today.
Oh.
It's called Velia Smart Ring.
So okay,
It's a discrete health tracker. Yes.
So this is the magnetic watch bands. So this is the sensor that I have on my watch. There we go.
Exactly. Yeah. So
And
this circular part is replaced by each one of these little windows that you see here embeds our sensor, and we have 6 of them all around, so
Got
that
it.
we all the time have and track very good signal quality.
Okay.
And even if
Gotcha.
you rotate the ring, you keep having good signal.
Well, thank goodness for that, because that's my number one problem with rings.
Exactly, rotating.
I specifically have a fidget ring for that reason. I mess with it constantly. So, so you'll still have good...
Good signal even if the ring rotates. And we think this is an important point, because today there are smart rings on the market, but they are still cumbersome. And also designed rather for masculine audience rather than female audience, because they're quite big.
Yeah.
So with these we can also target appropriately almost everyone. And we aimed at a design that looks like a piece of jewelry outside but smart inside. So here we can't tell a big difference between my wedding ring and my Velia smart ring.
Right.
So the idea is that we want this device to be tracking health in the back, not popping off messages all the time, not disturbing.
Okay.
It will be focusing at the beginning on 3 axes. The first one is sleep monitoring, so it will be tracking your sleep, staging when you are sleeping, giving you hypnograms if you want to look at them. If you don't want to look at them, it will be just analyzing. And if it notices throughout weeks, for instance, that your sleep patterns are not good, you're not sleeping well, you wake up too many times, even if you don't notice, it will let you know, so that you change something in your lifestyle or so that you improve this. Also, it monitors stress and it correlates sleep with stress. So during your work day, you're sitting working on your keyboard, on your smartphone, whatever, it will be tracking data and tracking your stress particularly, and then correlating this stress data over the day with your sleep data and checking if there are correlations. Too many stress, bad sleep, and vice versa, and so on. This is the second one. The third axis would be hypertension. So we want the device to be to play a role in prevention. So hypertension is a chronic disease, but once it's there, it's there. You have to spend the rest of the life with pills. So in order to avoid this, prevention is key. So many people are developing a tendency towards hypertension, but they're not aware. We want the device to make them aware. So which means it will be tracking during sleep the tendency of hypertension to increase or to decrease. And then if something is wrong, if we see that consistently blood pressure is increasing throughout weeks and months, then we warn the user so that he changes something in his lifestyle to get that resolved before going into a serious condition of hypertension. So these are the main use cases that we have imagined for our device. And also, in general, the device tracks heart rate variability, oxygen saturation, respiration rate, and other vitals. And those vitals will be stored in the app. The user can check them if he wishes, but if he doesn't, our server and our algorithms will be doing the job in the back to watch and look after his health and give him messages when needed.
Gotcha. So let's talk some tech/usability things. Obviously, it's an active device. It's not passive, so it's got a battery, which means it's got to be charged.
Yes.
How frequently?
It charges, it depends on the size. So we have the smallest size is US 6, the biggest one is US 14. The smallest would keep the battery lifetime for 3 to 4 days. The big ones could go up to 5 days.
Okay.
And this is also subject to improvement because we are at the early stage of development and we can still improve this. But charging time does not take too long because batteries are small. So 20 minutes are enough for full charge. Yeah.
Okay. So throw it on the charge, take a shower, all's good.
Yeah, or you can take shower with because it's waterproof. So
it is? Okay.
You can swim with, you can take shower, you can, So it's really for daily use without issues.
Okay. Yeah. But once every couple days, you jump into the shower, throw it on the
exactly.
charger, everything's fine.
Yeah, no issue. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. So you said you're early in development. How early?
Well, we first of all, we were a B2B company developing sensors. When we saw the potential of this, we brought it into this ring and we said, let's test the product to market fit. Let's see if people want this really. So we went to crowdfunding.
Okay.
We started with Kickstarter and then with Indiegogo, and it was a tremendous success. So over $1.8 million of pre-orders in a couple of months. So we said, definitely, we have to do this. Most of the pre-orders were in the US market, so that's why we want to start here. So today the timeline is the following: we have almost locked the design with our EMS companies, which means partners for industrialization. As you know, the sensor is ours, sensor technology is ours. All the rest is our design, and the assembly, high quality assembly, we are today about finalizing the design, and we are also in the frame of fundraising. We try to bridge what is required for mass production with investors, so that we have enough funding, so that we can start mass producing and delivering to the backers, and also selling throughout our online website. And then at a later stage, we would hit the growth for the company, and then go for another funding stage. Yeah.
Okay. So between today and a go-to-market.
If we secure our funding today, our go-to-market will be Q2 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you get your funding, you're pretty much ready to roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very cool. If people want to find out more about this, how can they do that?
They can go on our website, symbiosis.com, or on veliasmartring.community.com. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure.
Good luck with the rest of the show, and hopefully you get your funding.
Thank you.
All right. I like smart rings. I'm a big fan of them, especially conceptually. So it's nice to see additional technology out there. Well, it is 4 o'clock here on Vegas time, which means it's the end of my day and about the beginning of Todd's broadcast. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live. It's been a fun 3 hours, and I will see you back here tomorrow.
Hey everybody, welcome back to day 2 of CES 2024. My name is Todd Cockmer, and I am the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com, a twice-weekly tech show where I come out with a new episode Mondays and Thursdays, so long as I am in my studio in Michigan, both audio and video. You can find me wherever podcasts are listened to. I also have a YouTube channel as well. So definitely, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, we appreciate it very, very much. I've got to take off my badge. Hang on here. There we go. Now I'm show presentable. If I can get my glasses straight. So, so anyway, so we got our next guest ready to come up here in just a second. So we're going to continue the action hammering away, and we're going to go ahead and bring our next guest on. So today has been pretty busy on the floor. I spent a lot of time downstairs, so if we get a break, I'll kind of share with you some of the stuff I saw in Eureka Park today. And that should be will be entertaining for all of you. But I want to welcome Rebecca Rosenberg, founder and CEO of Reboke? Is that the correct way to say it?
Reboka.
Reboka.
Yes.
Okay. So give me the rundown. What are you doing here at CES?
Yeah, so we were really lucky enough to exhibit here last year. This year, we've come to learn more about what's going on in the assistive technology space, to reconnect with some of our friends and advisors and investors, and really to explore what's next on the horizon in the accessibility space.
So are you guys doing any type of product launch, or are you just basically here connecting with others?
We're doing some connection. We are also really excited. So this is the first year that our Reboka Plus is available. So this is a technology that we have really been building for a year and a half probably now, and is sort of the paid version of our technology. So it was really important to us to have a free version of Reboka that was available, just because so many assistive technologies are so expensive and it becomes prohibitive for a lot of individuals. But we're excited to also be launching this sort of paid version called Reboka Plus that just introduces a whole lot more features to our app-based system.
So why don't you go ahead and break us down and tell us about Rebokas for those that are not familiar?
Absolutely. So Reboka is an assistive technology meant specifically for people with moderate vision impairments. So one of those people being myself, I have low vision as a result of albinism, which is a rare genetic condition, and basically was unhappy with the assistive technologies that were made available to me growing up. Everything really aimed to totally replace vision instead of helping me to enhance the existing vision that I did have. And so what Reboka aims to do is just that, to help enhance existing vision instead of totally overpowering it. So what that looks like really practically is a smartphone app that uses the live camera feed from your phone or your iPad and allows you to add custom image adjustments on that live camera feed so you can personalize the way you see the world to your needs with zoom and contrast, exposure and color adjustments. And with the inclusion of Reboka Plus, some additional different inversion options, grayscale types of things, really so that any individual can personalize what they're seeing in any situation, because what someone might want in a brightly lit room like this is very different from what they might want in a dim restaurant environment.
One of my team members is vision impaired, and he has to be really, really close to the monitor. So an app like this would help him potentially not have to be up on top of the monitor all the time.
Potentially, yes. Our technology is really meant to help people see in the real world.
In the real world.
As opposed to kind of seeing their digital screens.
Yep.
But yes, absolutely. We have a lot of users who actually do use their smartphone to zoom in on their computer screen because so many websites and programs are inaccessible.
So I'm assuming then from a real world's perspective, it could be restaurant menus. Really, it runs the full gamut, right?
Absolutely. I mean, classrooms, restaurants, we have people who use it in museums. We have users who will use our technology to play in the orchestra so that they can actually see their conductor close up to them, but in real time. We have somebody who uses it to take an ASL class because otherwise she wouldn't be able to see the professor speaking sign language.
Right.
And so she uses our technology for that. To board games, to spotting your friends across the room. I could go on for a very long time.
So what has the response been to the vision impaired community to your app then? What are they saying?
It's been really incredible. We have users in more than 100 countries all over the world and have really found, the messages that we get, just over email and on social media are, it's so clear that this technology has been designed by somebody who understands this community and for the low vision population. People tell us it's a game changer. They tell us that it has revolutionized their ability to actually accomplish tasks independently in their regular everyday lives. We've been really astounded by the response. And beyond just the technology, no one has ever worked for the moderate low vision population before. We are really the first and still kind of only company to be doing that. And I have had a lot of, actually specifically parents of children who have vision impairments who even at shows like this at CES where they don't mean to be coming to learn anything about assistive technology or about their kid's vision impairment. I've had people stop and say, my kid has albinism or my kid has RP. Can I just stand with you for a minute? And they will just stand there and be with me and with our team, and it's really an incredible, powerful moment because there's nobody else working for this population.
I think, too, sometimes when you hear the word vision impaired, hearing impaired, everyone almost immediately assumes blind or deaf. But yet we have this huge segment of the population that both has hearing impairment and has vision impairment at, from scale 1 all the way to almost being blind. So it runs the full gambit. So it's interesting that you're one of the first apps to actually address this community. And is it specifically for those two types of, I don't know what do you want to call those, diseases, or what is because I don't know the term.
Yeah. So Roboca is really meant to serve not people by disease state is what you generally call it, but by functional kind of needs.
Okay.
And so, whatever type of disease you have, whether it's diabetic retinopathy or macular degeneration or albinism or retinitis pigmentosa, or just regular age-related vision loss, if your functional vision kind of falls into the category of you have a lot of good usable vision, but you need a little bit more help in certain situations, that is the population that Roboca targets. That's who we're working for. And really it's, like you said, about 90% of people with any type of vision impairment still have a lot of good usable functional vision, and they want the ability to use it. But I think we tend to forget that so often in technology.
My grandmother, in her later years, suffered from macular degeneration, and I know it was quite devastating for her because of what happened to her vision, and it just got tighter and tighter and tighter. So I can understand where an app that you set up to design and set the settings that you need to be able to see clearly or better could be a godsend. So absolutely. Well, how can they find the app?
It is available right now on the iOS App Store. You just type in Roboca. It's REBOKEH. Our website is also same, REBOKEH.com. And we are Roboca Vision on just about every social media platform.
So go out there, folks, REBOKEH.com. Check it out. And I know everyone has someone in their family out there that has a vision impairment. This may be the app for them. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Good luck with the show.
Thank you.
Awesome. It just continues to blow me away that year after year as we see enhancements that are really health focused for helping folks that have had really no other, I guess for a better word, solution for years. And now we've got folks that are tech savvy, that have built teams, that have built apps that, they're living with this and they say, I know what I need. It kind of goes back to even in my own, business that I work in podcasting. I work in podcasting. I am a podcaster. So in many times, some of the ideas is because I know what I need. It's the same thing on the vision impairment, hearing impairment, and so forth. So very, very exciting. Hey, one thing today, I want to just remind everyone we are lit and live in a whole bunch of podcasting apps over at newpodcastapps.com, part of the Podcasting 2 Podcast Evolution. You can watch or listen to this show on a modern-day podcast app at podcastapps.com. So I want to take just a few moments and run through some of the things I saw today as I went down to Eureka Park and walked the floor. And some winners, some weird ones, some stuff I didn't understand, some very, very practical things. Let me get to the beginning of this so that I can... So the first thing I saw, and actually I can talk about some of the stuff I saw yesterday too. GE, their all-in-one washer-dryer. For those of you that live in a studio or in an apartment or wherever you may live that does not have a dryer vent, the 2-in-1 GE washer and dryer combo is an amazing machine, but it's at an amazing price as well. $2,500, around that price, but has no dryer vent. It basically self-contained. It's not going to heat up your house, but it is going to dry your clothes, and comes with a 10-year warranty. So I was being at the demo, and the individual that was standing there talking said he is buying 2 of them to essentially have basically double capacity to do laundry and having two loads at once. Now, I don't think most of us have $5,000 or more to invest in 2 washer and dryers, but it is interesting. Also, the GE Profile Smoker, priced at about $1,000. So, fellas, if you don't want to go outside and smoke in the winter, or maybe ladies too, this is a very, very nice device. It's, again, from GE Profile. That was a pretty nice smoker for sure. One thing that kicked it off this morning was a visit to a company called Pixel, Pixell, and they have an AI for video quality and advancement. And what I saw at that booth blew me away. They were running videos through an AI that you can tell were recorded probably in the 50s or 60s. And the enhancement and cleaning up and taking out the noise and the static was really, really incredible. But again, Pixel, Pixell, and definitely going to be checking them out. They're a company out of Korea, and they have a B2B product right now, not B2C, sadly. It's all based on API integration. So that was one of the things I saw downstairs in Eureka Park out of the Korea delegation today, which was quite heavy. So we got our next guest coming up, and we want to get her microphone up a little bit. All right. So I want to welcome Zula Tanur. Is that the correct way to pronounce it? I'm sorry if I destroyed it.
Yeah, it is right.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And she's the founder and CEO from a company called From Your Eyes.
Right.
And just like our last guest that was talking about vision impaired products, I'm assuming by you coming up that you're fully blind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is right.
So tell me what you and your company are doing here at CES.
Okay, of course. Maybe I can first of all start with my own story.
Sure.
Because I was a low vision child, and it means that I couldn't recognize the face of the humans or the objects, whatever I had it on myself. So I learned how to see on the computers, and when I completely lost my vision, I started to use so many assistive technologies in order to get descriptions. But I realized that there was no opportunity to get both fast and qualified descriptions. So I started to develop my own app, which is From Your Eyes, actually. The From Your Eyes is an artificial intelligence company which provides image recognition solutions to a wide ranging from humans to machines. We have an API and a mobile application. Maybe we can start from the mobile app first of all, because we provide the solutions for 330 million visually impaired users worldwide. The name of our app is FYE, and with our application, our users can upload their images such as videos, documents, or the photos to the app in order to get AI descriptions. And if they think that actually they need to reach out more accurate descriptions, they can also create their own AI assistants by creating their own AI personalities, actually. Maybe they can also send their, for example, the videos, photos, or the other documents in order to get accurate descriptions from AI and the collaboration with the humanity. If they think that they need to be improved by the volunteers who are descriptors of the app, they can also send them. This is the part of the application, and when we, for example, return to the API part, it is another interesting part because we integrate our API to the vehicles, actually, to the cars, and we become a vehicle assistant. Which means that let's think that you are, for example, driving on a way and you look like a bit tired. your AI assistant can detect your emotions by looking at your face, and also integrate these images with the images of the way and make some recommendations to you. For example, it can say that you need to stop this location or something like that in order to drink a cup of coffee maybe. I think it can help with so many people, especially prevent the car accident or something like that. On the other hand, we integrate our API to the airports and the e-commerce platforms and banking field at the same time. So the Framerise designs the most customizable and technological vision for the humans to machines.
So let's say, obviously you can't see me, and you take I take a picture of myself and send it to you. Then what does your app actually tell you? What is the type of description it gives you?
It's kind of a descriptions from humans. Let's think that we are talking together and you need to describe the environment that we have right now.
Sure.
First of all, for example, you need to tell me something about maybe the possible objects and the colors of them, and the other detail what you are, for example, seeing or something like that. Our AI is also working with this way actually. First of all, it detects the objects and the colors and the other detailed, for example, the explanation in the environment or something like that, and directly give us a bit detailed information.
So do you think then from that information, and of course you said you have volunteers that help with the, I guess not necessarily the cleanup, but the adjustment if the description doesn't come back correctly. How has that then, from your perspective, you know, see, if you and I had never met and we were talking over the phone, I would have no idea that you're blind. But in our normal sense, what we kind of do is, if we haven't ever seen each other, we kind of imagine what a person looks like, right? It's that kind of the normal process people have that haven't met each other. But obviously when you meet, then there's kind of this recollection of, this is what you really look like. But in your case, you don't get that opportunity. So this app then does give you the ability to kind of get that visual representation. I think this is amazing.
I think that's a great question. In my own perspective, being as a, for example, totally blind person, I can easily say that yes, it helps with me to create the images of the things when I upload them to my own app. For example, let's think that if even though I have no idea about for example, the image of the color or something like that, because yes, I have so many colors that I don't have any, for example, idea of about them. But when I upload the images to my own app, I learned for example, the meaning of the colors or something like that. Yes, it is very important for me. On the other hand, when I, for example, launch my own app, I realized that I miss to see the faces of the humans. It's very important, because when I upload the images of my, for example, the parents or my sisters or for example, the important people in my life, I can get the detailed information about their look like actually. It is very important. Because right now I have so many ideas about their for example, the important, maybe the qualifications, the physical qualifications that they have. It's very important for me right now.
You know, it's almost like if I visit my sister, I say, "Oh, you got a little gray hair there." You know,
yes.
I get that but you don't have that opportunity unless they tell you.
Yes.
So that picture may say, "Oh, we see a change of tint in the hair." So you could get that change, and that would help as well, I would assume.
Yes, it is right. And also, you can learn those kind of informations based on your prefers and the satisfaction rates in the application, which means that, let's think that we upload the same image to the app. We don't get the same description from AI, because you get your descriptions based on your characteristic requirements, characteristic, maybe the features we can say, and I get the descriptions according to myself with the algorithm.
Absolutely fascinating. So tell me where they can find the app, and tell me about if you have a website, give me that information.
Yeah, We have a website. The name of the website is fromyoureyes.app. And also you can download our application from Google Play Store and the App Store at the same time. The name of our application is FYE, the first letters of From Your Eyes. And also you can contact us and we can also keep in touch together.
This is absolutely fantastic. Zula, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming on today and making the journey here to our tower. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
Best of luck with your app. And of course, much more success for you too as well.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I'm just blown away. I really, really am. If you just think about this a little bit. 5 years ago, it's not possible. And what is now being able to be done because of AI, it's transformative, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to change the world. We talk about AI in a sense that, how many jobs are going to be lost? This is where AI is going to just make our world a whole lot better. I'm astonished. I really, really am. If that doesn't inspire you, nothing you've seen at this show up to this point. I'm blown away. I really, really am. FYE for your eyes. Go check it out. I'm blown away. And again, here we have a young woman that has founded a company and built an application that not only helps herself but helps millions of people throughout the world. Incredible. I'm sitting here kind of stunned. I really, really am. Because we can't live that. Those of us that have good vision, we have no perspective. Sure, you can go into a dark room and turn the lights off, but guess what? You have the opportunity to turn the light on. You don't have to, you don't live 24/7 in darkness. So, just blows me away. That was awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and switch. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit. I think we got another guest coming, maybe. Yeah, we do. So I may not have time to talk about some of the other stuff I saw yesterday and today. But while we're getting him set up, maybe I can do it. A company called NMAXN. Luxury comes in many shapes and sizes. Maybe you like a nice handbag. Maybe you like a nice wristwatch. Maybe you like a nice bag. Whatever it may be, right? Maybe it's shoes. Maybe shoes are your thing, or designer clothes, or maybe it's just a nice belt. NMAXN is a company out of Taipei, Taiwan, that is creating high-end leather accessories for the Apple Watch, for your earbuds, for your phone cases, travel cases, and so forth. I was really impressed with their line of products. I believe they're being sold on Amazon. But again, the company is NMAXN. Was just really blown away by a lot of their products as well. And by the way, if you are a fan of Neewer, NEEWER.com, got a secret for you, CES24 promo code to get you some savings on their website. I want to invite Sumit Singh Har, Chief Business Officer for Spark IT Solutions. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing here at CES.
Yeah, basically, as the brief about Sparks IT, so it's IT there. So we are a software development company based out of Noida, India. So we are here to somehow targeting different segments in terms of the industries. Like we have done really good work in healthcare. We have done really good work in e-commerce, retail and e-commerce, manufacturing, insurance. So because we found that this is a place where you can find these industry leaders, right? And they understand their industry very well. And when you interact with them as a technology leader, and you already work in these industry, definitely you can make the difference here. So two things. One, we have set up our booth as an offshore team. Okay, so we help those industry leaders so that, or you can say the businesses, that we can set up their offshore team. And second is even if they are looking for technology consulting, so we are the right people because we have a separate segment where we have industry expertise, business analysts, solution architects who can really understand those industries and help them to build their product or the solutions.
I think a lot of times when people think about offshore, they think about development teams, they think about support, but I don't often hear people talk about getting consultation from offshore teams. So that's kind of a new spin on things. So talk to me about that a little bit on your consult business. How did you guys form that? And then, what are the type of customers taking advantage of that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, how we make, or you can say differentiated ourselves, this is about technology consulting first. We found the challenges when you're working as an offshore team. Your team start working and they don't understand basically that industry very well, right? And they start developing the product. And at a mid stage, you realize that, or your customer realizes this is not something I'm looking for. And they start frustrating on the companies. And that's how actually they have a bad impression when they are working on offshore, right? So we introduced this technology consulting as an initial stage where we have the business analyst. We can say we do discover their business well first. We try to understand what exactly we have to build. And then, like you take example of healthcare. So if you're not understanding how the HIPAA compliance has to be implemented, even you build the whole product, but if HIPAA compliance is missing, the product is useless for the customer. So that's how this technology consulting help customer. Like, this is what we understand this industry. This is something we don't understand. You tell me a little bit more about it. We have a team. They will do more research around it. They will tell you that this is what we understood around these terminologies. Because you take example of insurance. There are a lot of terms which will be somehow unknown to the IT company, because IT company, they develop the products, right? But they don't understand those terminologies, how it works in US or how it works in Middle East market or in European market. So first, you have to put the guys who actually understand the market, that country market, as well as the industry, and understand those terminology and then implement the product.
That's interesting because you tie that in, because even within my own company, when we're getting ready to work on a new project, it's critical that the team understands what the product's going to be at the end.
Oh, yeah.
And we got to understand the reason for it, how we're going to build it, what the goal is, what the deliverables are. But I can't even imagine going out and hiring an offshore team and say, okay, I just want you to build me this.
Yeah.
And, maybe we put together a spec sheet or whatever, but if you guys don't understand the purpose and the goal, then how can you really get a good design or good development strategy going? You're just going to spend a lot of money, waste a lot of hours, have 100 revisions and frustration.
Yes, correct.
So I think your approach is correct, because I think, I've considered doing some stuff offshore in the past, and it just, to me, I've never been able to get over the hump of making the company that I was talking to work with to make them understand what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And, and the purpose of it. Anyone can write code, but if you understand the end goal, I think it's a lot better.
You rightly said. Anybody, because when you talk about technology in India, anybody can write the code. But everybody can't understand the industry, the terminology.
That's right.
That's the difference.
Because every business has its own lingo.
Yes.
And it has its own methodologies and so forth. So very, very interesting. So you guys are here, and I think this is the first time at CES, and I've been coming a long time, that we've talked to someone that is actually here representing, saying, hey, we have the team for you offshore, and this is what and you guys have got a booth here?
Yeah, we have a booth here.
Oh, good for you, brother.
Thank you.
Good for you.
So you got a company. So even you are invited.
So I think this is smart, because I think also some folks get a little hung up and saying, I don't want to go offshore. It's too complicated, But I think in the end, there's a world of developers out there that do great work, and I think you're on the right approach here in tying in the consultant piece to make folks understand all the steps. And I'm not in healthcare. I don't even want to have to deal with the HIPAA stuff. But So tell me, where can they find more information about you and your company?
Basically,
because the audience is watching is online. So where can they go online to find you? Do you have a website?
Yeah, we have a website. That's Sparks IT Solutions.
So it's, what is it again?
Yeah, Sparks IT Solutions.
Sparks IT. Oh, SPARX
IT. Even you can find it as sparksit.com.
Okay.
So where you will find more about what we are doing, what type of customers we have already worked with, and how we are differentiating ourselves in this industry, because that's how you have to do it.
So one last question. Do you actually then work with the companies that have developers, or do you have the developers yourself?
We have more than 300 people sitting over there in our India office, Noida.
Awesome.
So that's completely in-house team, right? And because why we have differentiated ourselves in offshore team setup, because we found this issue. Okay?
Sure.
And I define it as if you are taking ownership, because what we understood why why being here or working with the American market or European market, that you have to take ownership.
Yep.
Right. So the one thing is ownership. Second is you need to understand the culture of that country.
Yep.
Right. If you're not understanding the culture, you can't beat to the competition, and you can't actually deliver what actually they are expecting.
That's right.
And third, generally in offshore development, they feel the difficulty that whatever they are developing, I don't think so. After a month or 2 months, they feel that the outcome is not up to the mark. So we have created a complete algorithm so that they can judge, they can identify the performance of the team, like how it's going on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, SPARXIT.com.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on.
Yeah, thank you.
Much success to you. Congratulations.
Nice talking to you.
Nice.
Please, you
definitely check you out for sure.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Thank you. Awesome. So that's the first time, again, I think we've actually run into someone that's exhibiting here that is offering those services. There's, don't get me wrong, there's lots of offshore, but very rare to run into someone that is actually coming to CES to potentially recruit clients. I think is a brilliant move. I really, really do. All right, so our next guest is already here. This is the type of CES back-to-back coverage that I love. I want to welcome Diana Zanelli. All right, and she's the project manager from Zound Dream. I'm going to put this over here where it's just the box, of course, but you've got some baby tech to talk to us, right?
I do. So Zound Dream is a startup. We work with software, AI-based models to analyze baby cry sounds. And what you see here is actually a third-party product, hardware, that we have just gone to market with. And essentially, it's a baby monitor.
Mm-hmm.
And, this baby monitor has many features, but our cry analysis is one of the features embedded
so
here.
crying analysis or cry analysis. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have, my daughter has a newborn still, and, they have a baby monitor, but it definitely doesn't do cry analysis. So how did you guys do that?
All right, so many, many years of research studies with hospitals, listening to babies, using medical technology to validate those baby sounds. For instance, an EEG machine would be looking at which part of the brain was activated during a certain cry episode. And that would tell us, this is the part of the brain that gets activated when a baby's hungry or, when it's sleepy, so on and so forth. So collecting a lot of those cry sounds, also working with beta testers that gave us lots of feedback, thousands and thousands of babies that, we've collected these cry sounds and trained our models on.
Having raised 4 children of my own, I can almost say I knew when they were wet, knew when they were hungry, and knew when they were grumpy and needed to sleep. Because that was kind of, you learned that over time. But new parents, because I remember was visiting with my daughter, and I think she needs change. And my daughter's like, How do you know that? I just, you can. So.
Well, after 4.
Yeah, after 4. So, but she, with having the first child, this is. So, are you finding then it's mostly new parents that are buying, that are participating, or?
So, as I said, we just went to market. With this product. But, for example, I can speak of our beta testers. It was mostly new parents that signed up to test our technology. Of course, though, there's people out there that are more intuitive, and there are people that are more analytical, right?
Right.
And so, if you're a third-time parent, but yet you still haven't really developed that intuition, it can also be useful for your third baby.
And every baby's different too. They're not all the same. That's for sure. I'm thinking here just a little bit. So, then is it typically wet, hungry, sleepy,
gassy?
Gassy. Oh. Oh. I don't think I ever
know those gas.
those ones.
Pains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that the realm, or is there
There's
any more?
5.
5.
The fifth one, I think, that you left out is agitated.
Oh yeah.
So that kind of anonymous. My baby just won't calm down.
Right. And usually usually agitated is accompanied by a red face and
closed fist. Yeah.
So it makes sense that there would be 5.
And following up on what you said earlier, that all babies are different. Correct. All babies are different. They all have different mother tongues. However, what we have found through our research is that these cry sound patterns are universal. So you could be speaking Chinese at home, you could be speaking Russian, you could be speaking English, whatever language. The way the way the baby cries, not the intonation, but the way the baby cries, those patterns that are not so easy for the human ear to understand, but an AI model, of course. It's universal.
That's interesting because it makes sense. In the end, we all put our pants on the same, no matter where you're at in the world. So, we're all human in that regard. So you would, evolution-wise, it makes sense. If you're a child, you're a baby, it's going to be the same. So, very, very interesting. So you just come to market. So what are we talking about in price and availability and all that?
Sure thing. So this product is with Dorel Maxicosi. It has been launched on the European market and also on the U.S. market. They're about the same price, just under $200 or euros. Like I said, it's available all over Europe and all over U.S. It will be launched in South America as well. And we're currently also working with other partners to distribute and create new products in other geographies.
I'm just wondering if we can come up with an AI that says you're holding them too much.
I don't think there's such a thing. No. But I would like to speak about what's next on our roadmap.
Sure.
This is a product that goes into people's homes, etc. So next on our roadmap, we're doing a lot of research studies now with different hospitals all over the world, because we believe that we can also start detecting neurodevelopmental issues early on.
Really?
Based on also cry analysis, such as autism.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a game changer. Because
early.
Because I don't know if you know any families that have had children. So as you know, it's between 3 or 4 years, sometimes even 5 years, that parents start suspecting something. They finally go through the process, which is lengthy, of getting a child diagnosed.
And then they wonder, now I understand why my kid's been such a challenge and why I need new strategies. And you can start those strategies early.
Correct, and adapt to how they learn, right? Because they learn a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So our idea is if we can start detecting from earlier, then obviously families will have more time during those very important first 5 years of development to implement these strategies.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
So Zound, ZOUNDREAM.com.
.com.
All right, Zound Dream, not sound, folks. Z,
With a Z.
Zound Dream, Zound Z.
Zound Dream.
Zound Dream, yeah. But Diana, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And best of luck for your product, and congratulations on the launch.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. So, any new parents out there? Anna, are you watching? This is what you want to get. Very, very, very cool. And it's true though. The first baby, you're kind of like, what am I doing? And then after number 2, number 3, then you kind of get it after a while. All right, let's talk about some stuff I saw today earlier. Talked about the AI video already. Couldn't believe it. I found a company that has aircraft stuff here that has EMP protection RF devices. I just like, why are you guys here at CES? But I guess why not? They should be at an aviation event, but they had RF, basically filters for EMP, which I just kind of astounded. I took a bunch of pictures. So that was curious. Then I ran into a company that's out of Korea that you can find this on Amazon. It's called Koza, C-O-Z-A, Koza Sleep. It's the #1 sleep drink in Korea. It is used all natural products. When I fly sometimes, when I was flying out of Hawaii a lot, I would take a over-the-counter sleeping pill to try to help sleep on the red-eye flight. And the bad part about that is it always leaves you feeling drowsy, and most people don't do so well on sleeping pills. So I'm going to try this next time because this is a natural product, and but again, Koza Sleep, and you can find more information about it online. For those of you that are into soundproofing, a company out of Japan has some very, very unique soundproofing material. I'll have the information for that later. But another thing that I found from a Japanese company was the world's first portable oven bag. It'll heat a product up to 250 degrees within the bag. So if you've picked up leftovers out of your refrigerator in the morning and you stick it in the bag, and by lunchtime your food will be warm. You won't have to stick it in the microwave. It's from a company called Will Cook, WILLCOOK. They are not currently in the United States. I'm going to try to have them on the show later in the week. They applied. I hope they'll be here. But this is cool, and it uses a battery that lasts 12 hours. It's very, very unique. And it was just one of those things I've never seen. Leave it to the Japanese to come up with a way to have your bento be warmed up by the time that it's lunchtime. I don't know if I have a screen up for our guests, but I guess it's, there we go. We got Drew Vernon, marketing director from Tony's.
That's right.
All right, awesome. So tell us what you guys are doing here at CES.
So we have the Tony Box, which is a screen-free audio system for kids. It helps kids listen to songs and stories all on their own without any adult supervision.
So I see that we have a dinosaur. We have, oh my God, forget what her name is.
Moana.
Moana. So we put Moana on up, and we have a song from Moana. Is that what happens?
Yeah, so the Tony Box is it's about a 5-inch speaker cube, and you put a character called the Tony on the top. We've got Moana here.
Yeah.
And you wake up the box, and it's going to start to sing songs from Moana and tell the story of Moana.
Oh, so how many characters are there currently?
Well, we started in Germany in 2016. They've got about over 700 characters there. We came to the U.S. about 4 years ago, and we have about 200 characters.
So a lot of characters then, so a lot of songs. And, of course, if it's my granddaughter, she will be playing Moana every night. So that's very, very cool. So you got basically colors are probably for girls and for boys, so you can probably get this in a different color tone?
Yeah, we have 6 different colors.
Nice. And then do the parents then, when they buy the product, do they get a set number of initial characters and then they can buy more characters as time goes on?
Yeah, the Tony box will typically come with 1 character, and then all of the additional ones are purchased individually.
I got it. So then what is the typical price? Well, first of all, what is the price of the Tony box, and then the additional characters, what's that generally run?
The retail price on the box is $99. That's going to get you the Tony box and the charger and 1 figure. Additional figures are going to be about $15 to $20 depending on length of content and the license.
How many songs then do we get with Moana? Obviously, that's a Disney character, so some serious licensing going on there.
Yeah, we license with Disney and all of the other major entertainment companies. Most figures run about 30 to 60 minutes of content.
That's pretty good. So what are the basically feedback from parents and the kids on this?
Well, it's really interesting. We launched in the U.S. during the COVID pandemic, and kids at that time were just being handed screens and TV shows because parents were trying to work and schools were shut down. And now that coronavirus is over, parents really haven't taken the screens back. Kids have gotten some bad habits, and so this is really one of the solutions to that, and just getting kids off of screens and engaging and entertaining them without something to stare at.
Do you think... Are most parents utilizing this as a bedtime device, or what are you finding from a user standpoint?
There's a lot of different ways to use it. Bedtime is definitely one of the popular ones. We've actually done research to show that using Tony's before bed helps kids fall asleep faster and helps the bedtime routine. But it's also great for road trips. It's great for any time that you want to entertain a child without giving them a screen.
What are you recommending on age range on this? I would think just off the top of my head, maybe 3 to 7, something in that range. What is the recommended age range on this?
Yeah, precisely. So most of the content is targeted to 2 to 5, but we actually have we start with actually white noise and lullabies for infants, and we go up into some of the nonfiction. I've got the dinosaur here from National Geographic.
Yep.
That's more of like a 6 to 8.
Okay, awesome. There you go, folks. And where can they find this at?
This is available at Walmart, Target, Amazon, Tonys.com, and specialty retail.
You guys got the distribution, don't you? Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
To get that good distribution. Fantastic. It's on Amazon as well?
It is.
All right. And TonysBox.com?
Tonys.com, TONIES.com.
TONIES.com. Well, Drew, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for showing this off. Moms and dads, check this out. Tony's. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Awesome. When I was a kid, I was just told go outside and play. Of course, not at 2 or 3, but at 5, definitely. But I can see my grandkids going crazy over that. And like I said, my granddaughter in Florida, she would have a Moana up on top all the time. But then my grandson, maybe he would be the dinosaur one. So who knows? Very, very cool. Fun stuff. Fun stuff here at CES. Again, runs the gamut. We're talking about vision impaired. And it just switches to cool stuff for kids. All right, so let me get into some of the stuff I saw again today. I was talking about soundproofing. Saw some of that from a Japanese company. Talked about the world's first portable oven bag. Not available yet here in the United States, but I'm hoping. One of the products that was kind of cool was something called Midbar. We make a food arc for the planet in all generations, and they're I believe they were out of Korea. Do not have a U.S. distribution yet, but basically, for those of you that have raised food, I think it's, what's the word where you just use water, hydroponic, yeah. So this is kind of a spin on hydroponic, and it's kind of funny because I walked up and I looked at this and saw it. And I said, what are the folks talking about raising with this? And he says, everyone that we've been talking to wants to grow weed. So, so Midbar, was the product. They're not talking about food. They're just talking about cannabis, which was kind of funny. But it was designed to grow vegetables and an enclosed enclosure. It's really, really slick. It's a system that collects water from the air and helps grow vegetables. But it was interesting that they were talking about doing. Everyone that they talked to said they would love to grow cannabis in their house with this. So I don't know if it's designed to be inside a house. It didn't look like it was that size of a product. Sustainable smart farming solution for food security. And you can find info on them at midbar.com is the website. And then, again, just walking down the halls and you're looking around and I see this ladder. I'm thinking, okay, a ladder, that's not kind of a big deal. But what they had, and it's already got a patent here in the United States, is the ability to, I guess for a better word, it's a typical split ladder, steel ladder. It's got the ability to roll around. You step on it, and of course it sticks to the floor and doesn't move. But then it's got an extension that can be raised with a power tool and designed completely for painters. Up or down, depending on the height you need, the type of room you're in. You don't have to worry about being too high, too low. You get that exact area where you need to be for your hand position. It's just, again, a ladder, but a very, very cool ladder. It's from a company, it's called the Lifting Ladder. And the only advice I gave them was I said maybe the wheels need to be a little bit bigger. But it's at lifting-ladder.com if you want to check it out. They're looking for distributors here in the United States. So if you are in that business, definitely consider reaching out to them at lifting-ladder.com. The next product that I was looking at was a company called VCAT, vcat.ai. It's a video creatives automation tool, and I was really trying to get them to go to one of my product pages for my company, but they wouldn't do it. It costs $25 a month, and with a URL, just give the URL of a product page, it will create a marketing video in minutes via AI. Now, all I saw was their product demo. Of course, product demos are always perfect, so I have no idea how this is going to do. Designed for Facebook, Pinterest, Amazon, Instagram, TikTok, for your e-commerce, LinkedIn. Has all kinds of templates. So it's using text generation by GPT, ad concept by GPT, again, coming up with images directly off your product page and so forth. So, again, VCAT, VCAT.ai. As a reminder, we're lit live with those new podcasting apps from podcastapps.com. Be sure to go over and get a modern one. She wanted me to follow them, so she'd give me some socks. I said, I don't need no socks. But the best swag of the day, came, and I actually told the guy, no, I don't want any swag. I no thank you. And he held out a business card holder. And I'm like, oh, I'll take one of those. So the best swag of the day, again, was a business card holder from a company called Planning Go. We'll talk about them here next. Now, what Planning Go is, and this one took me a little while to think about and really to fully understand what they were doing. They are creating, and it's designed for people that has a physical product. So let's say you are manufacturing, let's just say basketballs. All right, again, I'm just using something strange. And you want to create an image, a studio image, a setting for your basketball to be in a product shot. In other words, it's going to be on the floor in a basketball court or whatever it is. But through their app, you can actually create a photoreal image and it looks like that the product shot was done in a studio. Now, these three guys at this booth, they were definitely smart dudes. And, they were the techies. They had a good job on their branding and everything, but you could tell that they were hardcore, deep in the weeds. And I was able to spend some time with them, and they showed me the demo, and it was really pretty slick. And so again, Planning Go, PLANNINGO. They are a Korean company. We'll see what happens with this one. So again, early stage. Now, for those of you that are Michigan State fans, go green, and I will have to congratulate the University of Michigan for winning the national championship this past week. That's the only gimme you're going to get from me for that. But the Sparties, Michigan State University is here at CES, and they had 3 booths, and the one that I took interest in the most was a startup that's called MOT. M-O-T. And what they have done is they have developed a robot that will fit in a maximum size of an 8-inch water main, and it will roam around safely, not contaminating the water. It will roam around a municipality's pipes and do an assessment. Now, it can be driven, it can be automated. They have some AI tools to be able to help map it to get where it's going. It has the ability to watch out for challenges, aka blockages, and that kind of stuff. And it was kind of funny because they had a map up, and they had a grade of A, B, C, D, and E for the grade of infrastructure in the United States. And they asked me to guess Michigan's grade. Now, based upon Flint, Michigan, and things that we've heard about some of the water piping in Michigan, I guessed a D, and it was actually a D minus, so I got it right. But MOT, they're trying to come out of startup mode, and it detects leaks, it detects rust, it detects irregularities in piping, it looks for roots, anything that should not be in the water pipe. And there's 2.2 million miles of water mains in the United States that are aging quickly in major municipalities. And MOT is the company that hopes to come out and do this with a submersible robot that goes in the pipe and finds its way around and maps what's going on with your waterworks. So if any of you municipalities are out there listening and think you would like to reach out to them, they say they're going to be about 20% cheaper than the one main company that does this today that's out there. The next company that I talked to was called PeopleSnap. And actually, I've got an image. I took a selfie of myself, and they ran it through their system. It removed the background behind me automatically. It overplaced a background of downtown Las Vegas. At the same time, it had the CTA logo on the bottom along with the PeopleSnap logo on the right. This is designed for businesses. They're looking for a unique way to have a photo booth at an event without a photo booth. So all someone has to do with this is, first of all, you got to get an account set up with PeopleSnap. It's about $1,000 to get your initial account set up and get your design done for what's going to be placed on the snap. But what happens is they come up, they take a selfie, or they use a selfie they already have, and they have a QR code that they just basically link to, takes them through the process, and then they get what I'm showing, if you can see it on the phone, is what they end up with delivered to via text message to their phone. So kind of a cool marketing way to market your company at an event. So, and you can set up, basically, once you get the template set up, if you don't need to change it, there's no additional reoccurring fees, I believe. Another company I did not get in to talk to because they were crushed, was called Domino, D-O-M-O-N-O, without the E, Domino, D-O-M-O-N-O. And this is a device you wear on yourself, and you capture everything about your life. That's all I know. This booth kind of shocked me because they had no carpet, they had no chairs, they had their roller on the side, one guy with a mannequin in the booth and a background. Talk about a bare budgets booth for a product that looks like it's had huge investment. I'm just kind of astonished, to be honest with you. And there was 10 people deep. I couldn't get into the booth to even talk to the guy. So I guess it's about the product. It's not necessarily always about the booth design. But again, just one person talking to a dozen people, and he was wearing the D-O-M-O-N-O device. So you definitely can go online and check that out. Next thing up was, again, another booth. They had 20 people deep. You could not get in. It was called Solos, S-O-L-O-S, Solos Smart Glasses. So I think most of the folks that were there for the Translate feature. And basically, it looked like it went on any glasses. It was a snap-on device that go down the rails of a glass. Long story short, I don't know how it integrated or nothing, but people were losing their mind over this thing. I don't know if it listens to conversations, does automatic translations. Again, I could not get in to the booth to talk to people because, again, they were 20 deep. So you'll probably find out more about it than I will just because you can go online. Again, Solos, S-O-L-O-S, smart glasses used for, they called Solos Chat, Solos Translate, Whisper Message, and, of course, Wellness. So we're going to continue to see more stuff out here. All right, so you have to, one thing that I love about CES is you have startups that have maxed out their credit cards. They have a handful of new product that they've developed. They are here with family and friends. They are looking for input. And the company that I really appreciated today when I saw them was called On Air. And it's being able to communicate with light. And the device, it's in its first round of design. It's basically a puck that sits on your desk, connects to your computer via USB, and you can hit green, I'm available, and it updates your calendar. Red, I'm not available. Blue, I'm on break. Has ability to set one that is yellow and one, I think, for lunch. So basically, you can set your status when you're working from home. And if you're working from home and you have a partner that's in the house at the same time and you have the door closed and you set red, it could also set the other device in the house to red to let your partner know not to come in the room because you're busy. Or green, it's okay to come in. So it's can be used in multiple of ways. Now, I asked him, does it work with Slack? Does it update Slack status? He says, no, it doesn't. But we're integrating with Zoom at the current time to be able to look at when you have a meeting, it'll automatically switch it to red. When you're out of a meeting, it'll switch it to green. But it also can be used with teams at businesses to be able to share statuses with one another. So I'm sitting in Michigan. Barry's down in Florida. Mackenzie's in Columbus. Mike is in Traverse City. And they can see my status, or they can set their own status that I can see on the computer as well. So it basically lets teams work together. And we had quite the conversation talking about ideas, and they're still looking for feedback. And so I was really, really impressed with their overall product. Oh, the one, it's all these things, all these cool things at this show. Bellow. And I asked them if they were here last year, and they said they were not. Bellow Water has me, I think it's going to be $349. Okay, what do we do now when we're thirsty? Go to the, you grab a bottle of water, or maybe your tap water's good, or you drink filtered water, or whatever it may be. But maybe, maybe you think, okay, instead let me just go grab a soda. So you go to the refrigerator, grab a Coke. Not the healthiest choice, right? But if you want to mix it up a little bit, I've bought those things where you put little drops in the water to make the flavor. And I'll be honest with you, those things to me are kind of, they don't taste that great. Well, Bello Water, I sampled their 4 different flavors. It's a pod that sits in the machine. It'll make 25 liters from a single pod. The pods cost $8 each. It takes fresh water. You pour yourself off a glass, and the pod will inject the flavor, lemon. They had the 4 on the table. They were delicious. They were like, oh my goodness. I mean, they've nailed it on the flavors. It's a new way to drink. They filter the water. It's sustainable. You're not going grabbing stuff out of the refrigerator. You're not drinking soda. They have lemon blueberry, mango turmeric, peach mango, mint green tea, lemon ginger, matcha lemon, and peach and black tea. Those are the flavors that they have right now. The Bello Home is on Kickstarter. I don't know if the Kickstarter is still going. $199 on Kickstarter, $299 retail starting in June. So if this is still on Kickstarter at Bello, BELLOWATER.com, I'm in there. I am going to go get one of these for sure. It's fantastic. So I think we got a guest coming in. As a matter of fact, they may actually come to the show because I gave them a schedule, so maybe they're actually going to be here. So, one of the things I saw was a guest when Scott was on called Sims Technology. You guys got to see that. That was the camera that you can wear on your back to see if anybody's coming up upon you. That was something I thought that was cool. The robot. You'll have to look at our live blog. So if you haven't seen our live blog yet, at geeknewscentral.com, when a page loads, right underneath the live video will be the link to the live blog. You'll get to see the robot that supposedly will bring you a cup of coffee with your finest china and not break it. I have my own, for a better word, I have my own suspicions upon that. Lots of products out there where they are recording, transcribing audio on wearable devices. They're using a variety of AI stuff. So I saw that, some of that going on. Again, could barely get into some of these booths. One of the, I should have brought it up with me. It's downstairs. I'll show it off tomorrow. Some of this simplest stuff, like little kickstands for phones. Just simple stuff sometimes that I saw. And then some products I don't fully understand. Now, one of the things I saw, you have a boat. You worried about your boat getting ripped off? Do you have a lift that lifts your boat out of the water? Well, there's a product called Lift Mate. And according to the guy that talked to me, if you have a lift lifting your boat out of the water, he says this will integrate in 20 minutes. It connects via Wi-Fi. If you don't have Wi-Fi in the thing, they make an extender that you can make sure you're always connected. It'll tell you anyone that's trying to mess with your boat. Live audio, video, night vision, anti-theft works with new and existing lifts, works with Wi-Fi, BT, or cellular, easy guest key sharing, no subscriptions. And again, I forget what the price is, but again, LiftMate is the name of the company. They're on Facebook, LiftMate Sales, or on Instagram, lift_mate. One of the weirdest ones I saw was something called airware. And initially I thought you sucked on this thing because I was trying to figure out how it worked. And it's what it is. It's a device that you wear around your neck. You turn it on, and it blows fresh air into your face. Filtered fresh air. And he says it's to be used in polluted areas, on airplanes. He didn't go into the technology, although when he had one that was split apart, it looked like it had some interesting stuff in there. I don't know what he's doing, if it's ion or whatever. But again, this is a brand new startup. I wish him luck. He said he's had good response. He was kind of a weird location within the convention center, so I kind of felt bad for him. But it's AIRI Wear by PurePath is the name of the company. So I'll let you guys check it out. Another booth I couldn't get to was called Transcribe Glass. And let's see if I can see their website. Again, 10 deep. The glasses that they were showing off, let me say this politely. There's a term we used in the military. It was called BC. Called them birth control glasses. Because if you wore these glasses, you were not going to find a mate. They were really, really ugly glasses. So Transcribe Glass has some very ugly glasses, but apparently they do transcription. But they were 10 deep in there. So must be that it's going to be something good to go. I got to see a drone that you can fly home in or fly to work. Company called KOICA, Koika, is, did you guys know that there are, he didn't say germs, but bacteria in mineral water? Have you ever heard that? Well, this was the product that purified mineral water, and I don't know, don't think I would have had the product. He had a couple of commercial products on the desk, that I don't know if I would have said that there was bacteria in the mineral water, but that's what he said. And he had a bunch of test results on the wall, but I think I would have tore the labels off from a, from legal standpoint, but KOICA. All right, we got our next guest is Tom Granger, Senior Director of Strategy and Business Development from Neuron Magnetics. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks so much. Great to be here.
Yeah, so what are you guys doing here at CES?
Neuron Magnetics has developed the first new magnetic material in half a century, and we're introducing it to the world.
First new magnetic material. Oh, you have to explain more. You got my curiosity piqued here.
I got you. I mean, something almost no one thinks about, but magnets are an integral part of most of the technology that we use every day. So I'd say easily 80% of what's on display here at CES, pretty much anywhere where electricity creates motion or motion creates electricity. So generators, motors, the thing that makes your toothbrush buzz if you got an electric model.
Yep.
And even down to the speakers that folks are hearing us out of now. That is a magnet, a coil of copper wire attached to a membrane.
That's right.
And so today, the magnets that folks are using are made of materials that are pretty critical and relatively scarce.
That's right. It's a rare earth material.
Rare earth material, you got it, exactly.
Yep.
And so, I mean, just what the name implies, when you look at the future of what we're going to need for electric motors and electric vehicles, in wind turbines, and just in everything being built here, taking off as a wild success, there are not enough magnets and not enough mines for those rare earth materials to satisfy the need.
And even if you recycle, they're hard to recycle, expensive to recycle. So tell me what you guys have invented here then.
So what we've got is a magnet where it's made out of iron and nitrogen. And the sources of those are iron oxide, so effectively rust, which we'd all be familiar with, and ammonia, so what you're making fertilizer out of. So you can now take processes that you have anywhere in industrialized society and say, if we need to make a magnet, we can.
So tell me about that process then. Is it come out, look like a physical magnet, or what's the process?
What's going to come out at the end is what you or I would recognize as a magnet. It's black, it's shiny, it's metallic, and it sticks to other metals. The process itself is taking the pretty highly engineered rust. We can control elements of the size and the distribution, flowing through the reactive gases, and you get yourself what is the world's most magnetic material known. So it's iron nitride, a very specific phase, and then it's our work, and there's some secret sauce in taking that powder and pressing it, lining it up to get you a magnet that makes the absolute most out of what is a pretty big breakthrough material.
So I am sure there are a load of patents that go along with this.
Yeah.
And I guess the basic question is, what has been the response when people see it, if they played with it? What's the, because the first thing we're going to do is stick them together, right? Make sure.
No, you've got it perfect. The first thing folks do is you stick it to something. And the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Anyone who is in this space has been looking for a solution to their supply chain problems, looking for something new that just unlocks an innovation waiting to happen. And new materials tend to do that. When you've been waiting 40 years, there are a lot of innovations waiting to be unlocked. So people will stick it, feel it, see that it's real, and then the engineer in them comes awake.
So their brain wakes up and they go, Papa!
It sets off a few light bulbs.
So I have no idea today how magnets are naturally manufactured. I have no clue on any of that. So where does the cost? You guys cheaper, more expensive? Where does it come in when if someone has a pile of magnets on a table from, how they've been resourcing them forever to what you guys are creating? Is it going to be more, less, same, about the same?
As we're going to market this year, we're figuring out the exact sort of positioning. But what I can say is we're making it out of commodity raw materials that you can source anywhere. And so any impact of scarcity or volatility, or given those rare earths, they only come from a few specific places in the world. So you get into a trade issue, and immediately the price goes up 10x, and that's happened. That's not hyperbole.
Are you guys a public company yet?
We are not yet a public company. But I appreciate you asking.
Because I want a piece of this. Wow. So is it started off as a startup, or what's talking about the company a little bit?
100%. So Niron was a spin out of the University of Minnesota, which if you've been to the Twin Cities areas, you've got 3M, you've got Seagate, a bunch of material science companies with a long history of magnetic memory, like the hard drives in our computers. So the right set of ingredients for something to come out of it. It was the U.S. government in 2010 watched what I told you about, that 10x price spike.
Right.
And said, oh my goodness, maybe we need something that is going to be domestically producible to ensure our national security, transit systems have a solution.
A lot of that going on right now and across a whole bunch of rare earth materials.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so at that time, a grant program came out. A professor at the university was awarded that grant, and the baseline technology for Niron came to be out of that sort of private-public collaboration. It was a slow burn, as material science is, but over the last 2 to 3 years, I guess 2 to 3 years ago, I should say, some of the core risk was retired. Some of that performance that was theoretically possible and for a long time projected started to become real and measured, and there were suddenly magnets you could pick up, stick to things, build into devices.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, let's do that for lithium and a few other things.
Oh yeah, that's the homework for everyone listening.
Yeah, it's for the scientists out there to put your heads together and maybe rub two pieces of plastic together and get something else. But I think the amazing part about this is that it's probably just it went back to the science and to really smart people that understand at almost probably at a molecular level what it takes to create a component that would have a magnetic characteristic. So this is pretty fascinating stuff. It really, really is.
It's a bit of an exciting innovation story where there were handoffs between magnetic physicists to the metallurgists, and now we're at the stage where we've got a magnet we can hand off to the folks who are making your favorite audio systems, the folks who are making your new Tesla Roadster. So it's that last handoff is happening, and I guess I should say second last. The last one will be the handoff to the people who get to use those.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see something that comes on the market with the Niron Magnetics logo down in the bottom of it. That's powered by or whatever it is, or has it.
Your Clean Earth magnet power products are coming very soon.
Awesome. Hey, congratulations on this. Thank you for sharing. Where can people find more information?
NironMagnetics.com is the place to go. And please, contact us. Reach out if you've got a place where you want to use a Clean Earth magnet, the world's first powerful magnetic material that is totally free of rare earths.
You guys wowed yet? I'm wowed. So, bonus. Congratulations to your team.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Wow. I've got to push a button on this computer here, so it's trying to restart. Let me say another time. I don't want to do that. There we go. All right, I'm good. Wow, rare earth, a natural magnet. Isn't that the bomb? Who would have? I don't think. Were you guys expecting that? Were you guys expecting that to come across the desk today? That's like the third or fourth wowzer. I mean, really. You heard it here. You heard it here at Tech Podcast for CES Coverage 2024. Are you blown away? Any company that can walk in here and said, we have a replacement for a rare earth material is absolutely a winner in my department. All right, so next up we have Johan Inden. He's a president from Volva Penta Marine.
Correct.
So tell me what you guys are doing here at CES.
Well, we're obviously in the marine industry. We do a propulsion system for boats. We typically explain them as from propeller to helm. So both the drive systems for boats with the propellers, the engine or power plant, you would say, and also your helm station with your glass cockpit, your steering wheel, your throttles, your joystick system. All of that is within our scope of supply. Here at CES, we're doing an evolution of our platform. So we press released this morning a new edition, a larger size of our famous propulsion system called the IPS. So we're stretching up significantly in size of boats. We're extending the speed ranges we can serve. We're doing an innovative power platform which gives you a track towards sustainability in the marine sector. I think that's one of the key points here. We want to show a vision for how you drive the sustainability and decarbonization track for marine. And then in addition to that, we're adding, based on our software layer, we're adding a couple of functions in terms of diagnostics and how you can really control your sustainability track to control your emissions and how much fuel you burn, simply.
Yeah, I'm a sailing enthusiast. I don't own a sailboat. I watch all in proxy through YouTube, and I see what's happening in that industry with some of them trying to go electric and the challenges.
Yes.
And so they always have to have, a diesel burning motor, and sometimes they get drag power back. And, there's lots of solutions that are trying out there, but the range is still limited and all that stuff. So so you talked about this sustainability and lowering the carbon footprint. What is that specifically?
So, I think your reflection is really good. And so the marine industry obviously need to join the journey and the transformation of society towards carbon neutrality. And as a company, we have committed, there is something called the science-based target where you make your external commitment to be a net zero company by 2050. So we are part of that journey and are actively driving our decarbonization of our products. However, if you take any type of marine equipment that does longer journeys on the water, you can't load enough batteries in a boat right now.
Never.
So you get in this conundrum of, okay, either I just continue as is or I wait for the batteries. And that's, of course, not an okay way to, because then the industry will stand still. So you need to find what are the incremental steps we're taking and how are we building a platform that is future-proof for this. So this is what we're doing. So we have a highly efficient propulsion system. The pod system we use typically gives you 30% fuel savings as compared to a regular shaft installation as such, hardware, so that's the drive and the propellers.
Right.
On top of that, we're building an engine system where you have a twin engine input to each drive that you use. And today, those would typically be ICs or diesel engines. But you can exchange one of the engines for an electric engine, or you can exchange both of them to an electric engine. And when you have an electric pod, you can start feeding that by either a battery pack or a bank of gensets. The gensets might run on HVO, which is a green fuel, or in the future on methanol or different options. And you can have a fuel cell feeding the system as well. So the architecture of the platform allows for flexibility on what type of power or how you create your power on the vessel. So that's the first level of flexibility.
You know, in the end, though, you have a big boat.
Exactly.
It takes a lot of power.
It does.
A lot. And I don't think people even realize how big, like, if you're talking about a container ship.
Yeah. That's a lot of power.
That's a lot of power.
Yeah.
But even if you're talking about, you know, someone that has a 30 or 40-foot cruiser, there's still a couple of diesels down there.
There are, yes.
You know, and they're burning a lot of fuel. So, again, I think you're right, in the incremental steps. I personally don't know if we'll ever completely get there. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit of a pessimist on this part, but sailboats maybe. But I don't know about bigger ships.
No, but I'm sure we'll get there.
I'm glad you're.
Yeah. No, but we will. And I'll give you one another clue to what we're building then. So, first of all, you got this flexibility, which means that over time you can start electrifying the entire system. And of course, I mean, today, and this is one of the hidden secrets, if you have your diesel boat and then you go to a station that has HVO 100 fuel, suddenly you have 95% reduction of your carbon emissions. So there are so many things you can do already today. But let's get back to what we are doing there. So the twin engine input to this pod, and typically, or you always put 2 or 3 or 4 pods in a boat, pending size of pod, means that you will have 4, 6 or 8 engines in this type of system. So you don't go for the 2 huge engines, but rather you get a power plant consisting of smaller engines.
That's curious.
And we're doing a software layer on top of this, which means that you can switch on and off the engines exactly to the power that you're actually asking for. So when you go slow, you don't run all the engines.
Right.
So that's the second level of savings that you do. First, the very effective pod system. Second, what we call the eco mode. Then you only run the number of engines that you need for the power level that you require. So both of those 2 steps to start with significantly reduces your consumption. And we're talking 30 to maybe 50% consumption reduction only by those 2. And then you start adding the factor of sustainable fuels, better battery capacity, and the fact that you can pull some of the energy from a battery bank that you have charged. And in the future, and future is not too distant when it comes to fuel cells, you'd be able to start building a platform which drives you towards that zero emissions. So I'll, as I said, there is a future for this and a pathway.
So the boat manufacturers, you guys are into power plants.
Yes.
What are the response from the boat manufacturers? How are they? Are they coming on board? Are they all in 100%? Are what's that looking like?
It differs, of course, but highly engaged, I would say, for some of them. And they see as well that the marine industry, to make it over time, like any industry, we need to drive the sustainability path, need to be contemporary with where is the society moving, need to show that we are making the same commitments as any other industry. And it goes both for the leisure side, but if you look at the even more forward-leaning companies, it's on our marine commercial side. So I'll give you one example. We do power quite a lot of vessels working with servicing offshore wind farms, and that's, as you know, it's a scaling industry right now.
Right.
Europe has built quite a lot of footprint. There are plans in the US as well to do this. Typically, the companies operating the wind farms are energy companies like Danish Ørsted or Vattenfall or others, which have a very strong sustainability track and a commitment to carbon neutrality. They want to control all the way down to what is the power plant in the boat. So they help designate our solutions into the vessels to make sure that their total footprint is reduced. So there are some companies who are really leaning forward on that and driving this industry. So if I compare our commercial operators and our commercial customers with the leisure side, the commercial side is really kind of pulling this market or pushing this market forward.
It makes sense. It would make sense that they would go first. All right, so you guys are blown away. I know you are. So where can they find more information about what you guys are doing? For the website and
first of all, volvopenta.com is our source of what we do. Also, this morning we issued a press release where you have links to our press contacts and where you can get more information on our solutions. So, but volvopenta.com is the kind of common place for us to show what we're doing, and then you'll find us on more or less every marine fair that you have around the world. Next one here of the big ones is the Miami Boat Show, obviously. We'll be there. We'll be over in Europe. We're in Düsseldorf, which is the largest boat show in the world.
Do you guys already have a YouTube channel?
No, we don't.
You need one.
That's a good option.
You need one. Johan, thank you so much. This is cool stuff. Again, I'm kind of an observer of the marine whole ecosystem, and exciting. Thank you very much for having us here. Yeah, absolutely. You never know. You never know what's going to come here to the table. We're talking about marine motors and being able to save energy. Come on now. Where are you going to come? We're in CES. Where are you going to find information? Oh man, I talked about them. They're here. Wait, you guys. We're gonna talk to the folks from Bello. Oh no, we're 444 first. Let's see which ones are we getting first. Awesome. Oh, this is another, hey, go green. This is another Michigan State team. So, ladies are watching. Pay attention to this one. Maybe fellas too. But you know what? We got a handsome young man here from Michigan State. And we don't have no Michigan people, U of M people on the show today. So, hey, Matt, thanks for coming over. And I know you and I talked earlier today. But, everyone, this is Matt Rogan?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not the Matt Rogan podcaster, but, you could go ahead and pass for that. He's a founder of 444S. And any of you like pepper spray? Talk about it.
So, go green to start.
That's
Thanks for having me on here. So, the company's actually called Triple Force.
Triple Force.
Yep. And it is powered by Mace and manufactured by Mace brand.
Awesome.
So, what we got here is a high-tech, innovative pepper spray device.
So, we're going to put it up here where we can get a camera shot. Yep. Go ahead. And you got it in black and pink. One for the ladies, one for the guys.
That's right. We're here to revolutionize the self-defense industry. So, this pepper spray device here connects to an app on the user's phone, and the user downloads their emergency contacts on this app. Whoever hits it down, the user is going to get their current location.
So in other words, when I pull the trigger on this,
yes, sir,
then the phone's going to say, "Hey, I'm executing, or I'm spraying somebody in the face."
Right, and I'm at this coordinates, I'm at this location, and here's my timestamp. And there's an upgraded subscription feature on the app as well, where it connects you directly with a 24/7 emergency monitoring service. So it'll connect you directly with emergency monitoring service dispatchers to monitor the situation going on and send police your way, or whoever they got to send.
I think if a woman or man gets to a point where they have to spray somebody, that's a situation.
Oh yeah, people got to know about it.
And you might be at a bar just coming out. You might be running. There's a plethora of scenarios, but up to this point, it's spray and pray, right? So now you spray and notify.
Yeah, we're revolutionizing the self-defense industry. How I created this device is my mom and my sisters, Southside Chicago, healthcare, going to and from work. Many situations where they're running red lights, they're trying to get out of dangerous situations, and
right.
And I want to know if something's wrong, and I want the police to be there right away. So that's kind of the the brainchild of this whole product.
So I think this is cool. You know, we're starting to see some products come on the market now. We had one on here earlier where if someone was approaching from behind, they had the ability to tap on your phone to be able to notify emergency contacts. Because we're such interconnected now, when we have devices like this for self-protection, then it basically you just have this ability now to, for better words, inform a friend.
Yeah.
And get that pin on the map on where you're at the time.
Exactly. And then we can start gathering, geographic statistical data around locations. And, and we plan to teach, situational awareness on our app and self-defense videos as well to, prepare people for those situations.
I know that not all states is it legal to carry mace, so you need to check your local municipality when this is on the market, whether or not you're allowed to have this. But
correct.
What is this going to price out at? Any idea?
So there's a range right now. It's going to be in the $75 to $100 range. We're a high-end, luxury pepper spray device.
Yep. And you can replace the cartridge if you have to use it.
So you can take this off, take the cartridge out, put a new one in. So, we expect people to have this for up to 3 years. And by the time that's out, they're done with the device. We got our version 2 on the market.
That's a cartridge of pain, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So where can they find, is this actually going to be sold on the Mace website?
Yep.
So is that mace.com?
Yep. So we just announced a partnership that we've partnered with Mace brand. They're very recognizable in the industry. So they can find it on mace.com, and we're going to be launching in national retail channels as well.
What's the date it's going to become available at?
So right now we can't pinpoint it. We're working out some certain supply chain issues, but we're going to get it all figured out and doing some product testing. So little tweaks here and there, and we plan to launch it here within 2024.
All right, so awesome. So we'll keep an eye on them. We'll stay in touch with the team, and when they put it on the market, we'll update you guys and let you know. But no more spray and pray. Spray and notify. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Fred.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
All right. Awesome. So I hope I just gave my marketing logo. Spray and pray. No. Spray and notify. Awesome. All right. And some Michigan State undergrads. So good. Go green. And no, we don't take anything away from the University of Michigan and their national championship. So we'll see you next year, Blue. All right, awesome. So I'm hoping the folks from Bello are going to be here. We'll see if they come up. All right, let me go back to my list of stuff. Oh, I'm almost out of my list of stuff. Saw that. Talked about that. Oh, you got to look at the live blog, because I saw a solar-powered vehicle that I just don't know if it's going to be able to get a license plate or not. But I do have a comment here, and it's really for any of you to think about going to a trade show. Make sure the product you have on the table is the product you're selling, not the attraction to stop at the booth. I stopped at the booth and said, cool, I want to buy one of these. And then she said, oh, no, it's just part of our display. We're actually selling. And what it was those, you guys have probably seen them before. They're a light tube that basically looks like old TV tubes that have LEDs in them. And it had a clock. And I said, oh, I want one of those. And she goes, no, we're actually here showing off a TV box. And I'm like, huh? Little sign with the TV box on the left, and then this big display of lights just to get me to stop and take a picture, and it wasn't even what the product they were selling. I was utterly and totally confused. So, yes, if you're going to have a booth, you got 3 seconds for me to figure out what you have. I was downstairs, and I'll be honest with you, whoever designed the Italian section, I don't understand what they were doing either. You had like these pedestals with a company name and like a 3 or 4 word description of their product. I was like, I looked at every one of the pedestals. I had nary a clue on what they were doing. So It is what it is. All right, so it's 5:42 Pacific time. We're here to 6. We do have a couple more guests that are scheduled. We'll see if they arrive on time. That said, we will be back. Oh, so someone's coming up. That's good. So the product I was bragging on is on its way up. We'll be back live again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern. Don Bain will kick us off in the morning. He's got the first 2 hours, 9 to 11 Pacific. I'm not sure when I come in on the schedule, but I'll be here with you tomorrow and Friday as well. For those of you that are on the East Coast, Michigan, Chicago, Detroit area, I saw the weather's coming on Saturday. So let's all pray the snow goes somewhere else, because I don't want to get stuck here in Vegas, all right? Because I hear there's a big snow coming, and all I care about is I can get into Chicago on time and get into Detroit on time. So anyone sticking in being here in Vegas for 8 days deserves a medal. So don't be afraid to make a donation. You'll find our QR code at techpodcast.com. You can make a fiat donation via PayPal. If you are using one of those new fancy podcast apps, feel free today to send us a boost. A boost is always appreciated. If you don't know what a boost is, look up valueforvalue.info and using one of the brand new podcast apps at podcastapps.com. We have had some people streaming some sats today for us. We do appreciate that. Nicholas coming in at about 20 sats a minute. We do appreciate you coming in on that. But we haven't seen no boost come in today, so we do appreciate it whenever you send a boost. That is greatly appreciated. Okay, here comes the product that is going to be in my kitchen before it's all over. So I talked about this. Now you guys get to see it. All right, they're coming. They're getting set up here. They're going to be up in a minute. So, do they need electricity or? Yeah, we got them. So we're going to sit it right there. And let's turn it around. Oh, I almost got the... Okay. All right. And we got a plug for you, too. All right. Now, when I saw this earlier... Oh, no, don't worry. Do I need to shadow it? Are we good? So we've got Mark Shaw. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're the co-founder of Bello. And I was talking about you guys earlier. Yeah. And I said, wait till you guys see this. And I'm glad you guys are able to make it. Tell us about Bello.
Yeah. So Bello has one mission, is to reinvent the beverage industry. We believe that we can go beyond the bottles today, and so Bello is a countertop water dispenser that has two main functions. The first one is to filter the tap water. So we have one super efficient activated carbon filter at the back that enable you to filter your water for 6 months, and then we have a variety of glass capsules that contain natural ingredients that you can simply plug on the top, really like a coffee machine, let's say, but it's usage, and this capsule will reinfuse your water to create really premium beverages at home. So we have matcha lemon, we have mango turmeric, we also have 0 calories, just simply a little hint of taste in the water. And we're working on iced teas, we have iced coffees, and really the limits are infinite with this product. So yeah.
So the thing I was impressed about this when I was talking to you folks is I said, you see these cartridge systems, you go, oh my God, how much are the cartridges going to be? And you told me the cartridges are probably going to retail around $8. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. So we wanted to do something affordable because it really doesn't make sense the price on bottled beverages today.
Yeah.
So to make that, by removing the water and keeping just the concentrate and give you a capsule. So each capsule can make up to 80 drinks. So we have other one that make only up to 15, but like, so we're able to cut down the price, and so we cut down the price for the customer, and so you're able to have flavored water for less than 10 cents per glass. So it will really cut down on the price on that. Yeah.
You know, the example I talked about earlier was I go to the refrigerator and I pull out a Coke. It's in an aluminum can.
Yeah.
And it's cost me, you know, how much ever it costs for the case cost.
Yeah.
I have the deposit. Where I live in Michigan, I got to take the cans back to get the deposit money back. You know, why? You know, and it's not good for me. And, you know, this product here, water's good for you. It gives you a good flavor. I know a lot of people don't like to drink just water.
Yeah.
I do. But still, every once in a while, you want a little variety. And this is perfect because you can just change the cartridges out. You can go from one to the other, right? You don't have to use the same one again and again. You just put the new cartridge on.
Yeah, it's really a product that's designed for households. So it's made for the whole family. You can obviously have just filtered water. And then when you want something, a drink that's, you know, have a little bit of flavor, your favorite flavor, you can have it. Your wife can have another one, or your kids, and it's very convenient. And you know, a product like that has to be convenient. We should not be here to add you stuff to do in your day. Really, you take your capsule, you put it in the machine, you press one button, and your drink is ready.
How many ounces does the machine deliver on one drink?
So
or is it?
There's no limits.
You just
Yeah, so now it stops automatically at 20 ounces.
At 20 ounces.
You click the button, it runs, it goes, and when you click back the button, it stops.
It stops.
Yeah.
So you told me at the booth that one cartridge, again, the cartridge usage depends on the type.
Yeah.
But one was 25 liters, right?
Yeah.
Now think about that. Think about a liter. A liter is, you know, that's one of the large Cokes, right? 25.
Yeah. It's almost maybe too much. We're not gonna make enough money. I'm joking, but you know, yes, it's possible, and this is why it doesn't make sense for just flavored water to be at the price it is today. And sometimes by adding just a couple of drops in the bottle, they double the price and they make insane profit. And the beverage industry, we don't think about it, but it's twice as large as the smartphone industry. So it's about 1.5 trillion. And the non-alcoholic beverage industry I'm talking about. And so there's very few innovation. And then the capsule, how are we able to make beverages that are such a variety? The capsule have an NFC tag on each capsule. It's the little white thing that you see here.
Yep.
And so that contains information that the machine recognizes, and the machine will automatically adapt to each flavor. So we give you the best of each capsule. And then you're also able, through an app, that you don't have to, it's not mandatory, but you can have an app that will tell you how much you drink today and what is the nutritional ingredients that you had today in your body. And you can add, of course, the one you had on your side.
Sure.
But that's also, our goal is like 70% of Americans are not drinking enough water
That's
today,
right.
and it's very hard. I'm part of it, yes. And why? And it's first, the experience is not good, so you go either to tap water, you go but you're not happy to do it. You have a bottle, but you know that it's not necessarily good for the environment, and you have to carry it from the grocery to your house and things like that. So it's very making it a good feeling, a good moment of having an hydration experience. They're able to do that with coffee, for example, and to a very high level. But I don't know what the reason why, but they were not able to do that with water. And I feel like we're really filling this gap, and yeah.
You know, you guys are going to be mad at me, but I told them they were charging too little for the cartridges. You know, this is the type of product. I bought a product before from Keurig that it was a machine that made the alcohol, and they couldn't ever get the distribution down enough to get the cartridges to everybody, and that division went out of business. So I know you said $8, but let's make sure you're around. We want you here, because if I buy one of these, I want to be able to buy cartridges for the next 5 years.
Yes. I know what you talk about, and I know the brand that you mentioned from Keurig.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. There's it's the CPG. So there's two industries. There's the hardware part and there's the CPG part.
That's
so
right.
CPG part has to make margins.
That's right.
It is how it is, and it has to be around 60% minimum.
That's right.
So we make sure that we can get there. We also, is able to stock with customers. So, an alcohol drink, you don't necessarily drink it every day.
That's
so
right.
The thing is that we're really pushing people to hydrate.
This is a daily use device.
It is a new tool in your countertop. We made it also very nice, very smooth, very sleek, and I think it fits any kitchen, and that is very important because you don't want a big machine.
You don't have a big machine.
Yeah.
This will, I'll have one of these in the office. I'll have one of these at the house because two different locations. And another thing too is, like you said earlier, if I just want water, I can just get purified water.
Yeah, definitely. We I guess most of people consume mostly water, and then when they need these little kicks, like, I don't want to drink water, but okay, I'm gonna add some natural ingredients in it, and it's gonna make me want to drink now, and that's the goal. Yeah.
Awesome. So it's Bello, Bello. Where can they find? What's the website?
Yeah. So the website is Bello, Bello water.com. Now the product will launch on Kickstarter in few weeks, 3 weeks actually, early February, and it will be shipped this summer. So it's already on production, and really happy with
so the Kickstarter starts in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, early.
Make sure you send us an email. Let us remind us where the Kickstarter is, because we'll spread this on social to make sure that our fans know that you guys have got this undergoing. I'm excited about this product. This is my immediate buy for the show. So there's not, there's every once in a while at these shows, maybe I'll buy it. This is my immediate buy for the show so far.
Amazing, and we have a super good price. It's $1.99 for Kickstarter. Really happy with it, and we hope that, we can help as many households possible as to drink more water and be happy about it.
So bellowater.com.
.com.
Mark, thanks for being with me.
Thank you so much.
Hey, what can I say? I told you it was cool, right?
I appreciate it. Thank
and
you so much.
a couple of cool dudes, too, that are behind this as well. So props to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Awesome. Can I pick them? I can pick them, right? Told you. It's cool. And these guys, there was a lot of people at their booth, and we scheduled to come in at the end of the day so that they would have the ability to not have miss a whole bunch of customers that were potentially coming to the booth. So do we have any more guests downstairs? Oh, we are, as they say in Hawaii, we're pow. We're just about ready to wrap. So again, hey, we'll be back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. Set your alarms. Come over and catch the stream. It's at techpodcast.com. Definitely get and watch the stream over there. Of course, you can watch it on my website, too, at geeknewscentral.com. We're live and lit, and we'll be in all those great podcast apps that will do audio and video stream. It's been our pleasure, Tech Podcast team, today bring you the second day of coverage. We'll bring it to an end, and you guys will not believe the amount of people that are leaving this building. Feel sorry for us walking out of here. We will take at least an hour to extricate ourselves from this location and back to the hotel. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Thanks for being here. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
The Tech Podcast Network CES 2024 coverage is executive produced by Michelle Mendez. Technical directors are Kurt Corliss and Adam Barker. Associate producers are Nancy Ertz, Clinton Millsap, Sergio Velasquez, and Terry Willingham. Voiceover by Aaron Hurst. Our hosts are Marlo Anderson, Don Bain, Todd Cochran, Scott Ertz, and Christopher Jordan. Studio and equipment are provided by Plug Hits Productions. This has been a Tech Podcast Network broadcast. Copyright 2024.